A man raised his 4 sisters by scavenging garbage. But after the sisters became billionaires, they personally had him thrown into jail. Yet he was not the least bit unhappy, because he felt there was no use in having high prestige after death. As long as his sisters could live happily, that was enough. Everyone thought he deserved to die. But what everyone did not know was that the reason the man ended up in such dire straits was all in order to raise his sisters. Yet in his sisters' eyes, he was simply a despicable, shameless scumbag, a loser trying to seize his parents' inheritance. To expose his crimes to the public, they decided to use state-of-the-art technology to extract and globally broadcast his memories. However, in Yi Chen's memories, Yilan was shocked to discover that every time she had encountered danger, it was Yi Chen who had helped her behind the scenes. Even so, she still did not believe the facts before her eyes, insisting that Yi Chen only did those things for himself. He was a loser and could not possibly have helped her. Yi Chen's memories on the screen continued to play. It came to when Yilan was going through her rebellious teenage years. That day, Yilan lost a basketball game and was in a terrible mood. Her unpleasant classmate Wang Yuan took her to a bar to drink. After just a few drinks, Yilan got drunk and passed out. Yilan fell asleep completely. Wang Yuan raised his eyebrows and patted her shoulder. "Yilan? Hey!" Yilan didn't move. An evil smile appeared on Wang Yuan's face. "Yilan, you brought this upon yourself." He signaled to the people next to him, and they quickly understood. They immediately took Yilan away. However, just as they were about to leave, someone blocked their path. Yi Chen looked at them with a fierce expression. "Where are you taking my sister?" Wang Yuan squinted at him. "Who are you? Get out of the way, dog." "Yi Chen, I'll give you this." Wang Yuan reached out and grabbed a nearby bottle, then charged at Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't dodge, instead he blocked the bottle with his hand and snatched it away, then suddenly asked, "Is your head sturdy?" Wang Yuan, "What?" Before he could react, Yi Chen smashed the bottle on his head. Bang! The bottle shattered instantly. Yi Chen coldly smiled. "Looks like it is." Wang Yuan held his head, full of anger. "You! How dare you hit me? What are you all standing around for? Get him!" It was like a signal. Chaos erupted from that moment on. In the end, Yi Chen stepped on Wang Yuan's chest, his eyes like that of a wolf, fierce and ruthless. "Yilan is my sister. Don't let me catch you eyeing her again. Otherwise, it won't be just this simple." Wang Yuan lay on the ground, looking at him with fear in his eyes. He saw the look in Yi Chen's eyes. That look, it truly wanted to kill him. I understand." Suddenly, Yi Chen smelled a very unpleasant odor. He frowned, then looked down to see a yellow liquid flowing from under Wang Yuan. This guy was so scared that he peed himself. Yi Chen released his leg, picked up Yilan beside him, and left the bar. This time, it was fortunate that his subordinates happened to see it and informed him. If it weren't for this fortunate coincidence, then now, Yilan. Yi Chen dared not imagine. When Yilan woke up again, she found herself lying at home. She was extremely puzzled. How did I end up at home? Wasn't she drinking with that Wang Yuan? Could it be that Wang Yuan brought her back? But this alcohol was truly good stuff. After drinking it, she didn't feel so depressed. From then on, Yilan suddenly fell in love with drinking, and she became more and more uncontrollable. She even became vulgar in speech and behavior because of some bad friends she made. One day, Yi Chen suddenly saw that she had cut her hair into a crew cut. Yilan was wearing very revealing clothes, looking smug, and touching her crew cut. Yi Chen directly stopped her. "You cut your hair?" Yilan was startled, and after seeing that it was Yi Chen, she immediately took a step back and retorted, "What's it to you?" She couldn't be bothered with Yi Chen and turned to leave. However, after hearing what Yi Chen said next, she immediately didn't want to leave. "The haircut looks good on you, makes you look even more like an egg." Yilan immediately stopped. "Who are you calling an egg?" Yi Chen crossed his legs. "Isn't this like an egg?" Yilan's face turned red with anger. "Yi Chen, if you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. Do you think you're better than me in any way?" "Yi Chen, why such a big reaction all of a sudden? Did I hit a nerve?" Yilan glared fiercely at him. "I can't be bothered with you." She was extremely angry and stormed into her room. She sat in front of the mirror. When she first cut her hair, she thought she looked very cool. How many girls dared to cut such a cool crew cut like hers? But once Yi Chen said she looked like an egg, that impression couldn't be shaken off. The more she looked at it now, the more she felt like she truly looked like an egg. A bald egg. Ah! Yilan covered the mirror, unwilling to look at it anymore. Meanwhile, outside the hall, Yi Chen's face was very grim. Yilan was becoming more and more rebellious, going to the bar and now even daring to cut her hair. He had to come up with a solution. Yilan looked at this long-lost memory and pursed her lips. Later, everyone found out. Since then, Yi Chen has been drinking all the time. I saw him like this and felt that I couldn't associate with such a person, so I quit. This memory played out. So everyone knows. What everyone is interested in now is what comes next. The director completely acted as the host. So, which one is mentioned in this diary? It's after I cut my hair short, Yi Lan paused for a moment. She didn't think before that what Yi Chen did had anything to do with her. But now, she understood. So Yi Chen did that to prevent her from going astray, so he acted like that? Without Yi Lan saying anything, the screen had already given the best explanation. Although Yi Lan had made up her mind not to drink anymore, those past friends were not so easy to cut ties with. So occasionally, she would still go to the bar with them. Today, it was such a situation. When Yi Lan arrived at the bar, she unexpectedly saw someone there. Yi Chen. How could he be here? Several friends looked over. Lan, who did you see? Yi Lan withdrew her gaze. No one. She didn't want to have anything to do with Yi Chen. She followed those people and sat at the table next to Yi Chen. Yi Lan really didn't want to care about Yi Chen, but that table was too eye-catching. Yi Chen called nearly 10 girls to accompany him. Each one had a slim waist, long legs, and a full figure, and the fabric of their clothes seemed to be as little as possible. Yi Chen was like an emperor surrounded by stars. Brother, come and have a drink. Two beautiful women were on either side of Yi Chen, with red lips and seductive eyes. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows. The position of this wine is not sincere enough. The two women blinked and suddenly understood Yi Chen's meaning. They directly placed the wine between them and sent it over with their waist straight. Is it sincere enough to put it here? There wasn't much fabric to begin with, and now it looked like it was about to burst. Yi Chen hugged her waist. This place is nice. He lowered his head, sniffed the fragrance, and drank the wine. The other girls next to him suddenly didn't want to fall behind. Brother, I also have wine here. The birds were singing, and the fragrance was floating. Yi Chen went to drink one by one. They all laughed. After all, this was all money. Naturally, they became more bold in their speech. They didn't lower their voices, and Yi Lan next to them heard it very clearly. Her whole face had turned completely red. It was unclear whether it was because she was angry or for some other reason. The friends next to her were very interested. Damn, who is that table? They are really good at playing. No, I also have to call a few. What are you doing? Lan Goddess is still here. The last sentence was said very quietly, but Yi Lan still heard it. She looked at them expressionlessly. What do you mean? Do you also want to join in? The people were silent. They quickly apologized. How could it be? With you, Lan, the great beauty, in our eyes, where are there other women? Ahem. What he means is that even without you, we wouldn't be interested in those women. That's right. We're just here to drink, not to find women. We are all gentlemen. Having been with Yi Lan for so long, this group of people already knew that although she looked like a rebellious girl, she wasn't actually that open-minded deep down. Yi Lan stared at their faces and reluctantly believed them. Consider yourselves sensible. The few people secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They thought this matter could be over like this. However, just as they relaxed, the person they had envied, along with those pretty girls, walked over. Yi Chen looked at all of them. Wang Yuan, that kid, was indeed scared. But there was someone else. Little brothers, is having only one female companion not lonely? It's so boring. I'll borrow a few of you to play with. Yi Lan couldn't sit still when she heard this. She couldn't resist speaking, even though she had initially treated Yi Chen as a stranger. Yi Chen, are you crazy? Playing by yourself is enough. Why are you corrupting my friends? Yi Chen replied, corrupting? I just brought a few women. How is that corrupting? Yi Lan squinted and sneered. You play by yourself. Don't use them to degrade my friends. She then added, but I didn't expect you to be such a playboy. I'm more curious about one thing. Do you, a wastrel, have money to spend on them? Don't be fooled by this wastrel. Be careful, he might not have money to pay the bill. The several beauties immediately looked at Yi Chen with suspicion. Yi Chen took out a stack of money from his pocket. Is this not enough? The beauties took the money and put on a smile. It's enough, enough, enough. Then why don't you go and entertain my friends? He signaled to a few of them, who promptly approached and stuck close to the boys. Little brothers, what's the point of drinking alone? Sisters, we'll drink with you. Yes, the wine here is good, and there's plenty of it. The boys had never experienced such a situation and were immediately enchanted, losing their composure and agreeing to everything the girls said. Seeing this, Yi Lan was furious. What are you doing? Get lost. A beauty sat next to her and said, little sister, why are you angry? Do you feel ignored? Yi Lan pushed her away. Are you crazy? They are just my friends. The beauty covered her mouth in surprise. Oh, I didn't expect little sister to have such a bad temper. But there's nothing wrong with what I said. The girls who come here to play are all the same as us. Why pretend to be superior? Yi Lan rolled her eyes. You're insane. The beauty seemed angry too. I came over to talk to you because you were alone. What's with your attitude? You're young now, so you can do whatever you want. When you reach my age, do you think you can still be so arrogant? Do you have so many men around you? Ha! They're all just prostitutes. What are you pretending for? The beauty left after saying this. Yi Lan was so angry that she glared at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, what do you want to do? Yi Chen replied, I see you and your friends are bored. I'm helping you find some fun. Are you crazy? She suddenly had a flash of insight. I know. You followed me here, didn't you? Is that your purpose? Yi Chen, do you know how annoying you are? You're like a fly. Can't you take your bad luck away from my sight? Yilan said all kinds of unpleasant things, and finally added, you do this every day. I'm afraid it won't work in the future. After that, she turned and left in big strides. She didn't care what those people were doing. She reached the door, turned back, and thought that this place used to be relaxing, but now she didn't feel that way at all. It was extremely dirty inside. She would never come back here again. And just thinking about those girls made her shiver. In their eyes, she was just like them. No, she and they are not the same. I will never fall like Yi Chen. Yi Lan looked into the distance and walked away. Yi Lan's words directly exploded the live broadcast room. Yi Lan is too vulgar. What kind of offensive things is she saying? Ugh, I just threw up my overnight meal. I'm sorry, even if she feels guilty now, I will never forgive her. Why should I forgive her? Although she has awakened, but I still feel uncomfortable. Having experienced the darkness, naturally, one would not want to step into it. Yi Chen did the right thing. Yi Lan looked at this memory again and felt extremely guilty. I shouldn't have said those things at that time. How could she say that? She now truly knows she was wrong. At that time, she was completely caught up in rebellion, feeling like she was the most useless among the four sisters. So every time she saw Yi Chen, she couldn't help but find her superiority on him. Yi Lan closed her eyes in great pain. At that time, I just wanted to belittle him desperately, to prove that, no matter how bad I was, at least I was better than Yi Chen. Yes, that was my extremely dirty inner thoughts. This was Yi Lan's ugliest inner thoughts. She had hidden it deeply, and over the years, she had hidden it so well that she had even forgotten that she had such an extremely ugly time. But now, when all the memories were exposed, even if she wanted to hide it, there was no way. Yi Zhu gently held her hand. Second sister. As a twin, and having experienced such a period of time, she understood her feelings the most. When she was deliberately arranged by Yi Chen to play an unimportant role, a passerby, a cannon fodder, did she not feel angry? And at that time, the eldest sister's company was thriving. The second sister had already made a name for herself in the esports circle. As for the fourth sister, let alone. Among the four sisters, she was the earliest to become famous and the most famous. So at that time, she also had such a period of time, feeling like she had achieved nothing. And the culprit that led her to this was none other than Yi Chen. If it wasn't for Yi Chen signing her with this company without her consent, how could she have fallen into this situation? Yi Mei's thoughts, however, were elsewhere, her brows furrowed with worry. Yi Chen, he has a stomach problem. Can he really drink so much? Zhang Ming looked at her and said coldly, you still have a little conscience, knowing that Yi Chen has a stomach problem. You don't know at all. Yi Chen is not a heavy drinker at all. He doesn't touch alcohol at all. But for you, to make you quit drinking, knowing the harm of alcohol, he drank a lot that day, directly causing his stomach to act up, and then he went to the hospital. Do you know that? Yi Lan asked anxiously. He went to the hospital. Zhang Ming said coldly, see for yourself. Not long after Yi Lan left, Yi Chen also prepared to leave. He came here just to deal with Yi Lan's affairs. However, as he took a step, he suddenly felt something was wrong. His stomach began to ache faintly. It wasn't very sharp, but it was faint, as if a rope was rubbing back and forth at the wound. Yi Chen frowned slightly, covering his stomach, his hand on the table next to him, supporting himself. He had thought that the pain would ease after a while, but after a while, Yi Chen found out that he was too naive. Instead of decreasing, the pain in his stomach became more and more intense. It felt as if a needle was piercing it. The burning sensation also became stronger, making Yi Chen almost nauseous. His pale face did not show any signs of discomfort in the dim and hazy bar, so no one noticed that something was wrong with him. Yi Chen endured the burning sensation in his stomach alone, but the increasingly intense pain finally made him unable to bear it and he vomited. Finally, someone next to him noticed that something was wrong. Hey, what's wrong with you? If you want to vomit, do it in the trash can. If you vomit outside, have some public decency. At this moment, Yi Chen's brain was completely occupied by the pain, making it difficult for him to even think. Suddenly, a strong piercing pain in his stomach made Yi Chen lose the strength to stand and he fainted on the ground. The passers-by who had been scolding him suddenly noticed that something was wrong. Hey, sir, are you okay? Sir, oh no, someone call 911. This person fainted. 10 minutes later, Yi Chen was lifted into an ambulance. Hurriedly, he was pushed away. The medical staff acted very quickly, and as soon as they arrived at the hospital, they swiftly pushed him into the emergency room. As they were pushing the gurney, the vibration caused a phone to fall out of Yi Chen's pocket. On the brightly lit phone screen, 3 words were clearly visible. Yi Mei. It was a text message from Yi Mei. Here, I remember. It was when Yi Mei called Dust earlier. Yes, I remember too. It was Yi Mei calling Dust. At the time, I was thinking, how could Dust be in the hospital? Now I know. It's because of Yi Lan. Everything adds up. Memory verified without error. Yi Jiu, stop pretending that the memory is false, okay? The audience in the live broadcast room noticed this and began to discuss it. In the hospital, Yi Chen lay on the hospital bed, looking haggard, with pale lips, clearly in a serious condition. Zhang Ming sat beside him, looking at his appearance, becoming more and more angry. What's the matter with you? When the doctor called me to come, he said you have a stomach perforation. You really have some ability. How did you manage to give yourself a stomach perforation? Aren't you the one who dislikes smoking and drinking the most? A person who doesn't like smoking or drinking, how did he suddenly get a stomach perforation? Yi Chen's tone was calm, not at all concerned about the matter. It's just a small hole, I've already had surgery, it's not a big deal. Zhang Ming's face darkened. Don't talk nonsense with me here. I asked the doctor. He said your condition is very serious. You must rest well. Yi Chen, if you still consider me as your big brother, don't get involved in so many things with your 4 sisters. They are almost grown up. They can make their own decisions and think for themselves. Yi Chen's expression was no longer calm, but very serious. I can't rest assured. Lan is so rebellious now, hanging out with those people, drinking and smoking every day. How can I let go? And Shu, she's been studying acting recently, I have to watch over her. Zhou is the same, although she's famous now, her foundation is too shallow. She has climbed so high now, I'm afraid she will fall and it will hurt, so I have to quickly stabilize her foundation. The more Yi Chen spoke, the more he felt that there was too much for him to do. So, he couldn't lie down, and absolutely couldn't collapse in the hospital, and never be able to leave. Seeing his appearance, Zhang Ming didn't know what to say. He said angrily, fine, you suffer on your own then. Zhang Ming's temper was still the same. After saying this, he directly turned and left the ward. He was afraid that if he continued to stay here, he would be so angry with Yi Chen that he would end up staying here too. So, it was better to leave quickly. After Zhang Ming left, Yi Chen finally had time to look at his phone. He opened it and found that Yi Mei had sent him several messages. Dust? Why haven't you replied to my messages? Did I disturb you? I'm sorry, I just want to share my feelings with you at this moment. Yi Chen forced himself to cheer up and sent a message to Yi Mei. I was busy just now, so I didn't reply in time. I'm happy to see you come out. I believe in you, you will make an app even more powerful than Banana Video. After typing, Yi Chen closed his eyes uncomfortably. Even after the surgery, the pain still persisted after the anesthesia. The moonlight outside was covered by layers of heavy dark clouds, the dim sky, without a trace of wind. While the family was happy, Yi Chen was alone in the hospital room, enduring the pain alone. Yi Mei covered her face in sadness. So, the scene where he was lying on the stretcher and taken to the hospital before, was this. At that time, she had just managed to overcome the blow from the Banana Video app and was determined to make an even more powerful app. She was completely self-absorbed and didn't care at all. What did Yi Chen, who was just dust at that time, go through? Yi Lan was crying uncontrollably at this moment. Did Yi Chen really drink until he had a stomach perforation? And this was all because of her. Because of her rebellion. Yi Chen wanted to teach her as a cautionary tale. With his ending, she would firmly prevent such a thing from happening. Zhang Ming was furious. The reason why Yi Chen is in this state now. It's all because of you. Do you understand? His body didn't suddenly become like this. It was worn down step by step because of you. It has finally evolved into what it is now. Unable to eat. He even vomits when he drinks water. Thinking of Yi Chen's miserable state in the hospital room, Zhang Ming couldn't bear to see the 4 sisters sitting here looking so bright and beautiful. Yi Ju looked at Zhang Ming's indignation and blamed all the faults that turned Yi Chen into what he is now on the 4 sisters. She couldn't help it. Your words are really ridiculous. Isn't Yi Chen very rich? Didn't he become rich very early on? In that case, he must have had the money to seek medical treatment at that time. So why didn't he go to the hospital for treatment? Why did he wait until now? And it developed into a stomach perforation. In the end, it's all his own doing. So in the end, who should be blamed? Isn't it himself? When Zhang Ming heard such words again, he didn't know what to say. He knew that Yi Ju had always had a strong opinion of Yi Chen from the beginning, and after seeing all the memories exposed, she refused to admit that Yi Chen had helped her. He had long known that she was such a hypocrite. But when he heard such a voice again, he still felt very harsh and piercing. I'm really glad now. You didn't go to see Yi Chen. If you said these things in front of Yi Chen, I'm afraid he would be so angry that he would be driven to death by you. Yi Ju didn't say the harsh words in her heart in front of so many people. If Yi Chen were to be angered to death, it would suit her. From the beginning of this trial of memories, Yi Ju had a very strong premonition. Her memories must not be allowed to be judged, because if they were really judged, all the status she had gained would disappear. This premonition became stronger and stronger. The top university. Zhou Qiguang had already cried in the corner. He had finally managed to calm his emotions. Then he heard Yi Ju's words. It almost gave him a heart attack from high blood pressure. Fortunately, the psychology professor next to him noticed and quickly came forward to pat his back and comfort him. This prevented him from being really driven to death by anger. Dean, don't look at her anymore. Yi Ju is beyond redemption. Unless there is a reversal in the end, otherwise she will always be like this. Zhou Qiguang took a deep breath and stared at the big screen with a gloomy expression. How do you know that this twist won't happen? He said, as if he had some inside information. The psychology professor immediately perked up. Dean, is there something we don't know? Zhou Qiguang gave them a cold glare. I don't know much more than you do. But about this, I do know a little. Yi Zhou always believed that those melodies were hers. Even though Yi Chen helped with the lyrics, it didn't affect her status at all. I can only tell you that I heard Yi Chen sing the most popular song of Yi Zhou's a few years before it was released. I'm really looking forward to when this memory is played out. How will Yi Jiao handle it? Now, all that's left is to endure the high blood pressure. Now, apart from a few brainwashed fans, there is no one else supporting Yi Jiao. How evil must she be to say those things? Isn't this blatantly cursing someone to die? Damn, how can someone be so disgusting? I never thought Yi Jiao would be so disgusting. I don't want to see Yilan's memories exposed. I just want to see Yi Jiao get slapped in the face. How do you know? Maybe the goddess Jiao will be the one getting slapped in the end. Maybe it will be you getting slapped. Exactly. Oh, there are still her brainwashed fans. Are they all like her, with their brains eaten away? The director had been monitoring the barrage in the live broadcast room in real time. Naturally, he saw that now all the viewers wanted to see the memories associated with Yi Jiao in the diary. However, the most crucial memories about Yilan have not been played yet. Naturally, he couldn't skip over them. The director's role as the host was becoming smoother and smoother. I believe that what Lan cares about most now is not those, but whether Yi Chen is really a clown, right? So, let's take a look at Yi Chen's notebook and see if there are any memories about this. At this moment, Yilan finally understood the feeling of her elder sister holding this diary. It was like a magic box. You never know whether opening it will release your fears or bring you something beautiful. But Yilan had already decided that she must know the truth about this matter. She was more decisive than Yi Mei. She turned the page. I originally thought that letting my younger sister grow up freely and happily would make her feel happier, but I was wrong. This opportunity may allow me to have a chance to get close to her as her good friend. Perhaps she will listen to a friend's advice. The big screen started playing. Yi Chen had just finished his game work and was about to leave for home. But at this moment, he suddenly noticed a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. Lan? He definitely didn't see it wrong. But why is Lan followed by a few people? Yi Chen was a little worried, thought for a moment, and ultimately followed them. To avoid being discovered, Yi Chen didn't follow too closely. So when the incident happened in an instant, he couldn't intervene in time. But fortunately, he still made it in the end. And just like the previously exposed memory, Yi Chen saved Yilan and, when she asked for his name, made up a clown's name. Yilan didn't have any doubts. Worried that she might encounter trouble later, Yi Chen sent her back downstairs, then turned around and removed his disguise. The clown mask was taken off, revealing his slightly pale face. The recent actions had strained the wound from his recent surgery. He stayed in place for a while before returning home. Yilan had already returned home at this time and curled up on the sofa, a small bundle. Although she had been rescued and returned home, Yilan still hadn't fully recovered, so she subconsciously lay in her most familiar place, the corner of the sofa. Her small hand still tightly grasped the coat that Yi Chen had put on her. Her eyes were lifeless, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Yi Chen pushed open the door and returned home to see this scene. Her clothes were still torn and unchanged. His brow furrowed, but quickly he disguised it as disdain. What kind of clothes are you wearing? When Yilan heard Yi Chen's voice, she reacted, realizing that besides her, there was also Yi Chen in the house. Then she heard his extremely provocative statement. Perhaps because she had just gone through this ordeal, Yilan's emotions were in turmoil. Not only did she not receive any comfort or reassurance when she returned home, but she also had to endure being criticized. Yilan suddenly felt wronged and her tone was mixed with anger. What does it matter to you what I wear? Yi Chen, don't think that just because I still live here, you can scold me at will. You can't control me. Do you understand? She jumped up from the sofa and rushed back to her room. As she passed Yi Chen, she deliberately bumped into his shoulder with force. After returning to her room, Yilan collapsed on the bed, silently suppressing her sobs. Whoa, Yi Chen, you jerk. Whoa, she already knew that Yi Chen was a jerk, so why was she crying because of him? There was nothing to cry about. Yilan, anyway, you don't need him. After crying enough, Yilan reached out and pulled the coat off her body, muttering to herself, clown. In the end, it was a stranger who gave her warmth. The memory scene ended. Everything became clear as day. Yilan's hand holding the diary was trembling uncontrollably. Her eyes quickly turned red. Indeed. Yi Chen, you are a clown. You really are a clown. Why didn't you tell me this answer earlier? Not only did you refuse to say, but you also pretended to look down on her. Even though there had been a premonition in her heart, she still couldn't control her complex emotions after the real result came out. She had admired the clown. Even the whole internet knew this. Now, all the truth had come out, and Yi Chen was the clown. So, the person she liked was the clown, and also Yi Chen. When this equation, which clearly shouldn't be an equation, was finally concluded, Yilan didn't know what to say. She was left with complex emotions. Guilt-ridden tears wet the back of her hand. Yi Mei understood her younger sister's state of mind. She had experienced this kind of emotional turmoil herself, so she held her hand at this moment, giving her strength. The director directly snatched the microphone from the host and, with an undisguised desire to see a joke and revel in others' misfortune, asked, so, everyone saw it. Yi Chen, he's the clown. He's the one who saved you, Yilan, and taught you esports, and taught you voice acting, the clown. Yilan, after watching these memories, do you have anything to say? Yilan held the diary, remained silent for a long time, and finally squeezed out a smile. This result. Actually, everyone had vaguely guessed it before, but there was no definite memory seen as evidence. And I've already prepared myself mentally. You ask me if I have anything to say. Yilan remained silent, smiled, took a deep breath, and then her eyes became determined. What I want to say, I've already said it long ago. Everyone was stunned. When did Yilan finish saying it? Only her twin sister, Yizhu, who understood her the most, understood the meaning behind Yilan's words. She looked at her in shock, unable to believe it. Second sister? Her call already had a faint hint, but Yilan had no intention of stopping her change of tone. Yilan clenched her fist and repeated firmly, the clown is the most important person in my life. He is also the person I like the most. It's impossible for her to dislike him just because the clown's true identity is Yi Chen. The live broadcast room was also in an uproar. What does Yilan's statement mean? Public confession? No way. Have some self-respect. There are many different kinds of liking. Liking between friends. Liking between siblings. Are you so narrow-minded that you have to talk about romantic liking? No matter what. After this answer, the knot in my heart has finally loosened. No matter what it is. I feel so much better all of a sudden. Even the director was extremely shocked to hear this statement. He had thought of many possible answers that Yilan might give, but he never expected her answer to be this. This was definitely a hot news item. The director's eyes lit up immediately. He couldn't wait to continue digging deeper into this, and that's exactly what he did. So, Yilan, are you saying that you like Yi Chen just like you like the clown? This statement was clearly a trap. If she admitted to this statement, it would be equivalent to directly admitting that her liking for Yi Chen was of a romantic nature. Although Yilan was already very upset and had lost half of her composure, she definitely wouldn't be so foolish as to define this liking. She evaded the question smoothly. I am very grateful to him, because without him, there would be no me. Seeing that the director wanted to continue digging deeper, Zhang Ming couldn't stand it. He spoke coldly, this is not a show about emotions. What he wanted was not to know what kind of feelings these four sisters had for Yi Chen. His only purpose was to make these four sisters realize their mistake, and to publicly reveal what Yi Chen had truly done, so that everyone would know. Although the director wanted the scoop, he also wanted to protect himself more. Zhang Ming, a big shot like him, was not someone to be trifled with, so he could only close his mouth in frustration. After Zhang Ming stopped the director, he looked coldly at Yilan. You remember the memories that follow very clearly. You constantly put yourself in danger to attract the clown's attention, and then you let him come and save you. Isn't that right? His words were like a police interrogation of a suspect. He spoke with authority. Yilan was somewhat startled and shrank her neck a little. Thinking back on the past, she nodded slightly. Yes, the previous memories had already been played. She did indeed intentionally put herself in dangerous situations multiple times because she wanted to know who the clown was. She wanted to put herself in danger and then lure the clown out. Yiju couldn't bear to see this scene and snorted coldly. So what? Do you need to interrogate my second sister like she's a criminal? Zhang Ming's eyes were sharp. Why wouldn't I need to? Yilan. He stared straight at her. The previous memories have already revealed everything. Because he wanted to discipline you, Yi Chen was drinking heavily every day during that time. It eventually led to a perforated stomach and emergency surgery in the hospital. And shortly after the surgery, you were in danger, and he came to save you. Did you not see how pale he was after saving you? And after that, you repeatedly caused trouble. It was because of you that Yi Chen's illness kept recurring and didn't get better. Yilan trembled all over. She had indeed seemed to have not paid attention to this just now, because her attention was entirely focused on whether Yi Chen was the clown or not. Zhang Ming, it was you. You made his condition worse and more severe. Hospital. Yi Chen licked his dry lips. He felt like there was a ball of fire stuck in his throat. However, he is unable to eat now, just relying on nutrient solution and a gastric tube to barely survive. So, even if his throat is dry, it is naturally impossible for him to drink water. He remembered that memory. Indeed, it was because of that period of time that his condition worsened. But if time were to repeat, he would still do the same, because he didn't want Yilan to go astray. Yi Chen no longer remembers how many times he has encountered Yilan in danger. After helping Yilan escape again, he endured the slight pain in his stomach and looked at her very seriously. Didn't I tell you? Don't come to these places in the future. There are many unscrupulous people in these places. Although Yilan is still young, she has already grown up. She is also a beauty at the level of a school flower. Walking in these places, it's strange not to be harassed. Yilan's heart is like a mirror, knowing that she will be harassed by various people in these places. But this is the result she wants. She thinks so in her heart, but she won't say it out loud. I just happen to pass by occasionally. Besides, don't you still have to protect me? This is a chance for you to protect me. Aren't you enjoying it? Yi Chen looked at her deeply from behind the mask. What if I'm not here? Or if I didn't come so quickly? What will you do? Yilan couldn't help muttering, if you're not here, I definitely won't come. Yi Chen didn't hear clearly. What did you say? Yilan blinked innocently. I said I'm fine. Yi Chen wanted to warn her more, but the increasing pain in his stomach made him pause. It started as a dull ache, but now the pain has made his face turn pale. Fortunately, his face is hidden behind the mask, so Yilan can't see it. Yilan is still trapped in her emotions. By the way, why do you always wear this mask? Aren't you hot? Or are you really ugly? So you belittle yourself and call yourself a clown? She's like a chattering sparrow. Yi Chen's forehead and body are already soaked in cold sweat. He can't stay here any longer. I'm used to wearing a mask. I have something to do, I'll go first, be careful by yourself. Yilan really wanted to leave, but she instinctively grabbed his hand. Where are you going? What's so important? Do you need my help? The pain made Yi Chen speak concisely, no need. Yilan pouted, don't you trust me? Do you think I'm useless and can't do anything, so you won't tell me? If you don't tell me what problems you've encountered, how can you know if I can help you? Yi Chen, I need to go to the bathroom. Yilan. Her face suddenly turned red, and she quickly let go of Yi Chen's hand. Hurry up. When Yi Chen left, he reminded her, go back early. Yilan waved indifferently, got it. Only after leaving Yilan's sight and turning several corners, he could no longer hold on and fell to the ground. He covered his stomach in pain. Cold sweat the size of soybeans dripped down. It hurts. Yi Chen took off his mask. His hair was completely soaked with cold sweat. His face was as pale as paper. At this moment, he suddenly heard familiar footsteps. He looked up. Yilan was walking towards him from a distance. Yi Chen noticed it very keenly. His originally pale face turned even paler. He didn't even have time to change his clothes. Even the mask was still lying next to him. Seeing Yilan getting closer and closer, he quickly hid the mask behind him. His stomach was already in a lot of pain, and after making this intense movement, he could hardly move anymore. At this point, Yilan had completely approached and immediately noticed him. At this moment, Yi Chen lowered his head because of the pain. From Yilan's perspective, she could only see his clothes and hair, but not his face. Clown. Yilan's eyes lit up. This outfit, isn't it a clown? She happily ran over. Have you been to the bathroom? Why are you squatting here? You didn't even come back to find me. She bounced over and quickly arrived in front of Yi Chen. Clown, I'm talking to you. Why aren't you answering me? Seeing that Yi Chen was ignoring her, Yilan was somewhat angry. At this moment, Yi Chen finally raised his head. His face was still pale, trying hard to conceal his pain. His tone sounded irritable at first, but actually hid a slight tremor. What clown? Are you annoying me? Yilan was originally pretending to be angry, but as soon as she saw Yi Chen's face, her whole person suddenly widened her eyes. Yi Chen, how can it be you? She looked at the person sitting on the ground in disbelief. This outfit, and this figure, clearly looked like a clown. But how could it be Yi Chen? In that instant, Yilan's heart was in chaos. What on earth is going on? An incredible thought emerged in her mind. Could it be that the clown is Yi Chen? No, it's impossible. Yi Chen's hand rested on his knee, looking at her expressionlessly. It's not me, could it be a ghost? Who did you mistake me for just now? Who is the clown? What is your relationship with him? Yilan was originally flustered and carried a hint of hidden panic, but these few words instantly dispersed her emotions. Great! Yi Chen asked who he was, which proved that he didn't know the clown. Yilan breathed a sigh of relief and looked down at him condescendingly. What does it matter to you who he is? After she breathed a sigh of relief, she noticed that Yi Chen's face was very pale. Then she saw a few beer bottles scattered next to the trash can. There was still a faint smell of beer in the air. She suddenly became excited. Hey, what's wrong with you? Did you drink too much and pass out here? When Yi Chen heard her say this, he realized that he had been sitting next to the trash can. Yilan mistook his pale face for being drunk. Yi Chen was in too much pain to answer, but it seemed that Yilan didn't need his answer. She had a very perfect logic about Yi Chen. She crossed her arms, with a mocking expression and a tone full of disdain. Ha, Yi Chen, a scumbag like you can only drink until you vomit. I've fantasized in my mind a long time ago that someone like you might one day be found dead from drinking too much. But it seems that I didn't see you in the news, but I saw you here first. Yi Chen felt the pain in his stomach becoming more intense. This couldn't continue. Lan must leave now. He must make her leave quickly. Yi Chen forced himself to gather his spirits and spat out a word to her. Go. Yilan's anger flared up even more. Oh, you want me to leave? Yi Chen, do you think I like seeing you here? Look at what you're wearing. What a mess of clothes. It made her think he was a clown. The more she thought about it, the angrier Yilan became. Yi Chen, I'm leaving not because you told me to, but because I don't want to see you. Do you understand? She looked at Yi Chen wearing this outfit similar to a clown's, and felt furious. She really didn't want to stay here any longer. As she was about to leave, she turned around and sneered coldly. I really wish what I saw just now was a corpse. Because scum like you, even if you live in this world, it's meaningless. Living is a waste of air, and dying is a waste of land. I spit on it. The more Yilan spoke, the angrier she became. She was not only talking about Yi Chen, but also mocking her past self. Yilan vented her anger and resisted the urge to kick him, then turned and left without any intention of staying. This time, Yilan really left and did not come back. Yi Chen had been holding on since the beginning, but now he couldn't bear the pain any longer. Without even having time to call for help, he collapsed heavily to the ground. My heart aches for Yi Chen. He was already in such pain just now. Can't Yilan see it? Still there, mocking him so hard. Yilan was not a good person to begin with. Even if she feels guilty now knowing that Yi Chen is a clown, can that erase the harm she has done to him? Yilan has already seen that Yi Chen's face is pale. Not only does she not help, she also talks about wanting to see his dead body. It's disgusting. Damn it. Although I know this is a past memory, Yi Chen must have been saved. but seeing him on the screen at this moment, I still can't help but want to rush in and save him. Someone please save Yi Chen. The audience in the live broadcast room eagerly watched the big screen. Yi Chen had fainted for who knows how long, and finally a passerby found him, then kindly took him to the hospital. In an era where people are unsure whether to help an elderly woman who has fallen, this was truly a great act of kindness. When Jiang Ming received the hospital notification, he immediately thanked the person. After handling everything properly, he finally had time to look at Yi Chen, who had been rescued and brought back to the hospital bed. At this moment, Yi Chen looked even thinner than the last time he saw him. Clearly in the prime of his life, yet he had grown white hair. His face and lips were pale, showing signs of serious illness, but his eyes were still bright and determined, unbreakable by anyone, like the Big Dipper hanging high in the sky. Whenever you look up at night, you can see it guiding you, emitting its bright light. Every time Jiang Ming saw this look in his eyes, he always understood why Yi Chen could stay so young and have such determination. These people are the most terrifying and admirable. Once they set a goal, they will never give up easily, but strive towards it. But at this moment, Jiang Ming also really disliked Yi Chen's personality. He glared angrily. Tell me yourself, how many times have I seen you in the hospital? And how many times have the doctor called me, saying you were rushed into the operating room for rescue? Yi Chen's face was pale, but his tone was very calm. It's only the second time, no need to be so angry. I know my body, there won't be any problems. Jiang Ming, just the second time? And you're so sure about it? In less than a month, you've been rushed to the hospital for rescue twice. I think you don't want this life anymore. He pulled over the nearby doctor. Doctor, you tell him. Why did he come in? The doctor dutifully and disapprovingly looked at Yi Chen. It's because of a re-rupture caused by intense exercise after the surgery. When you were discharged before, we repeatedly advised you to rest as much as possible after the surgery, avoid intense exercise, and avoid spicy and alcoholic foods. He paused, but you didn't follow any of it. He said he couldn't do something, and he would do it anyway. Not going to the hospital would be strange. Jiang Ming added, did you hear that? I'm really curious. What have you been doing all this time? What's worth going to drink and exercise so intensely? Yi Chen fell silent for a moment, then smiled faintly. Of course there is, something that cannot be left undone. He had some suspicion that Yelan was doing it on purpose, but even so, he couldn't relax. After all, what if there was real danger? What would happen if he wasn't there? Jiang Ming looked at him expressionlessly. After the doctor left, he stared at him and said, is it because of Yelan again? Recently, it's only her that makes you worry so much. Ye Chen, wake up. Those 4 people are not your real sisters. You don't need to go to such lengths for them. Ye Chen frowned and his expression turned very cold. Zheng Ji, they are my family. I don't want anyone to speak ill of my family. Jiang Ming was so angry that his liver hurt. Fine, you are righteous. You are selfless. You care the most for your family in the whole world. If I reason with you again, I'm a fool. Jiang Ming turned and left immediately. Ye Chen did not stop him. He looked up at the 4 next to him and smiled slightly. Everyone says I'm wrong, but they are family. From the bottom of his heart, he regarded the 4 of them as his own sisters. If sisters are in trouble, how can a brother not help? The light in Ye Chen's eyes became even brighter. In the studio, Ye Mei heard Ye Chen's words and couldn't help but burst into tears. Woo, Ye Chen, I didn't realize you always considered us as family, as sisters. But how did they treat him? Besides verbal abuse, there was all kinds of emotional abuse. Even after the show, they repeatedly said on camera that Ye Chen was not worthy of being their brother. And they didn't care to have a brother like Ye Chen. Ye Mei was extremely sad. Yelan was also not feeling well. Ye Chen, I almost found out your identity at that time. Her eyes were dull and confused. She had clearly noticed that Ye Chen's clothes were exactly like the clown's, but she subconsciously denied it at the time, and she insulted Ye Chen with her words. Now, hearing the insults she had made to him, Yelan felt extremely ashamed. It was like rubbing a person's dignity on the ground. I actually did such a terrible thing to you before. Yelan covered her face in pain and couldn't help but cry. Jiang Ming looked at her crying, feeling no satisfaction at all, and his tone was still extremely indifferent. Is that all? Are you only apologizing for your verbal attacks? Are you not willing to admit to the things you did? Yelan understood what he meant. If it wasn't for her, Ye Chen wouldn't have worsened his condition and been repeatedly hospitalized. Yelan's voice was hoarse from crying. I know I was wrong. Woo. I didn't think at the time, the clown, no, Ye Chen. He actually exhausted himself to help me. At that time, she was completely immersed in another kind of sweet and joyful emotion. She didn't pay attention to his physical condition at all. Jiang Ming sneered, if you really were in danger, that would be one thing. But all of that was just an act. Yelan covered her face in pain. She didn't want to continue listening, but she couldn't not listen. Yezhu was very at a loss on the side. She had to comfort Ye Mei one moment and then comfort Yelan the next. Only Yezhu remained sitting in the corner, still indifferent, like an outsider. No matter what happened in front of her, it had nothing to do with her. Jiang Ming naturally noticed this. He sneered in his heart. No rush. Yezhu could still be an onlooker now, but later, he would definitely thoroughly expose her. The top university. The psychology professor directly pierced through her inner thoughts. I'm afraid it's not that you didn't think about it, but that you thought, this is the favor I'm giving you, so you have to endure it, right? Zhou Qiguang's eyes were slightly red with emotion. Yi Chen is such a good kid. Even though he has been misunderstood so much and has even expended so much energy, he has never been defeated. He truly is the genius that caught his eye at first sight. Those firm and bright eyes, he rarely sees them in others anymore. Yi Chen, you really are confused. The psychology professor couldn't help but sigh. Yes, if Yi Chen had put all this affection for the four sisters into himself, how brilliant he would be now. A genius who excels in everything. But he has been dragged down by these four sisters. The teachers nearby also chimed in. Exactly. If it weren't for these four sisters, Yi Chen wouldn't have ended up living in the basement. What does Yi Mei's multi-billion-dollar multinational company amount to? When Yi Chen makes a move, it will definitely exceed trillions. If Yi Chen could be reborn, I wonder if he would regret it. In the recording studio, Zhang Ming watched Yilan cry for a while before continuing in a calm tone. Also, do you think you are happy to have achieved the top spot on the global gaming esports rankings? But what if I told you that this position of yours was also given to you by Yi Chen? He seemed to be speaking to Yilan, but his eyes were actually looking at Yi Ju. Yilan stopped crying immediately and looked at him with widened pupils. What did you just say? Her top ranking, given by Yi Chen? Yi Ju, who had always been an outsider, couldn't bear his gaze and unwillingly spoke up. Enough. You are really going too far. Are you implying that everything we four sisters have is because of Yi Chen? This is simply belittling all four of us. Look at the second sister speaking, and still looking at what she's doing. Zhang Ming gave a cold smile. This one smile spoke more than 1,000 words. Yi Ju's eyes were filled with anger. Don't think I don't know about this. Yes, when Yi Chen disguised himself as a clown, he did take the second sister to the internet cafe and taught her how to play games. But I also saw Yi Chen's gameplay. Don't think I don't understand games. Yi Chen's gameplay can't even be considered that of a professional player. Is that so? And he still dares to say that he gave the position to the second sister. It's simply ridiculous, extremely foolish. Zhang Ming didn't answer his question, but looked at Yilan. And you, what do you think? You have been in contact with him for so long, you should understand his skills the most. After a moment of silence, Yilan recalled Yi Chen's gaming skills. Then she silently stood by Yi Ju's side. I admit, when I first started playing esports, it was Yi Chen who introduced me, and when Yi Chen was 9 years old, he also showed extraordinary gaming skills, but these skills may seem impressive to ordinary players. But if we say he is a professional player, there is still a big gap. After entering the circle of professional players, Yilan deeply understood the thick barrier between professional players and ordinary players. When Yi Chen taught her as a clown, apart from one incomplete operation, he did not show any skills that surpassed those of a professional player. Zhang Ming seemed unsurprised by their response. If he hadn't seen the memories in diary, he would never have thought that Yi Chen, this kid, could still play games. But thinking about it, he is a game planner who has created so many classic and popular games that have driven everyone crazy, so it's not surprising that he can play games. He spoke directly. If you still insist on your answer, then turn to the next page of the diary. But Yilan did not move immediately. Her hands were trembling, and she felt incredibly weak all over. If everything was as Zhang Ming had said, the position she currently held was actually handed over to her by Yi Chen. Then, Yilan subconsciously looked at everyone, only to find all eyes were on her. All the cameras were focused on her as well. Yilan understood very clearly in her heart that behind these cameras were millions of viewers. She couldn't not open this diary. Yilan turned the page. Among the densely packed content, there were two lines that stood out. Parish YYC 199807727. Yilan looked at the word parish, and suddenly her heart jumped wildly, an incredible thought appearing in her mind. Could it be? In the live broadcast room, the gaming fans were equally shocked and speculated in their minds. Could this be Parish's gaming ID and password? Damn! Seriously! Damn it! Parish! Is it real or fake? I don't play games, I'm totally confused. What's with this name? Let me explain to you. Parish, the legendary gaming master of the ages. In just a few months, he successfully topped the global esports rankings. Even though he was later dethroned, he is still the undisputed king, because his record is too amazing. Not a single defeat. I suddenly remembered. Yi Chen was already very good at gaming at the age of 9. He even made money from it. At that time, many people said that if he didn't go astray, he would definitely dominate the esports world. Amidst all the exclamations, the screen moved. Under the guidance of the clown persona that Yi Chen had adopted, Yilan officially entered the world of esports. In order to prove herself, she worked especially hard. In just 2 months, she had already become proficient and could execute very impressive maneuvers. Yilan was particularly excited. Clown, look at this. Am I not amazing at this game? Yi Chen watched from the side, naturally observing her entire performance. His brow furrowed slightly beneath the mask. After watching, he immediately noticed something was off. Some of Lan's maneuvers did look impressive, but they were too elaborate. Yes, it was probably because girls like to pursue aesthetics. So when Yilan executed these maneuvers, she unconsciously pursued the visual appeal. This meant that although these maneuvers looked very stunning and beautiful, if she encountered a professional player, she would just be giving them points. After all, in esports, the most important thing is those split-second reaction maneuvers. Chen bluntly said, "You can refine these maneuvers a bit more." Yilan was originally very happy. After all, she had been practicing diligently, and after seeing Chen, she deliberately showed off to him. Her goal was to receive praise, but the result was just criticism. So after hearing Chen's words, she instantly felt unhappy. She pouted, feeling very dissatisfied, and said, "What's wrong with my maneuvers? When I executed them, all my teammates praised me." While Chen was still thinking about how to respond, Yilan directly put on her headphones. "Forget it. You don't understand. I won't talk to you anymore." "Humph," she huffed, isolating herself from the outside world. Then she started a new game. Chen sighed helplessly. What should he do? He couldn't let his younger sister continue with this mistake. His gaze fell on the computer opposite him, and an idea formed in his mind. Chen walked over to the computer opposite Yilan and sat down. He opened the same game she was playing. He subconsciously tried to log in using the account he used to teach Yilan, but halfway through entering the password, he realized something was wrong and quickly deleted it all. Then he turned and changed to another account. Chen typed in the ID. Then he entered the password. YYC19980727. The input was correct, and the computer logged in. Looking at the long-lost account on the computer screen, Chen felt a little dazed. This account was created when he was over 9 years old to make money by playing games. After a few days, he directly logged into someone else's account for boosting. This account has never been logged in again. Chen suppressed these chaotic thoughts in his mind and quickly found Yilan's game ID. Then, when she was idle, he clicked to invite her to play the game together. Yilan was not as angry as before after finishing a game. She originally wanted to talk to the clown again. But when she turned around, she found that the clown was no longer by her side, but sitting across from her, still playing on the computer. Didn't she just speak to him in a slightly bad tone? He just sat directly across from her. Does she dislike him so much? Yilan angrily picked up a bottle of drink next to her and took a few sips. This drink has been selling well recently. It directly occupied the top sales in the market. There are all kinds of flavors, and Yilan's favorite is the newly released peach flavor. At this moment, Yilan suddenly found someone inviting her to play the game together. If it were usual, she would never agree to the invitation so easily. But now, in her anger, she immediately agreed. The two entered the same team. As a girl, she naturally pays more attention to other people's IDs. Yilan muttered, "This name is really edgy." She glanced at his record. He had only played a few rounds. She immediately typed on the keyboard and said, "I'll carry you this game." When Chen saw this message, he couldn't help but smile and replied, "Okay." When the game officially started, Yilan immediately displayed her flashy operation. It's hard to say whether it was good luck or bad luck, but the opponents they faced in this game were very skilled. Yilan had only recently started to get involved in esports, and even with her talent, it was limited. Coupled with her flashy operation, she didn't notice for a while and was directly suppressed by the opponent. Yilan looked at her death again and was about to go crazy. "Ah, how could this happen? I don't believe it, I always lose." Their current record was far behind. Their matched teammates were all worse than the other. It seemed like they were going to lose. Yilan was extremely anxious, but she had no way to change the situation. She could only silently pray for the end of her revival time. Finally, when she revived, she operated her character again and directly went to kill. However, halfway through, Yilan suddenly found that the person who had teamed up with her, the inconspicuous, had an unbelievable operation. Yilan couldn't help but stare. His operation was incredibly smooth. Without too much flashiness, all his actions and details of his operation pursued the simplest and most direct optimal solution. In the past, when Yilan saw this kind of operation, she would have felt it was too simple and rude. She would have felt extremely disdainful of such rudeness. But the actions of this not only did not make her feel rude, but also made her feel extremely amazed. Chen operated his character and noticed Yilan was in a daze. His hands were so fast that they left after images. In a 1v3 situation, he could still give instructions to Yilan by typing on the keyboard. He gave her a command. After seeing the command, Yilan instinctively followed it. As soon as she finished, another command followed. Yilan quickly followed. She didn't know what had come over her. Normally, she wouldn't listen to others' commands and would operate as she pleased. But now, she was obedient to every word, as if she was following his every command. Later on, Chen's instructions became faster and faster. Yilan, who was urgently trying to keep up with the operating instructions, didn't even notice. In order to keep up with Chen's instructions, she didn't have the mind to bother with those fancy operations. When the game ended, Yilan looked at the big victory above her head and felt like she was floating. Did she really win like this? After all, not long ago, they were the ones being suppressed. When the settlement page appeared, Yilan was stunned to see the opponents score more than double hers. Even if she was slow, Yilan realized that she had encountered a pro player. After it ended, Chen sent a message, "Good job with the operations." Yilan immediately felt happy. But at the same time, she humbly replied, "You're amazing without a pro like you. You're so talented to be able to counterattack in that situation. Pro player, are you? Such amazing operations must be from a pro player." So, pro players' operations are really this amazing? In order to give her a goal to strive for, Chen admitted it. After all, in her previous life, she was indeed approached by an esports club to join their team. Yilan was even more excited after seeing this. She never expected to actually encounter a pro player. My future goal is to become a pro player too. Maybe we can be colleagues in the future. Your operations are really amazing. I believe you can definitely become a pro player in the future. Really? Are my operations really that amazing? Yes, not many can keep up with my instructions. He. But, when I watched your operations before, they were a bit too complicated. It would be better if you could simplify them a bit more. When Yilan suddenly saw this sentence, she felt extremely doubtful and then extremely angry. Why does everyone keep picking on me for this? Could it be that my operations are really that fancy? It's not just the clown who said it. Even this stranger online said so. However, his operations are really amazing. His operations were not the least bit fancy. Suddenly, Yilan felt the urge to imitate him. Pro, can we play another round? Sure. Yilan immediately started another round. This time, Yilan's movements unconsciously began to imitate Yi Chen's. Yi Chen's keyboard tapping speed was extremely fast. It was a speed that even a single person in their 20s couldn't achieve. He looked at the computer with a firm and decisive gaze, tapping one instruction after another. The character he controlled, every action and skill release was incredibly precise. No matter how you looked at it, there was no room for error. I finally understand what those two lines in the notebook mean. It's actually the account and password. While you were still surprised, I quietly logged in. Then I found out that the account had been frozen due to too many logins from different locations. Haha, being frozen due to multiple logins is quite something, isn't it? So Yi Chen is the pro. This is solid evidence. Now I really believe what Zheng Ming said. If Yi Chen wants to be the global #1, Yilan definitely won't be in the picture. Yilan looked at the memory screen on the big screen in disbelief. So, the one who brought me there at that time was you. It wasn't until she became a pro player and reached her current high position that she could understand how practical Yi Chen's words were back then. In esports, every operation is extremely important. Sometimes, just a fraction of a second's mistake can determine the outcome. She was also extremely grateful that she corrected her love for complex operations not long after she started. Otherwise, if you get used to it, it will be very costly to change later. Seeing the situation leaning heavily towards Yi Chen, the anger and panic in Yiju's heart couldn't help but speak out. Even if Yi Chen's performance is indeed impressive, what does that prove? Is playing esports matches such an easy thing? How can you be sure that he will be so amazing when he enters the esports arena? When it comes to the official match, there will be plenty of people who underperform. Her brainwashed fans also echoed loudly. Exactly. Playing a match is different from playing games normally. Just like studying, you may do well in regular exams, but there are also many people who underperform in the real big exams. If Yi Chen is really that capable, why doesn't he compete himself? It must be that he doesn't perform well in real matches. So Yi Chen is still rubbish. Exactly, if he's capable, he should compete with real professional players. Listening to her younger sister's words, Yilan didn't know what to feel. Even though everyone was saying that real matches and practice are two different things, experts can see the difference. Even if Yilan, at her peak, tried to find fault, she couldn't find any flaws in Yi Chen's performance. Even at her peak, she would never have such a powerful performance. The director monitored public opinion in real time. Seeing Yiju's fans badmouthing Yi Chen, he couldn't help but sneer. Ah yes, Yi Chen is rubbish. If Yi Chen is rubbish, then all esports players in the world are rubbish. This verbal attack was fierce. But the strange thing was that despite the fierce attack, neither esports players nor his fans came out to refute it. They all saw Yi Chen's appearance when playing games. They also saw how fast his hand speed was, leaving an afterimage. Under such high-intensity operations, Yi Chen could still pay attention to Yilan's situation and give her instructions. From this point, it is enough to prove that Yi Chen's operational space can still be accelerated. Even without going all out, it's already so terrifying. How can they not be convinced? So not only did they not refute the director's words, they even stood on his side and joined in criticizing Yiju's fans. Ah yes, your master is the most powerful. Using Yi Chen's lyrics and still able to bite back. What do you mean using Yi Chen's lyrics? It's just voluntary on Yi Chen's part. She's just taking advantage of the situation. Yi Chen helped her modify the melody, and she can deny it all. These sarcastic remarks made Yiju's fans extremely upset. The barrage suddenly started arguing about whether Yi Chen could really win the championship if he participated in the competition. At this moment, the screen on the big screen turned again. Yi Chen has been very busy recently. In addition to Yilan's affairs, he also has his own matters to deal with. He wants to promote his new game. He has approached several online retail platforms to insert advertisements for his game. These online retail platforms all have excellent reputations. He has arranged to meet with one of them today. Yi Chen went with his subordinates. Because Yi Chen has never attended major business events alone, and no one knows that he is a top-notch game planner. He is the mastermind behind this emerging company. So when they went to the retail platform company, the enthusiasm of the other party was all directed towards his subordinates. They only treated Yi Chen as a secretary or assistant who came with the boss. The CEO of the other party enthusiastically introduced the advantages of their platform. Yi Chen had a good impression of this platform from the beginning. so after discussing the details, he gestured to his subordinate with his eyes. The subordinate cleverly said, "Then let's sign this contract." The two quickly signed the contract. Chen was ready to leave when suddenly the other party's boss said, "By the way, for game promotion, having professional gamers make a competition video for the game is also a great way to promote it. I happen to have invited a champion professional team from abroad to come and play a match recently. If you let them promote your game, it will definitely have a huge impact." Chen stopped. His subordinate also stopped. Why didn't Mr. Zhao mention this earlier? Mr. Zhao's expression was very innocent. "I invited them to come and play a match, not to come and promote the game for me. Naturally, I didn't think it was necessary to include this in the contract. So if Mr. Money wants them to promote your game, it's better to negotiate with them directly." This was indeed beyond the scope of the contract. Chen didn't think Mr. Zhao was wrong to withhold this information. On the contrary, the reminder he made at the end could be considered a goodwill gesture. He quickly began to calculate in his mind. Where is this team now? Mr. Zhao took them directly to the place where this foreign champion team was training. It's them. This foreign champion team was sitting in front of their computers playing games in groups of 2 or 3. Even when Mr. Zhao came over, they didn't make any move to greet him. There was not even a word of welcome. It was simply taking the word arrogant to the extreme. Their professional manager, on the other hand, knew how to handle things. He greeted Mr. Zhao with a smile. "Mr. Zhao, welcome. What brings you here?" Mr. Zhao briefly explained their purpose. The professional manager immediately sneered inwardly. A little-known new game wanted their champion team to help promote it? It was simply ridiculous. But since they were still in cooperation, it wouldn't be good to refuse directly. The professional manager had his own calculations in mind and smiled, saying, "Of course, this kind of thing is not impossible. However, Mr. Zhao, as you can see, my group of kids are all young and hot-blooded, and often they don't even listen to us. If you want them to help make a game video for promotion, you'll have to ask for their opinion." He went to talk to them and then gave them a look. They immediately understood. The blonde youth cooperated and looked disdainful. "What kind of new junk game promotion video? We won't do it. The games that we promote are top-notch." He was directly belittling Chen's new game. The subordinate was very angry. "None of you have even tried our game, so how do you know that our game is not good?" The blonde youth chewed his gum and rolled his eyes directly. "Who doesn't know? Your Huagua games are just garbage." The other young people next to him also laughed and echoed. "That's right, Huagua's games are garbage. Huagua people can't play games. Making games? Even worse." They laughed arrogantly, showing no sign of restraint, even though they were on someone else's turf and should have shown some respect. After they finished laughing, the professional manager pretended to stop them. "What are you doing? Even if you are young and arrogant, you can't speak like that." He looked at Mr. Zhao and Chen. "I'm really sorry, they are young and hot-blooded. If they said anything wrong, please forgive them." This was clearly a blatant provocation. Chen's face darkened. No one could hear insults to their own country and remain happy, without any anger. Even Mr. Zhao, who had invited them, had a very unpleasant expression at this moment. However, he had to ask for help from others, so he couldn't say anything harsh. Similarly, Chen always dared not speak up when angry. Seeing them becoming more and more pleased with themselves, Chen's voice turned cold as he spoke. "Youthful vigor also requires capital and confidence. I wonder what your confidence is. Did you win the global championship?" The blonde youth blew a bubble, extremely pleased. "We are the champions of this year's global finals." "What? Don't you accept it? If I remember correctly, none of the teams from your Hua country made it to the finals." Chen's tone was very plain. "Not none, just that we don't want to bully the weak." "What do you mean?" "It means nothing, just wanted to say that everyone here, except for me, is trash." This statement from Chen stunned Chen. He had always felt that although Yi was a young man, his character lacked the vitality that young people should have. Instead, he was extremely steady, with an unwavering determination in his demeanor. This was the first time he had heard such provocative words from Yi, but he had to admit, it felt great. Others had already insulted them on their turf, so if they didn't fight back, wouldn't that be cowardly? Chen's verbal attack made all the young men stand up from their gaming chairs. They looked at him with anger on their faces. "Who are you? How dare you speak arrogantly here? Who are you calling trash? I'll give you a chance to rephrase your words." Chen sneered. "I hit the nail on the head, so you're getting angry, aren't you? No need to deny it, to avoid being embarrassed in the end." The blonde youth narrowed his eyes, looking at Chen, who was about the same age as him. "Do you want to challenge us?" "Yes." "Ha ha, are you joking?" After getting the answer, the blonde youth immediately covered his stomach and laughed. "You, challenging us? Stop talking big here. I've never seen you in any competition. I bet you've never even participated in one." A newbie who has never participated in a single competition actually wants to challenge us. The global champions? Ha ha ha, this is simply a huge joke. The other young men also laughed wildly. Their eyes looking at Chen were full of sarcasm. The sentence Chen said just didn't sound reliable at all. Chen did not deny it. "I have indeed never participated in a competition, but does that have anything to do with me defeating you soon?" The blonde youth stopped laughing. "Alright, since you're so confident, let's have a match." He narrowed his eyes, looking at Yi Chen with evil intentions. But just playing a match is not interesting. So let's make a bet. If you lose to us, you will kneel on the ground and kowtow to us 3 times. Call us daddy. And then, the blonde youth put his foot on the chair and crawl through my crotch. The group of young men behind him also looked at Yi Chen with malice. Don't hesitate. Weren't you fierce just now? Agree to it. He's hesitating for so long, he's really a coward. I think he can't do it. Speaking arrogantly here. The silent Yi Chen finally spoke. I was just thinking, if you lose, are you sure you can do these things and not back out? The blonde youth was provoked by Yi Chen's tone. Of course we can. His teammates said, we will not go back on our word. Our captain will never lose, so get ready to call our captain daddy and crawl through his crotch. Yi Chen moved his fingers. Let's do it then. One-on-one, game showdown. Xian never expected that Yi Chen would suddenly agree. It was almost too late for him to stop. Yi, don't worry, I will win. Yi Chen stopped him from speaking. I will let them know that not only can the people of Hua play games, but we can also beat them until they call us daddy. The two quickly logged into their accounts. The blonde youth's eyes held malice. When you lose later, don't cry too loudly. And don't run away. Yi Chen countered without hesitation. This line is for you. Soon, the two had entered the game hall and started the one-on-one mode. Zhao Zong couldn't understand the game. He looked at Xianzong with great concern. Xianzong, can this assistant of yours handle it? Why is this young man so impulsive? This will be out of control. Xianzong quickly said, Zhao Zong, don't speak nonsense, he's not my assistant. Zhao Zong didn't care. Whether he was an assistant was no longer important. What was important was whether he could win this game. The audience in the live broadcast room was also very nervous. Damn, I know this blonde youth. He's out, the 3-time champion of the personal rankings. Yi Chen is crazy, how dare he provoke him? Woo woo, Out is so handsome, I never thought I would see him here. Hug and kiss the male god. Can't you control your infatuation a bit? Out just degraded our country to this extent, and you can still be infatuated. Don't you know there are no idols in front of the country? Can Yi Chen win? Damn it! Although I badmouthed Yi Chen before, I really hope he can win at this moment. Yi Chen is definitely going to lose. Out is a world-class champion. How can he beat him? Do you want to see Yi Chen kneel and kowtow? I'm inexplicably excited. You're a fan of Yi Chen, right? You can tell from your words that you're brainless. Damn it! Wait, can you guys stop arguing? What just happened? How did Aud's hero suddenly get killed? What happened? I've been staring at the screen, but how did Aud lose? On the big screen, Yi Chen's hero was still at full health. A dazzling win had already appeared on the screen. In other words, Yi Chen had won. Yi Chen looked expressionless at the blonde youth. You lost. The blonde youth looked at the computer in confusion, then looked down at his own hands and keyboard. Impossible, impossible. How could I lose? This feeling came very quickly. Just as he had hardened, he was not prepared, and it all collapsed suddenly. Even until the result came out, the blonde youth still couldn't accept it. Not only him, but even his teammates couldn't understand this result. How could the captain lose? It's impossible. There must be a problem with this computer. Yes, that's right, the captain can't possibly lose. There must be a problem with this computer. Yi Chen's eyes swept over them lightly. There was no sharpness in his eyes, just a very plain glance, but it made them feel as if they were facing a great enemy. They were heavily oppressed, and even breathing was extremely difficult. Yi Chen looked at the blonde youth. You don't want to admit defeat? The blonde youth came to his senses, his eyes filled with anger. I didn't lose. You tampered with this computer. Yi Chen said, it's impressive that you can find such an excuse for your lack of skill. Since you think it's a computer problem, let's switch positions and start a new game. Today, I must beat you until you're in a state of autism. The blonde youth, who had no idea of Yi Chen's sinister intentions, exchanged positions with him at this moment. The game restarted. This time, both the blonde youth and his teammates were fully focused. Their eyes were fixed on their battle. Then, the blonde youth lost again. He frantically denied it. Impossible. There must be a problem with this keyboard. After changing to a new keyboard and losing again, he said, impossible. There must be a problem with this mouse. After changing to a new mouse and starting a new game, I lost again. It's absolutely impossible. It must be a problem with the computer host. After changing to a new computer host and starting a new game, I lost again. How is this possible? It must be. Is it a problem with the computer speakers? Or is it the chair? Or maybe the computer screen? Yi Chen looked coldly at the blonde youth. He listed all the excuses he hadn't had a chance to say. There are so many problems. If you don't want to admit that you lost, just say it. There's no need to find so many excuses. The blonde youth looked in horror at his hands. I lost? How is that possible? Since he had won the solo championship for 3 consecutive years, he had never tasted failure again. But today, in a foreign land, he lost to an unknown figure. This person had never even competed before. The blonde youth looked at Yi Chen in utter shock. If this person were to participate in an esports competition, would there still be a first place for him? Yi Chen didn't care what he was thinking. He stood up, his eyes like a fierce wolf, staring at him. You lost. According to the bet, now you should kneel down. The blonde youth's pupils shook violently. Then his face turned pale. He was already beginning to regret deeply. Why did he make such a big bet earlier? How could a professional manager make him kneel? He immediately stepped forward. This is all just a joke. Why take it seriously? Everyone was just impulsive for a moment, speaking out of turn. This kind of bet doesn't count. Chen, so, you don't want to fulfill the bet. It's okay, you don't have to fulfill it. Before the professional manager could laugh, he heard Chen's next words. I've recorded all the proceedings just now. He shook the phone that had been in his hand since the match. I think many people would be interested in this video. The faces of the group turned pale, especially the blonde youth. He knew very clearly in his heart that if this video were to spread, his future would definitely be ruined. The humiliation almost made him grind his teeth. But the evidence was in Chen's hands. He had no choice but to comply. Snap! The blonde youth knelt on the ground. A few words burst out from between his teeth. Dad. He was about to continue begging, but Zhao, the team leader, desperately signaled with his eyes. This couldn't be allowed. This team was invited by him. They couldn't just defend people directly. Zhao had to step forward and whisper the serious consequences in Chen's ear. Chen didn't have a habit of letting people beg him. I'll let you off this time. Now, get out of Hua country. Hua country doesn't welcome you. Damn, I don't know why, but I feel so good watching this. I've been having high blood pressure all along, and now suddenly I feel low blood pressure. I feel a bit dizzy. This man has crushed an era. I suddenly remembered a report I saw. It said that Out has never won a championship because he has been repeatedly crushed and defeated. I always thought it was a small news, didn't believe it. But it turns out it's true. Is that it? Did this cure my years of high blood pressure, and now you're going to feed me crap again later? Director, can you make it any shorter? The barrage in the live broadcast room vented the audience's emotions. At the same time, Yilan knew she was sitting under the scorching spotlight, but she only felt her body was cold. Chen had defeated Out. Who was Out? He was the national #1 who had won the solo championship for 3 consecutive years. But he lost to Chen. What did this mean? It meant that what she had said earlier about Chen's skills being poor was just nonsense. Chen's skills are not lacking at all, it's just that she has never shown them in front of her. And when she really encounters a match, those brain-dead fans who have been bad-mouthing Chen will surely shut their mouths. Even the global champions have been crushed by her. Saying more would just be embarrassing. Yiju looked at the dead silence in the atmosphere, as if everyone felt sorry for Chen. She couldn't help but sneer. Can we be blamed for this? Chen didn't show her skills herself. If we misunderstood her, it's her own fault. Zhang Ming had heard her brain-dead remarks many times and had gotten used to it. At this moment, hearing it again, she could only think, here we go again. Ah, yes, you're right. Why didn't Chen show her skills? I think the memory just now made it very clear. But a person pretending to be asleep can never be awakened. He had already started to slack off. When Yilan heard this, she bit her lip in shame and lowered her head. What else could it be? At that time, she didn't even want to believe the clown, so how could she believe Chen? According to her mindset at the time, she probably would have seen the scene and thought that Chen had just randomly hit the keyboard and coincidentally won. It was absolutely impossible for her to continue standing there and watching. But Yimei's focus was on the other side. What about later? Didn't Chen let them do publicity? Zheng Ming knew immediately the deeper meaning behind her question. She answered directly, what we experienced already told you the answer, didn't it? Hospital. Chen seemed to be pulled back into the memory of that day. Those people insulted his country so much. How could he let them promote his game? Naturally, there was no follow-up to this matter. In the end, he only reached an agreement with Zhao Zong to promote it on his platform. The reason why Demei asked this question was to find out why he had appeared in the business world before, but no one recognized him. He had never revealed his true identity and rarely participated in such commercial activities. No company's CEO would pay attention to a small figure from the other company. Plus, Chen looked down at his hands. These hands were extremely thin, and he had grown white hair, and he had become completely emaciated. Except for those who were very familiar with him, there were hardly any people who could recognize him. This person who looked like he was on his deathbed, a decaying old man, was once a person full of spirit and should have received the attention of the whole world. Cough, cough, cough. Chen couldn't stop coughing. Just then, the door of the ward opened. A nurse walked in and, seeing him like this, hurried over to pat his back. Sir, take a deep breath, exhale slowly. Come on, learn from me. Feeling better? Chen took a few deep breaths, not feeling much better. But in order not to worry the nurse, he still smiled and spoke. Thank you, nurse. I feel much better. Nurse, you're welcome. She replaced the empty bag for Chen. Seeing that he was still watching the live broadcast, her curiosity finally got the better of her. Mr. Yi, can I ask you a question? If you don't want to answer, then I won't ask. Chen felt a constant tightness in his chest, as if a stone was blocking it, and he desperately tried to pull himself together. I'm almost dead. What question can't be asked? Nurse, don't talk nonsense. The level of treatment in our hospital is still very high. Actually, the question I want to ask isn't a big deal. I just want to ask, are you the person the 4 sisters have been looking for? The medical staff who were working really didn't have time to watch the live broadcast, but the ones who had just started their shift had seen it. During their idle chat after finishing work, The nurses have been speculating whether the person in the ward, Chen, is the same person that the four sisters in the show despise. They are so conflicted because the current Chen is completely different from the one in their memories. No one who sees him now would think he is a young man. Chen didn't expect the nurse to suddenly ask this question. He hadn't thought about how to answer when he felt the weight on his chest getting heavier. It became so heavy that he couldn't breathe. Then, his stomach suddenly convulsed violently. His face turned pale, and it became increasingly difficult for him to breathe. He couldn't maintain his composure on the surface. At the same time, the various instruments connected to him started to sound alarms. Beep, beep, beep. The nurse was startled and quickly pressed the emergency button. Mr. Yi, are you okay? Breathe deeply. Open up your lungs. But at that moment, Chen felt his consciousness gradually becoming blurred. He couldn't hear what the nurse was saying anymore. He felt his eyelids getting heavier, and finally, they closed involuntarily. His blood oxygen saturation suddenly dropped from over 90 to over 60. The nurse, seeing this, became tense. Chen, wake up. Oh no. Chen. A series of medical staff had already rushed over with the emergency cart. What's going on? Why did his vital signs suddenly drop? I don't know. I just talked to him. The nurse was in a panic. Did her words just now have some stimulating factor? If she had known it would stimulate Chen, she wouldn't have asked. The nurse, whoa, I just wanted to say, if he is Chen, I really admire him for doing so much for his four sisters. As she finished speaking, Chen's declining vital signs seemed to ease a bit. The head nurse looked at the blood oxygen saturation and heart rate monitor with surprise. Your words just now seem to have an effect. Say more. Try to make the patient have the will to survive. The nurse was in a panic. Huh? What did I just say? Is Chen okay? Regardless, she had to try everything. The nurse expressed all her thoughts. Chen, you are actually amazing. You are great. You are not the despicable person described by the four sisters. You are not worthless, scum. You are a hero, a genius. You should shine brightly. So hold on until the four sisters regret everything they have done and said. Beep, beep, beep. It seemed to have worked. The nurse said more. Yes, Chen, don't you want to continue to see your sisters? You have to hold on. Don't give up like this. Chen, you must hold on. Suddenly, Yi-mei felt a palpitation in her heart. She didn't know why, but at that moment, she inexplicably felt like she was about to lose something. What's going on? Why am I so anxious? What happened? Zheng Ming did not have the same mysterious intuition as Yi-mei. He didn't know that Chen was undergoing another round of emergency rescue. However, he also felt a sense of urgency. Also, if I remember correctly, earlier, Yi-ju, you questioned whether Chen could do voice dubbing, right? Even though so many memory scenes have been broadcast, it has already been proven that Chen can change his voice, so he can play different roles and prevent you from guessing his identity. But when that Up Master's video was played, you still didn't want to believe it. Right. This had just happened not long ago. When Chen dubbed for Xinghua, a passing Up Master recorded it. But because of the wall between them, Yejue bit into it and refused to admit it. That's Chen. Yejue certainly wouldn't lose her memory. In fact, she had already developed fear in her heart, worried that new memories would come out later, and she would be slapped in the face. But now, the progress of things has already reached this point. How could she retreat? Yejue could only stubbornly answer, so what? There's more than just Chen in this world who can do voice acting. Who says it's impossible for there to be similar voice lines? Zheng Ming sneered, very well. Then, Yilan, continue to turn to the next page of the diary. Yilan reached out with her hands soaked in cold sweat and slowly turned to the next page. The things recorded inside were Chen's worries about Yilan's future career. Esports is a young industry and cannot be long-lasting. The second sister cannot always play esports. The second sister is also very talented in voice acting. Perhaps this can be another career for her. The first script in the third sister's life is very important. I have to carefully choose. Chen sat in his office, with dozens of voice acting scripts in front of him. He looked through them one by one. After reading through more than 10 of these books, he still hadn't found one that was slightly better. These voice acting scripts did not have very outstanding roles. Voice actors act with their voices. So, if the characters in the script itself are well developed, the emotional depth of the voice acting will be richer. But in these scripts, not one character fit what Chen had in mind. Lei Xiao brought him a cup of coffee. Mr. Yi, have you not chosen a script yet? They had been working together for so many years. He already knew that Chen was extremely picky in this regard. Chen took a sip of bitter coffee, diluting the hunger in his stomach. Then he slowly spoke. These scripts are too homogenized. For example, this fantasy one, the demons are just demons, the immortals must have an immortal appearance, everything is too regulated. It makes sense. But what he wanted was not something that made sense. Lei Xiao looked at his distress and couldn't help but speak quietly. Mr. Yi, so, are you planning to write the script yourself again? Chen finished his coffee in one gulp, feeling much better in his stomach. Then he responded, yes. That first voice acting script for his second sister was too important, so he couldn't treat it casually. Since none of the scripts in front of him met his expectations, he might as well write one himself, just like his third sister. Lei Xiao saw Yi Chen starting to contemplate and knew it was not appropriate to continue disturbing him. He quietly left and closed the door. Yi Chen always acted quickly. In just a while, he already had a rough outline in his mind. Inspiration kept bursting forth. Yi Chen opened his computer, suppressed the bursting inspiration, and thought for a long time on the blank document. What should the protagonist of this story be called? Finally, he thought of it. Yi Chen's eyes were firm as he heavily typed 2 words on the keyboard. Xingjue. Bearing heavy criminal charges, yet still living like a young man, as bright and hot as the sun. A light smile appeared in Yi Chen's eyes. This is your name. I feel like I'm going to be stunned. Xingjue? Xingjue. Damn. This is simply a shocking revelation. Xingjue, this character, and this script, were actually written by Yi Chen. Help. One damn rules the world. I'm going to be stunned. How did I never think that Xingjue was actually written by Yi Chen? For those who have forgotten about Xingjue, let me give you some information. Xingjue's life has been miserable. He was supposed to be a spirited young man, but because he was feared by the emperor, his entire family was executed. What's even more ridiculous is that everyone in the world knows that he was wronged. Family. I'm getting goosebumps. Isn't this Yi Chen? Yes, Xingjue's life, there is quite a shadow of Yi Chen. Yi Chen quickly finished writing this story. He found the best dubbing studio in the country and handed the script to them. They immediately liked it. Great. This story is amazing. How did the writer, 12, come up with it? This story is absolutely brilliant. Even if it's adapted into a film or TV series, it will be more than enough. I can guarantee that if Xingjue's dubbing is brilliant enough, this radio drama will definitely become popular. Yi Chen stood by, not showing any pride in the praise. It was Lei Xiao who was very satisfied with the praise, as if he had written the script himself, especially pleased. Of course, my boss wrote the script, so there's nothing wrong with it. Lu Zhuo repeatedly looked at it, his eyes filled with undisguised joy. He noticed the name of the writer. By the way, is there any connection between this writer naming himself 20 and the screenwriter 12 who specializes in writing film and TV scripts? Lei Xiao immediately shook his head. How could there be any connection? It's just a coincidence that everyone named themselves with numbers. Haven't you heard of the screenwriters named October and February? They have nothing to do with each other either. Lu Zhuo nodded. That's true. Don't worry, I will definitely find the best dubbing actors for this script and bring it to life. Lei Xiao was waiting for him to say this. Of course, I believe that your studio has the best top dubbing actors in the country. However, my boss said that for the most important role of Xingjue, he will find someone himself. Yi Chen wrote this script for Yi Lan. If the person playing this lead role is not Yi Lan, then what is the point of writing this script? Lu Zhuo understood this clearly. This is clearly capital. Forcing someone in. Forcing praise. This script is so good, Lu Zhuo really doesn't want to see it become a bad script because of capital issues. Seeing his worried look, Yi Chen knew what he was worried about. He signaled to Lei Xiao with his eyes. Lei Xiao immediately understood and said, Mr. Lu, please rest assured. We are all worried that he won't do a good job with this script. Rest assured, we will definitely not force anyone in. The choice of person will definitely be very suitable. Lu Zhuo's heart was almost in a knot. On the one hand, he really wanted this script, but on the other hand, it was indeed a capital issue. If this script is ruined by capital, it would be better not to have it. Lu Zhuo gritted his teeth in his heart and made a decision. I think this script is not as good as. Yi Chen interrupted him. I can assure you that if the person we find does not meet your expectations, you can replace her. Is that okay? Lu Zhuo swallowed all the words he wanted to say. Can your words be trusted? If that's the case, then it's fine. Lei Xiao, of course it can be trusted. This time, Lu Zhuo readily agreed. Good. Let's agree on that. If the person you find does not meet our expectations, we can reject her. After discussing, the two left. When they got to the door, Lei Xiao couldn't help but ask, Mr. Yi, didn't we agree that we must make him agree? How did it suddenly change? Yi Chen, what are you worried about? Worried that Lan won't be able to meet their requirements, and then be kicked out? Lei Xiao didn't dare to answer like that. Of course not. Yi Chen's eyes were full of confidence. I dare to promise him that I know for sure that Lan is absolutely capable. He will help Yi Lan find the feeling for this role. After reading the memory, Yi Lan fell into a long silence. Originally, Yi Chen had never given up on her. He really thought through every step for her. Even this dubbing script was written by him. Yi Chen, what can our sisters do to repay you for all this? Yi Ju maintained her self-proclaimed rationality and truth. What can this memory explain? It can only explain that Yi Chen wrote the script, but it doesn't say he will do the dubbing. Zhang Ming almost rolled his eyes at the camera. Just keep watching, and you'll know. After receiving and reading the script for Xingjue, Yi Lan didn't know how to describe her current feelings, nervous, anxious, and slightly excited. This script is really great. She really likes Xingjue. But the main issue is that this is a male role. How can she dub it? Yi Lan felt very nervous until the later part, when the clown, Yi Chen, comforted her, and she finally found some confidence. Relying on the spirited emotions of winning the championship, Yi Lan successfully took on this role. This was her first point of overcoming difficulties, but after that, Yi Lan fell into a new dilemma. When Xingjue is spirited, I can indeed embody the emotions and feelings of when I won the championship, but when I know that the emperor is going to execute him and his family, how should I dub that? She tried many ways of dubbing, but none of them were satisfactory. Even Lu Zhuo suggested she take a break and find her feelings before dubbing. Distressed, Yilan went to the clown for help. Clown, what should I do? I've really been trying hard to find my feelings, but I really don't know how to express them. Every time I dub, I always feel like something is missing. But the problem is, I don't know what that missing thing is. Chen understood her. Although the second sister had been extremely rebellious due to her youth and had experienced the death of her parents, these two feelings were not as tragic as the unjust execution in the script. Can I listen to your dubbing? After hearing this, Yilan's face turned red. If it was for work, she wouldn't feel embarrassed. But saying it in front of the clown, Yilan nervously played with her clothes. Do you really have to listen? So embarrassing. Chen, if you don't tell me, I won't know what feeling you're missing. Yilan. She felt defeated by his straightforward words. She couldn't blush anymore. She cleared her throat. Okay, then you better listen carefully. Help me figure out what I'm doing wrong. She had been reciting these lines from the script for the past few days and had already memorized them. She quickly finished saying the lines. How was it? Did you figure out what feeling I'm missing? Chen, the sorrow of losing family and the hidden injustice. She hadn't portrayed these two feelings. Yilan was very distressed, but I've already tried my best. Director Lu showed me a lot of dubbing materials from seniors, but I still don't feel anything. When she listened to the seniors' dubbing, she could indeed feel their power and emotional outbursts. But when it came to her, she couldn't express it no matter what. Yilan was starting to regret it. Why did she take on this role in the first place? At the same time, she was also complaining. Was it really necessary to be perfect? How could the audience even notice such a subtle difference? Yilan didn't want to talk about this anymore. Okay, clown. Let's put work aside for now. Let's play a game. I'll take you flying. She pulled Chen to start playing the game. She didn't want to continue worrying or take this matter seriously at all. Chen's mind was not on the game. If you want her to understand the deep meaning in this plot, you must make her feel something. Chen quickly thought of a method. After finishing the game with Yilan, Chen began to implement his plan. Instead of going back, he found a place with no one around, took out his phone, and started recording. If I can't find that feeling, then I'll help her find it. Chen originally only wanted to dub a few lines for Yilan's card, but when he really started dubbing, he couldn't help but want to dub many lines that he liked. Chen quickly came up with an idea. Why not start dubbing from the beginning, when Xingzhuo was a spirited young man? The script was written by Chen himself, so he remembered every line, every scene, and every character's reaction and dialogue. He began to recite the lines silently. Today the flowers are blooming beautifully. It's suitable for drinking and meeting friends. Go find a Shang. When these two lines of dubbing came out, along with the location where Chen was, the audience watching the live broadcast immediately remembered. Wait a minute. Isn't this the place where that little up-and-coming host recorded before? Yes, I remember. Although there's a wall in between, the environment is right, it's here. So the up-and-coming host at that time was dubbing here? Damn. So the foreshadowing was here. Sure enough, what continued to play next was what they had heard in that little A-pose audio before. A Shang, I've come to your place to ask for a drink. Why do you look so down? If you've encountered any difficulties, tell me. If I can help, I will definitely help. What? Those thieves dare to be so brazen. A Shang, rest assured, I will go find their lair and kill all those thieves. Every line of dialogue was recorded by that apa. Chen's expression gradually changed from the initial brightness and youthful pride to anxiety, intense grief, and finally a calm understanding of everything in the world. Finally, Chen recited that line of poetry. His whole demeanor seemed to treat the past as a big dream. He didn't actually drink, but he seemed to be drunk. He looked at the sky, his pupils unfocused. The setting sun had completely disappeared below the horizon. The last ray of light that had been shining on Chen was also completely swallowed by the darkness. He was enveloped in darkness, and his expression could no longer be seen. The memory scene stopped. Yejue has been slapped in the face, right? He kept saying he couldn't see anyone and refused to admit that others were Chen. Now this memory segment has been played, and it's Chen's own dubbing. When I first listened to the audio, I was already very shocked. Now seeing Chen perform it completely, I'm even more excited. Chen's expression was really well done. After watching Chen dub this segment, I really want to ask, can Chen act? He's really good at this. Chen is really Xingzhuo, right? Wasn't he misunderstood by everyone in the world before this? My focus is different from yours. Didn't Chen say he recorded it for Yilan to listen to? I think he recorded it with his own voice. After Yilan listened to it, didn't she have any doubts? Of course, not all the audience stood on Chen's side. Occasionally, there were a few brain-dead fans who insisted on jumping out. It must be because Chen knew his dubbing wasn't good. That's why he didn't have the guts to release it. Yilan saw the remarks of these brain-dead fans and the previous questioning remarks. She couldn't help but think the same thing in her heart. Yeah, the dubbing in this paragraph was done by Chen using his real voice, but she has never heard this dubbing before. What on earth is going on? She thought in her heart, but actually said it out loud. The host, who had been silenced by the director and had no chance to speak, finally seemed to have found a signal to fight back. She immediately straightened up and grabbed the microphone to passionately declare, "What Goddess Lan said is right." This segment by Yi Chen was recorded with his own voice, but Goddess Lan has never heard it. What does that mean? It means he has never resolved the goddess's issue. Yi Ju admired the host and also began to speak. "I also think the host is right. Now I have reason to suspect. This is simply a complete deception from start to finish. This YouTuber and Yi Chen, they had already planned it out. Everything they did was to suppress my second sister. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? Yi Mei really couldn't bear it anymore. Is everything Yi Chen does wrong in your eyes? Everything is premeditated. Just to belittle all four of us sisters." Yi Ju's face and eyes turned red with anger, "Isn't it? I really don't understand. Why do all of you have to defend him?" Clearly, before this, the four sisters were all on the same side. But just after participating in this program and watching the memories, it was no longer the case. All three of them collapsed onto Yi Chen's side. Only she silently held her ground. The esteemed university. The psychology professor couldn't help but sneer, leaving everything else aside. This Yi Ju must be a troublemaker, right? She criticizes everything, good or bad. Zhou Qiguang had a cold expression and used a four-character idiom to express his opinion: narrow-minded, arrogant, unworthy. The physical education teacher was blunt, useless. I guess Yi Chen must have noticed and used his real voice for the dubbing, so he re-recorded it later. The psychology professor directly switched to prophet mode. Zhou Qiguang nodded vigorously in agreement. "That's right. From what I know of Yi Chen's personality, he is indeed the kind of person who would do such a thing. He didn't want to expose himself in the first place, so when he realized there was a problem with his dubbing later on, he definitely would have changed his voice." The big screen started to rotate again. The sky had already turned completely dark, and the nearby streetlights automatically turned on, emitting a dim light. Yi Chen stood in a dark corner, his shadow stretched by the light. He looked at the recording he had made, his expression somewhat dazed. "Oops, I forgot to switch the voice." Just now, because he was too excited, he unconsciously used his real voice for the dubbing. It wasn't until after the dubbing was finished that he realized, if I were to send this directly, wouldn't it just expose my identity? He had been hiding his identity so painstakingly for so long, naturally he couldn't expose himself over such a small matter. So Yi Chen had to re-record the lines with a different voice. When Yi Chen was recording for the second time, he didn't notice that just a wall away, a small YouTuber who had secretly recorded his dubbing had just left. After finishing the second recording, Yi Chen repeatedly confirmed that there were no problems before preparing to send the recording to Yi Lan under the guise of the Joker. But just as he was about to send it, he stopped. He had recited the lines too accurately, but the Joker shouldn't know about this. In the end, Yi Chen thought it over and deleted the recording file, then re-recorded it. This time, there was no mention of Xingzhuo in the lines at all. But the heartbreaking despair and the injustice misunderstood by the whole world were still vividly portrayed. It was the despair and numbness of being trapped in darkness, unable to see any glimmer of light. Just listening to his final roar was enough to bring tears to one's eyes. After Yi Chen finished recording, his emotions remained unsettled for a long time. After finally managing to contain all his emotions and ensuring that there were no issues, he finally sent out the recording. Yi Lan, who was feeling troubled in her room, received the recording at that moment. She had gone to listen to the recordings of her seniors, but still couldn't find the right match. Just then, she received a recording from Xiao Chou. "What's this?" "This is a recording I found. The emotions and lines in it seem to match the character you're about to play. Maybe you can listen to it and get a feel for it." Yi Lan couldn't help but smile. "Humph. Finally, you're being a little nicer to me. But I've listened to so many recordings of my seniors and still haven't found the right feeling." Deep down, she didn't really have much hope, but since it was sent by Xiao Chou, she naturally had to open it. With an indifferent attitude, Yi Lan opened the recording. However, when she heard the first line, she was suddenly stunned. The power and emotions in the lines were simply amazing. At that moment, Yi Lan couldn't even think about anything else. She was completely immersed in the story of the character she was supposed to play. It was only a little over a minute long, but it felt like she had heard a hero entering a desperate end-of-days scenario. She didn't know when tears had started streaming down her face. Woo-woo, she felt a surging and overwhelming sense of emptiness deep inside. It was as if she wanted to say something, but when she really wanted to speak, she found it to be a hollow emptiness, like a boiling bubble. At that moment, she finally understood Xingzhuo's feelings at the time. "I know how to record now. Thank you, Xiao Chou." Yi Lan hurriedly replied with this sentence, then immediately opened her computer and recording equipment. Riding on the current feeling, she began recording. She recorded everything in one go. When she finished the last line, the boiling feeling inside Yi Lan disappeared, leaving only emptiness. She knew clearly that the recording she had just made was definitely her best state. Even if she were to record it again now, she wouldn't be able to capture the same feeling. So, without checking, Yi Lan sent the file directly to Luzhua. She had also wanted to send it to Xiao Chou, but there was a confidentiality agreement. Yi Lan could only mention it. "Xiao Chou, I found the feeling just now and finished recording it. Then I sent it to Director Liu. I don't know if it meets his expectations, but I feel that this is the best I've done. If it still doesn't pass, I'm afraid I won't be able to in the future." Yi Chen quickly replied, "Believe in yourself, you will definitely make it." At this moment, Yi Lan finally remembered. Xiao Chou, which senior recorded the voice you sent me just now? Which radio drama is it? It's just too amazing. Are you talking about this? I stumbled upon it on the internet before and found it amazing, so I saved it. But now I can't find it anymore. After listening, Yilan felt very regretful. The person who could deliver such powerful lines must be amazing, but she wouldn't be able to meet them. Just then, Yilan received a direct call from Luzhua. Lan, oh my god, your performance is simply amazing. Do you know? After listening to it, I felt goosebumps all over my body. Yilan felt happy and proud, but still humbly said, but I recorded it at home with very basic recording equipment. Is that okay? Luzhua's voice was still very excited. No problem. The rich emotions in this line are enough to cover up the flaws in the dubbing background and the sound effects. Exactly. It's right for you to rest. Then it's settled. We can continue dubbing the next section tomorrow. Yilan readily agreed. Yilan finally understood why she hadn't heard Yi Chen's dubbing. It turned out that Yi Chen had redubbed 2 versions. The one he sent to her was the last version that had nothing to do with Xinghua. Zhang Ming looked at Yi Ju, with undisguised sarcasm in his tone. Finished reading? Do you have anything else to say? Yi Ju's face looked extremely ugly. She felt that everything she had said earlier was like slapping herself in the face. But now, in front of so many people and so many cameras pointing at her, it was absolutely impossible for her to retreat and admit that she had misunderstood Yi Chen. Yi Ju had a thought in her mind. This script was originally written by Yi Chen himself. It's normal for him to dub his own script, isn't it? He's just bringing himself into it. It's more about telling his own story than dubbing. The more Yi Ju thought about it, the more she felt that her idea was not wrong. She even had a malicious thought. Was the reason why Yi Chen wrote this script in the first place to use it as a mouthpiece to tell everyone how pitiful he was? How unfairly he was treated by everyone. A person with malicious intentions always has ulterior motives no matter what they do. Yi Ju was obviously like that. Yilan felt very uncomfortable hearing this. 4th sister. That's enough. Admitting that Yi Chen is really better than us is not embarrassing at all. Besides, Yi Chen has put in so much effort for us 4 sisters, we can't ignore that. Yi Lan's eyes were slightly red. After reading all these complete memories, they understood more and more about what Yi Chen had done for them 4 sisters. He stayed up for several nights writing the script. From her memories, he hardly ate anything and just kept drinking coffee to stay awake. Now Yilan had to doubt whether Yi Chen's worsening stomach condition was related to this. So what Zhang Ming said was right. It was them, the 4 sisters, who had dragged Yi Chen down. Yi Chen, you have been so sincere to us. How can I repay you? Yi Ju closed her mouth and didn't continue speaking, because she knew that no matter what she said now, it would be useless. The 3 sisters had all sided with Yi Chen. There was no point in saying more. It was a waste of words. Finally, it was Yi Ju who broke the silence. She had a sad and gentle smile on her face. If I'm not mistaken, the next thing in this diary should be for me to read. Among the 4 sisters, Zhang Ming had a relatively good impression of Yi Ju. Not to mention her pitiful appearance, she was also the most sensitive and the first to admit her mistake. Zhang Ming, it's indeed your turn. Yi Ju reached out and took the diary from Yilan. It was unknown how long this diary had been through, or how many times its owner had flipped through it, causing the edges of the pages to wear out, fade, and even show visible impurities in the pulp. Yi Ju touched the cover, feeling a sourness in her heart. How strong must Yi Chen have been back then to make so many plans for them 4 sisters despite their belittling of him? Zhang Ming, everything you want to know is in here, including why Yi Chen only signed a 10-year contract with you. Lei Xiao was still on stage at this time. Upon hearing this, his memory was also pulled back to the past. At that time, he had also asked Yi Chen about this question. If he wanted to protect the 3rd sister, why did he only sign a 10-year contract with her instead of 20 or 30 years? How did Yi Chen respond at that time? Yi Ju opened the diary. Hiding behind various masks, pretending to be someone else, maybe that's the way to open up the heart. Sure enough, Sanmei is indeed more lively than before, no longer withdrawn. Sanmei seems to like this feeling, perhaps acting, being an actress, is a good choice for Sanmei. After a few short sentences, there is a long string of detailed plans and schemes behind. After confirming that Yeju is indeed fond of performing and interested in it, Yechen began to prepare a path for her. The entertainment industry is a bloodless battlefield of fame and fortune. With Yeju's temperament, if she rashly rushes in, she will definitely face suppression from all sides. Yechen does not want his sister to suffer such injustice, so he must build a fortress, even if Yeju is unwilling in her heart. When drafting the contract, Lei Xiao was also present. Seeing that the contract was drafted for 10 years, Lei Xiao was very puzzled, and he did not keep it to himself, but asked directly, Mr. Yi, why only sign for 10 years? If it were 20 years, wouldn't it protect Miss San for a longer time? Yechen smiled, because it's not necessary to be that long. 10 years is already enough. The light in his eyes was bright and firm. Just looking at him would give people an inexplicable courage and confidence. Don't worry about anything else. Just look at him. Follow him. You can break through all the confusion, cut through all the thorns, and reach the final destination. Yechen, only 10 years, Sanmei can definitely stand on her own. By then, it will be time to terminate the contract. Lei Xiao's pupils suddenly dilated. Terminate the contract? Why would you terminate the contract? Mr. Yi, you are so good to her. There is no reason for Zhu to terminate the contract. The conditions in this contract do seem very harsh, but each one is for Yezhu's future. From Lei Xiao's perspective, Yezhu is unlikely to terminate the contract. Ye Chen had already anticipated everything long ago. These are not important. He lowered his head, a smile with an indistinguishable meaning appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's just that I forced her to sign the contract in the first place, and Sanmei will definitely terminate it in the future. They would not want to have any relationship with him. Anything related to him, they would want to discard as soon as possible. He had known this for a long time. This contract would also end up this way. So he had already made up his mind. Only sign for 10 years. Within 10 years, he would definitely lift Yezhu to the highest point. By then, she would surely have a firm place in this circle and more confidence to terminate the contract. Lei Xiao standing beside him didn't know what to say. Mr. Yi. Lei Xiao, a tough man, couldn't help but redden his eyes and wanted to cry at this moment. He had never seen a man who could go to such lengths for his sister. Especially later, when he learned about Ye Chen's entire plan, he realized even more what Ye Chen had lost. He spent 10 years and countless resources to lift Yezhu to become a leading actress. But when she became successful and could repay countless resources, Ye Chen allowed her to terminate the contract. What did this mean? It meant that he had long planned and prepared for the 10 years to be an investment without any return. No one dislikes money. No one is so selfless. But Ye Chen did it. All of this stems from his love for his 4 sisters. Mr. Yi. Lei Xiao took a deep breath and promised heavily, I promise, as long as I have breath, I will never let you down. I will definitely cooperate with you to lift her to become a leading star. Ye Chen smiled, patted his shoulder, have a long-term vision. Being a top-tier celebrity is not enough. If you're going to do it, you have to be the best. His eyes revealed a strong ambition, an international superstar. She was Yi Chen's sister, and if she was going to do it, she had to be the best. And he was very confident. Yi Zhu can definitely succeed. Yi Chen looked out the window and spoke with unwavering determination. My little sister will definitely make it. The truth is revealed. Yi Chen had known for a long time that Yi Zhu would terminate the contract. I admit that my previous voice was a bit loud. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that Yi Chen was just trying to hold back Yi Zhu. In that case, I really think Yi Zhu is so ungrateful. Yi Chen has put in more than 10 years of hard work to nurture her. But the first thing she did when she finally made it was to terminate the contract. But that's what Yi Chen asked for. He was willing. Can you guys control so much? Oh, the ungrateful fans of Yi Zhu are showing off their intelligence again. To be honest, if you don't show some restraint, I might miss it. I think what the goddess said is true. You're all crazy. You've fallen under Yi Chen's spell. You're willing to believe anything he says. How much does it cost each time? Can you introduce me too? The barrage in the live broadcast room erupted as expected. In the studio, although Yi Zhu had long had a premonition, when the truth was revealed, she still felt shocked. So this is it. You knew a long time ago that I would terminate the contract. She clenched her fists, biting her lower lip until it turned pale. She used to think that 10 years were so hard to endure, so when the 10-year contract was up, she couldn't wait to terminate it with the company. At that moment, she felt like the dawn was breaking. The heavy burden that had weighed on her for 10 years was finally lifted, but she had never thought about anything else. Lei Xiao, is this the reason you didn't want to be with me? Lei Xiao looked at this memory again, feeling equally complex, but more sad. Yes. When Mr. Yi created this company, he was already prepared for it. It's a losing proposition. He created this company with the intention of sheltering you from the wind and rain. From then on, there was nothing else. Yi Zhu bit her lip harder, tears welling up in her eyes, as delicate as willow catkins. I'm sorry. The more she thought about it, the more she felt sorry for Yi Chen. Yi Chen had spent 10 years of hard work on her. He never asked for her return. But every day and night, all she hoped for was to leave as soon as possible. Yi Chen had endured 10 years of hardship, but his passion had never cooled. You've done so much for me, but I only wanted to be further away from you. Hospital. The nurses watched the continuously declining data on the monitor, their hearts completely on edge. Their tone and expression became increasingly tense. The patient is about to give out. Stop CPR. Prepare for defibrillation. Where are the patient's family members? Get them here quickly. I'll make a call. But no one's answering on the other end. Hurry, make the call. The doctor watched the continuously declining data, only able to pray in his heart. If the patient's will to live could be a little stronger, perhaps there would still be a chance for a last-minute rescue. The nurse, particularly anxious, stood inside the operating room, continuously dialing the phone. This was already her 4th unanswered call. Answer the phone. Answer the phone. Just as she continued to pray in her heart, the phone on the other end was finally answered. Jiang Ming had put his phone on silent mode when he appeared on the show, so it was vibrating. Therefore, he didn't hear his phone ringing all this time. But at the last moment, he suddenly felt the vibration and took out his phone. The number on it was unknown, and he didn't know who it was. Jiang Ming glanced at the many missed calls and decided to answer. Hello, who is this? Are you a family member of Yi Chen? He's currently undergoing emergency treatment. You need to come to the hospital right away. At that moment, Jiang Ming's face turned extremely pale. He dared not show any expression on stage. He could only maintain a calm demeanor and asked, "How is he now?" "The situation is very bad." "I know, I will send an assistant over." After saying that, without waiting for a response, Zhang Ming immediately ended the phone call. Yi Mei noticed his situation and looked at him suspiciously. Zhang Ming noticed her gaze and maintained a cold expression on his face. But the hand holding the phone was already bulging with veins. He couldn't go see Yi Chen now. The final judgment has already begun. Just a little bit more. He could reveal everything that Yi Chen had truly done to the public. Let everyone know the real Yi Chen, a loving brother to his sister, and that he is a true genius, not the waste and scum they thought he was. Zhang Ming gritted his teeth tightly. "Yi Chen, you have held on for so long. The final dawn is about to come. You absolutely cannot die on me." Yi Mei watched him finish the call with the assistant, feeling inexplicably panicked. She couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Zhang, has something happened? Your face looks very pale." Zhang Ming put the phone back in his pocket, maintaining a calm expression on his face. "Business secret." With these 4 words, he blocked everything. Yi Mei stared at his face, but couldn't believe it. She felt extremely anxious in her heart. It was as if something big was about to happen. Yi Ju beside her felt that the atmosphere was getting more and more unusual and couldn't help but speak up. "Third sister, don't underestimate yourself like this. Even without Yi Chen, you can definitely make it." She truly felt this way. "Third sister, you are beautiful. Beauty is the pass to the entertainment industry." Yi Ju's words were not wrong. What does the entertainment industry need? It's natural beauty. As long as you have a face, even if your acting is terrible and you can't sing, as long as the capital is willing to support you, you can become a top star. That's how the entertainment industry is today. Yi Mei's face instantly turned bad. "Fourth sister, are you saying that third sister only has beauty?" Yi Ju immediately shook her head. "Of course not. Big sister, how could you misunderstand me? What I mean is that third sister has already obtained this ticket, and as long as she works hard, she can definitely make a name for herself. With or without Yi Chen, it's the same." As soon as this was said, Lei Xiao laughed on the side. "You're really talking without thinking. Beauty is the pass to the entertainment industry. This statement is indeed not wrong. But do you know that behind this statement, there are countless hidden rules?" Yi Ju looked disdainful. "Where are there so many hidden rules? It's just that you are not strong enough." Since her debut, she has never experienced any so-called hidden rules. Everyone who sees her has to call her sister. What is the reason behind this? Of course, it's because she is strong enough. Without Lei Xiao needing to retort, Zhang Ming, who had already adjusted his mindset, immediately followed with mockery. "Because you are not strong enough? So you think you haven't experienced these things because of your own strength, right?" Yi Ju did not answer, but it was obvious from her expression that she thought so. Zhang Ming started clapping vigorously, ignoring the sarcasm in his eyes and the disdain in his expression, as if he was genuinely congratulating her. "Indeed, it is only natural for you to think this way, because Yi Chen has already paved the way for you, so you have never experienced these things. How could you possibly understand? There is no circle that does not elevate and denigrate, sucking up to leaders, backbiting colleagues, and snatching credit. These are all common occurrences in the workplace. In the entertainment industry, these behaviors are magnified and even more extreme." Lei Xiao also stood on Zhang Ming's side. "Zhu, what about you? Is this what you think too?" Yi Zhu clenched the diary in her hand. What did she think? She didn't know. If it weren't for Yi Chen, could she have made it through on her own? Zhang Ming's voice was cold. "If my memory serves me right, there should be a record in your diary about this kind of thing. Why don't you take a look?" Yi Zhu, at his words, subconsciously turned to the next page. "Lei Xiao told me, Sanmei encountered an unwritten rule." "Huh? Someone actually dared to make my Sanmei follow an unwritten rule? He's gone." In the word dead, the last stroke directly tore through the paper. Just by seeing this one word, one could sense the sharpness of the writer and a palpable sense of impending danger. Yi Zhu suddenly remembered this passage. "I seem to remember. When Yi Zhu was doing extra work, it wasn't all smooth sailing. Or rather, she hadn't always been trouble-free. Yi Zhu had just finished her extra work and wanted to change clothes and leave. But as soon as she stepped out of the dressing room, she was stopped by the production staff. "Zhu, are you free tonight? Let's go eat together." Although Yi Zhu had already come out of her autism, she was still very closed off inside. She shook her head subconsciously. "No, I have to go home." The staff member said, "Don't reject so quickly. After running extra work for our crew for so long, haven't you ever thought about advancing further?" This made Yi Zhu stop in her tracks. She pursed her lips and tentatively asked, "What do I need to do?" The staff member, seeing an opportunity, continued, "It's hard to say now. Let's talk while we eat tonight. Isn't that nice?" Yi Zhu thought it over. It was just a meal. It shouldn't be a problem. Besides, everyone was working in the same crew. It didn't seem appropriate to keep refusing. She nodded, "Okay." Every time she finished work, Lei Xiao would come to pick her up, so Yi Zhu had to report to him first. She made a call. "Brother Lei Xiao, I'm going home by myself tonight. You don't need to come pick me up." "Lei Xiao, what's wrong? It's so late. Where are you going?" Yi Zhu thought for a moment, and didn't tell the whole truth. "I'm just going to have dinner with a friend. I'll be back soon." Lei Xiao heard that she was going to have dinner with a friend and didn't think much of it. "Okay, then hurry back after you eat." Yi Zhu, okay. After hanging up the phone, she went out with the staff member. When she arrived at the place, Yi Zhu realized that this dinner was a big deal. It wasn't just her and the staff member, there were also a bunch of men she didn't know. As soon as she entered the room, her sensitive and suspicious mind suddenly had a strong feeling, as if she had entered a wolf's den. And she was the little white rabbit surrounded by wolves. Yi Zhu's first reaction was to want to escape, but it was too late. The staff member grabbed her and introduced her to the others. Zhu, come and meet these executives. For the next nearly half an hour, Yi Zhu kept hearing introductions of who this executive was, and who that executive was. As time went on, Yi Zhu became more and more anxious. At that moment, she felt an even stronger desire to escape. One of the executives, not knowing which one, waved to her. Why are you standing there? Come sit next to me. Yi Zhu shook her head subconsciously. Looking frightened like a little white rabbit, her delicate appearance made her even more pitiable. I just remembered I have something to do, so I'll leave first. As she turned around, the staff member stopped her. What's wrong with you? He said in a voice meant for just the two of them. Don't you want to play a more advanced role? Yi Zhu hesitated, not knowing what to do. In her moment of hesitation, the staff member had already pushed her to the side of that executive. You sit here. He smiled ingratiatingly at the executive. Mr. Li, she's a bit shy. Please forgive her. Mr. Li's expression was profound. It's okay, I just like being shy. Calling it like this, it's even more flavorful. At this moment, Yi Zhu already felt a strong sense of crisis in her heart. I'm sorry, there's really an urgent matter at home. I have to go back first. Yi Zhu didn't dare to sit down. She immediately turned around to run, but just as she turned, Mr. Li grabbed her hand. What urgent matter at home? Why not tell me? I might be able to help you solve it. He held Yi Zhu's hand, not staying still. Yi Zhu was already so anxious that she was about to cry, her eyes becoming even redder, her delicate body trembling. The matter at home can only be solved by myself. Please don't bother yourself. Please let go. She was trying hard to maintain politeness at this moment. But the more she looked like this, the less likely these men were to let go. Little beauty, don't reject so quickly. You haven't told us what the matter is. How do you know we can't solve it? The staff also advised her from the side. That's right, Zhu. Mr. Li is very powerful. As long as you can satisfy him, whatever you want afterwards will be simple and easy, right? Yi Zhu only felt Mr. Li's grip on her hand becoming more and more presumptuous, like a slippery snake. Suddenly, in her mind, she recalled the time in her childhood when a naked man broke into her home from the balcony. Childhood trauma struck. She couldn't hold back the nausea in her stomach anymore. Her face changed, and she suddenly started to vomit. She vomited all over the floor, and directly onto Mr. Li. Mr. Li panicked and let go, then his face turned into a rage. You little slut, how dare you vomit on me? Do you know how much this outfit cost me? This is a high-end designer item. This outfit is in high demand. Very precious. Even he had to put in a lot of effort to buy it. The staff's face also turned pale, quickly taking tissues to wipe him. Yi Zhu, are you crazy? You actually vomited on Mr. Li. I'm sorry. Vomit. Yi Zhu finally managed to stop the churning in her stomach. Then, while everyone was paying attention to Mr. Li, she took the opportunity to run away. She stumbled out of the hotel and immediately called Lei Xiao. Her voice carried an uncontrollable cry. Brother Lei Xiao, save me. Upon hearing this voice, Lei Xiao immediately became anxious. What's wrong? Zhu, where are you now? Yi Zhu reported the name of the hotel. Brother Lei Xiao, please save me quickly. Someone is trying to harm me. Although she was still young, she had some understanding of these things due to her childhood experiences. Lei Xiao immediately grabbed his car keys and rushed out. Find a safe place to hide. I'll come find you now. Yi Zhu nodded repeatedly, then quickly found a corner to hide. Brother Lei Xiao, I'm hiding now. Please come and save me quickly. Lei Xiao reassured her with a firm voice. Don't worry, I'll be there right away. After hanging up the phone, Lei Xiao immediately called and informed Yi Chen about the situation. On the other end of the phone, after listening to Lei Xiao's report, Yi Chen's face instantly turned extremely cold, his eyes fierce like a wolf. What did you say? Just by hearing this voice, Lei Xiao shivered. He felt extremely guilty. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. It's my fault. I should have taken better care of Missy. I shouldn't have let her go out to dinner with her friends without personally escorting her. I should have seen clearly what kind of person that so-called friend really is. Yi Chen interrupted his self-blame. You go there immediately. Also, tell me the address. Lei Xiao immediately reported the address. Without saying a word, Yi Chen hung up the phone directly. He clenched his fist, his veins bulging, like a lion waking up and preparing to hunt. These people actually dare to lay a hand on his most important sister. This is simply unforgivable. In the next moment, he immediately left, and after getting in the car, he didn't hesitate to step on the gas pedal. Quickly, he had to rush to his sister's side at the fastest speed possible. What? Eat? That's obviously a lie to fool children. These people clearly want to take advantage of his sister. He has worked so hard and laid such a long path, not for someone to take advantage of his sister. The car's gas pedal was pressed to the limit, emitting a fierce, savage roar like a wild beast. In the quiet night, it was particularly harsh. Yi Chen gripped the steering wheel tightly, feeling extremely angry inside. but tears uncontrollably fell from his eyes. He had tried his best to protect his sister, but he never expected someone would take advantage of her. He would not let these people off. He would make them pay. The black car roared like lightning, cutting through the thick fog of the night. The hotel. Mr. Lee and his group had already realized he had never suffered such humiliation before. He slammed the table, causing the glasses on top to shake and make a bang, bang, bang sound. Find this Yi Zhu for me. This hotel is in a remote location, and we can't get a car. There are no other buildings outside. She definitely can't have gone far. How dare she spit on me? Ha! Today, I will definitely kill this little bitch. Let her know what it means to be obedient and sensible. Among this group of people, Mr. Lee was the biggest. They all had to cater to him, so everyone went out to look for her. Soon they learned from the security guard at the door that no one had left. This meant that Yi Zhu was still in the hotel. Mr. Lee smirked. She must be hiding in some corner of this hotel now. Check the surveillance for me. Search thoroughly. In the corner, Yi Zhu noticed the commotion and heard what they were saying. She tightly covered her mouth, not letting out a sound. Save her. Who can come and save her now? Lei Xiao, can you come quickly? On the other side, Mr. Lee and the others checked the surveillance, but there were blind spots in the surveillance. Yi Zhu was very clever and deliberately avoided the surveillance video, entering its blind spot. But in the end, she couldn't avoid them all. This group of people searched one by one, getting closer and closer to where she was hiding. Yi Zhu curled up into a ball, trying to reduce her hiding volume. Her heart was beating so fast. Lei Xiao, why haven't you come yet? Lei Xiao, come and save me quickly. Just as Yi Zhu was crying, she heard footsteps getting closer and closer to her. Yi Zhu's heart sank suddenly. Pat, pat, pat. The footsteps stopped in front of her. Then a fierce voice rang out above her head. You little bitch, so you were hiding here. Yi Zhu suddenly looked up and saw Mr. Lee's sneering face. The scene suddenly cut off here. All the viewers in the live broadcast room were shouting loudly. Oh my god, how could you do this at the most exciting moment? You dare to play this trick. And then what? And then what? Oh my god, could my goddess really have been defiled? Hey you there, if she really was defiled, wouldn't you know by now? Damn, I'm so worried. Even if I know my goddess hasn't been defiled, I don't know if she's been bullied. So who ultimately saved the goddess? Yi Chen or Lei Xiao? I bet everything that it was Yi Chen who saved her. The trendy snacks I just bought suddenly don't taste good anymore. I just want to see the result. Everyone was extremely anxious, wanting to know how this situation would develop next. The screen finally moved. Yi Zhu looked at the man above her in horror, tears filling her eyes. Unfortunately, her pitiful appearance not only did not elicit any sympathy, but instead stirred up a strong desire to destroy in Mr. Lee's heart. You little slut. I found you, didn't I? He reached out and grabbed Yi Zhu's hair, pulling her out from her hiding place. Ah! Yi Zhu cried out in pain and fear. She knelt on the ground, being dragged out. The express food packaging boxes where she had been hiding were all scattered. The delicate snacks inside were scattered all over the floor. How dare you spit on me? I see you don't want to continue in this circle. Mr. Lee sneered coldly, pulling Yi Zhu up directly. You little slut, today I will make you understand the consequences of resisting me. Yi Zhu held onto his hand, not letting him pull her hair too tightly. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please spare me. I really didn't mean it. Please let me go. Mr. Lee heard her pleading and felt it piercing his ears. Don't shout too early now, he said with an incredibly evil smile on his face. After all, it's not time for you to really scream yet. With that, he ignored Yi Zhu's struggles and dragged her into the hotel room. Yi Zhu's panic grew even greater. She struggled desperately. Let go of me. Help. Lei Xiao, help me. Mr. Lee dragged her inside. I'm telling you, even if the god of heaven comes, it's useless. Tonight, I will make you suffer. Who says so? A furious male voice rang out from outside. Then came the hurried footsteps. You let her go immediately. Lei Chen. Is it Lei Chen coming? Please, please. It must be Lei Chen. It's so exciting for no reason. Under the gaze of all the audience, the owner of the voice finally appeared on the big screen. Lei Xiao ran over from a distance, his face filled with anger. Let her go. When Yi Zhu saw him, her terrified expression instantly turned into joy. Lei Xiao, brother. She knew it. She knew Lei Xiao would definitely come to save her. Seeing Yi Zhu's current miserable state, being pulled by her hair, with scraped knees and disheveled clothes, Lei Xiao's anger could no longer be contained. I told you to let her go, did you hear me? Mr. Lee looked coldly at Lei Xiao. Who are you to tell me what to do? You say let go, and I let go? Seeing that he had no intention of reasoning, Lei Xiao didn't bother with him either. He rushed up and delivered a powerful right hook. If words don't work, then I'll have to resort to force. Mr. Lee was instantly in pain and let go of Yi Zhu. Ah! Lei Xiao quickly rescued Yi Zhu. Quick, come with me. There were many people here. If it were just him, he wouldn't be afraid, at most he would confront them, then go to the hospital. But the problem was, he had to ensure Yi Zhu's safety now, so he had to use every means to escape. Yi Zhu's mind was blank at the moment, so she naturally listened to whatever Lei Xiao said. She ran behind Lei Xiao in a panic, but she was running out of energy, so she ran slowly. In the end, Lei Xiao simply picked her up and ran out in big strides. They disappeared in an instant. Mr. Li covered his face. What are you useless people still standing here for? Hurry up and chase them back. Everyone hurried to comply. However, at that moment, a figure emerged from the corner. His face was dark, and the aura around him was like that of a hellish demon. Want to chase them? Then step over my dead body. Everyone stopped in their tracks. Mr. Li looked at the person in front of him with suspicion. Who are you? Yi Chen stared straight at Mr. Li, the person who wants your life. He saw it just now. It was this person who grabbed Sanmei's hair. Mr. Li laughed wildly. Kid, you have a big mouth. Do you know who I am? You want my life? Yi Chen looked coldly at him. Do you know who I am? How dare you touch my sister? Mr. Li sneered. Who are you? Ah, I think I know who he is. Suddenly, a senior executive in the crowd recognized Yi Chen. Do you know him? I saw him at President Zheng's business gathering before. He seems to be an assistant to Chen, the head of Yunqing Technology Company. Yunqing Technology Company. It's the network technology company that has produced countless popular games. The most famous is those casual games. Mr. Li suddenly laughed wildly. I thought it was someone else. It turns out to be just an assistant from a company. Just you. An assistant dares to challenge me. He suddenly took a glass of wine from the nearby counter, then spat a mouthful of saliva into it. He also rubbed some dirt from the sole of his shoe into it. Then he said arrogantly, Kid, you've provoked me. While I'm not angry yet, drink this glass of wine. I'll pretend this never happened. Yi Chen's face showed an extremely cold smile. What if I don't drink it? Mr. Li said fiercely, don't drink it. Then it's not about you wanting my life, but me wanting yours. The senior executive who recognized Yi Chen spoke up. Young man, I think you should drink it. Don't toast and not drink, or be punished. You're just an assistant, you can't afford to provoke Mr. Li. He's the head of the Li group. Yi Chen sneered, I won't drink. Are you trying to say that I won't be able to stay here? Mr. Li said, that's right. Stop talking. If you don't drink again, this glass of wine won't solve the problem. Yi Chen said, TCH. He didn't want to waste time with this person. He didn't want to either. Yi Chen stepped forward directly. Before Mr. Li could react, he snatched the glass from his hand. Then he pinched his chin, forced him to open his mouth, and poured the wine directly into it. After seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Damn! What kind of move is this? This assistant actually dares to do this. Yi Chen's action was too fast. When he let go, Mr. Li's face turned purple, and he covered his throat and vomited to the side. He actually drank the wine that had his saliva and shoe dirt in it. Yi Chen threw the glass aside. Is it good? Do you want another glass? The people nearby looked at him in horror. Are you crazy? Do you not want to live? He actually dared to make the head of the Li group drink the wine with his saliva and shoe dirt. This person is crazy. Crazy? Yi Chen's smile was like a demon. This is not enough. How could just a glass of wine resolve the anger in Yi Chen's heart after someone dared to take advantage of his sister? Yi Chen went straight up, grabbed Mr. Li's collar, and without hesitation, punched him in the face. Bang! 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 Every punch hit flesh. You still want to take advantage of my sister? Did you ask for my fist's permission? Mr. Li was like a fish on a cutting board, being cut at will, unable to resist. Soon, he was bruised and swollen. What are you all standing there for? Are you all wooden-headed? The crowd looked at each other, then wanted to rush forward to subdue Yi Chen. I dare you to touch him. Another man walked quickly over. Everyone subconsciously stepped back when they saw him, showing a fawning expression on their faces. President Chen, why are you here? The man who ran over, isn't he the President Chen of Yunqing Technology Company that they were talking about before? Yi. President Chen was about to address Yi Chen as President Yi, but as soon as he uttered a word, he was forced back by his gaze. Mr. Chen skipped the formalities and looked at him with concern. Are you okay? I'm fine. It's good that you're okay. I was so worried. Mr. Xian's attitude towards Yi Chen surprised the group. Isn't this person just a little assistant? Why is Mr. Xian so respectful to him? What are you doing? Mr. Xian's face turned stern, looking terrifying. Recognizing the CEO of Yi Chen, Mr. Xian wanted to downplay the situation. There's nothing wrong, just a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Mr. Li, who was lying on the ground, struggled to speak. Yes, it's a misunderstanding. I just wanted to, invite him for a drink. Didn't expect to be beaten. Mr. Xian sneered, knowing the real reason, how could he believe it? So dragging someone into a room is also called a misunderstanding. Yi Chen laughed fiercely and suddenly exerted force. Mr. Li's finger bones instantly broke. It was this hand that had just pulled three sisters' hair. Yi Chen let go of his hand. Misunderstanding. I accidentally used too much force just now. I just wanted to shake your hand. You. Mr. Li was in so much pain that his face turned pale, unable to speak a complete sentence. What about you? Do you want to continue drinking? Yi Chen looked at the others, unable to contain his anger. Or do you all want to drink together? The other CEOs quickly became active upon seeing the current situation. Today, Mr. Li is definitely in trouble. They couldn't afford to offend Yunsheng. Those who could read the situation had already guessed that Mr. Chen had come to support Yi Chen. Someone immediately took the lead in apologizing. What happened today was our fault. We shouldn't have touched this little brother's sister. Mr. Li, what are you still standing there for? Apologize quickly. Mr. Li also understood. The wealth of everyone here couldn't compare to Chen. Even if he was burning with anger inside, he had to lower his head. I was blind. I was wrong. Mr. Li blurted out these words through gritted teeth. Yi Chen saw his defiance but didn't say anything. What could defiance do? Incompetent people could do nothing but rage. They couldn't change the outcome. Mr. Chen had been paying attention to Yi Chen's expression all along. Seeing that he didn't seem to want to pursue the matter further, he spat out a word to the group. Get lost. They helped Mr. Li leave. It wasn't until everyone had disappeared that Mr. Chen looked at Yi Chen with a respectful expression. Mr. Yi, I'm late. Yi Chen, how did you come here? Mr. Chen immediately betrayed Lei Xiao without hesitation. Lei Xiao called me and said that Mr. Yi might need help, so I rushed over without stopping. These people really don't know their place. If they knew that you are the behind-the-scenes boss of Yunsheng, they wouldn't dare to look down on you like this. Yi Chen's eyes were cold. These people are no longer important, because he would never let them continue to manage their industries properly. Mr. Chen immediately understood. I'll follow Mr. Ye's orders. It seemed that there would be a good show to watch in the future. Wow, Yi Chen is so handsome. He's really an extraordinary big brother. He's putting all his effort into protecting his sister. It's really admirable. It's a pity. All the sisters he wants to protect are all ungrateful. They're not worth his protection at all. At this moment, I just want to say one thing. Yi Zhu, who do you think is protecting you? It's the person you look down on the most, Yi Chen. I just want to know now, does Yi Zhu still have the face to say that, solely based on Yi Zhu's appearance, she can definitely make a name for herself in the entertainment industry? Why can't she? As long as she can sacrifice. What's wrong with climbing into a few more beds? Yi Zhu understands this so well. I'm afraid she's done this kind of thing a lot. Who can tolerate such a vulgar and despicable person? Let her go. Let me do it. After reading this memory, Yi Zhu had a bad feeling in her heart. Sure, here is the translation of the text. Sure enough, as soon as she saw the barrage, she was immediately dizzy with anger. What do you mean I haven't done this kind of thing before? Yi Zhu clenched her fists, looking like she was about to hit someone. You are slandering me. Immediately, there were viewers directly counterattacking in the barrage. This hat is so big. It's still slander. Can the facts in front of us be called slander? The memories are already clear. If it weren't for Yi Chen, do you think Yi Zhu could really walk out of this hotel innocently? You, who says it's not allowed? Yi Zhu wanted to continue speaking, but was interrupted by Yi Zhu. Enough, fourth sister. You don't need to say anything more. I am helping you speak. Are you really helping me speak, or do you simply want to belittle Yi Chen? Yi Zhu was never so agitated. Or is it that you just don't want to lose face? Because of her personality, she never speaks harshly, nor does she push people. But this time, she couldn't continue to tolerate Yi Zhu's continued vilification of Yi Chen. You will never know. You will never be able to understand how desperate I was at that time. Tears welled up in Yi Zhu's eyes, and she was so excited that she couldn't stop trembling. Blood was flowing back at this moment. Yi Zhu only felt the cold all over her body. Because of the things she experienced in her childhood, she developed autism. So even though she has come out of it now, when she encounters such things again, her stress response will be more severe than that of an ordinary person. At that time, she was already desperate to the point of thinking about death. If it weren't for Lei Zhao's timely arrival, Yi Zhu couldn't guarantee that, after experiencing those things, she would still have the courage to live on. When Brother Lei Xiao ran over to save me, I really felt like I saw the light. I saw an angel. And it's also because of this, I have an incomparable trust in Brother Lei Xiao. Even if I leave the company, I want to take him away. Lei Xiao couldn't help but speak at this point. Strictly speaking, the person who really helped you out of the quagmire is not me. It's Mr. Yi. If it weren't for his follow-up measures, this matter would never have ended so easily. That Mr. Li suffered such a big loss, how could he not want to retaliate? But then he disappeared without a trace, just like that. What's the reason? Isn't it because of Yi Chen? He directly cut off everything from Mr. Li. Yi Zhu covered her face in pain with both hands. I understand now. It turns out that the person who has been supporting me behind the scenes, protecting me, is Yi Chen. After she and Brother Lei Xiao left, Yi Chen actually suffered such an insult. Even though Yi Chen fought back afterwards, she still felt very heartbroken. Yi Chen didn't have to face any of this. It's because of me. It's because of me that he had to endure this humiliation. But I didn't realize it at all. At that time, I still thought he was a scum. Yi Zhu forced out a very desolate smile, tears falling heavily. I can't believe I called myself a global movie queen. Is there a movie queen like me? I can't even tell when Yi Chen is acting. She used to be so sure that if Yi Chen was really acting and deceiving people, she would definitely be able to tell. But the reality gave her a hard slap. She couldn't tell at all. Lei Xiao turned to look at Yi Zhu, then at the camera. You've been asking before, if it weren't for Yi Chen, Could Yizhu still reach this height? I can answer you now. Maybe she could, but it's definitely not going to be so smooth. And don't forget one of the most important things. Bamboo, maybe you will feel uncomfortable when I say this, but I have to say it. Yu became famous because of his script. To be honest, are there really so few people with good acting skills these days? No, it's not. It's just that those who are good at acting don't have the capital to promote themselves. They can't get access to good scripts. They can only take on the scripts that are not favored by capital. If the drama becomes popular, it's your good luck. If the drama doesn't become popular, you can only endure it forever like this. Yizhu understands this too well. So at this moment, she cried even more fiercely. Yi Chen has already thought of everything for her. The only thing she needs to do is to work hard to improve her acting skills. At this moment, no one on stage noticed that Zhang Ming's mind was not focused on this at all. It was on his phone. Although he wanted to make what Yi Chen was doing known to the world, he was also more worried in his heart about Yi Chen's current situation. So at this moment, he is constantly sending messages to his assistant. After receiving Zhang Ming's message, the assistant rushed to the hospital, but he was stopped outside the operating room. Yi Chen is being rescued, and naturally, family members are not allowed in. He can only sit outside, anxiously waiting for news. In fact, at this moment, no news may be the best news. What Zhang Ming is most worried about is not good news, but bad news. Knowing that Yi Chen is still being rescued, Zhang Ming becomes even more urgent. It has to be faster. It has to be even faster. I think what you just said is right. You don't deserve to be a global movie queen at all. You can't even see that Yi Chen is acting. Even if he stood in front of you, you still can't see it. Zhang Ming coldly laughed. Do you remember the 12th script you shot? I am not a drug god. Yizhu choked back tears and replied, I remember. What happened to that drama? How could she not remember this drama? She only shot it last year. And it was because of this drama that she won multiple awards. Zhang Ming, I think it should be Lei Xiao who should come and say this. He knows more about it than what I saw in the diary. Everyone's eyes turned to Lei Xiao. Lei Xiao took a deep breath and did not answer, but asked, in this drama, who left the deepest impression on everyone? The barrage in the live broadcast room quickly had all kinds of answers, but gradually, these answers all turned into one. It's the old man who was taken to the police station and still wanted to defend Yizhu. Yes, it's him. When he took off his mask and held the hands of the police, begging them not to continue investigating, I cried so much that I almost went blind. I suddenly have a bad feeling. Could this old man be Yi Chen? When Yizhu heard Lei Xiao ask this question, her gaze fell on the barrage, so she also saw all the contents on the barrage. That old man? She just thought for a moment and already figured out who the audience was talking about. A character who didn't even have 3 minutes of screen time, but left a lasting impression on everyone. It was even called one of the highlights of the movie. At this moment, Yizhu already had a strong hunch in her heart. Could it be that the old man, as the audience said, is Yi Chen? It's impossible. Yizhu couldn't help but speak. I talked to that old man. His voice, his figure, or his appearance. They are completely different from Yi Chen. How could he be Yi Chen? Hearing this, Lei Xiao just smiled lightly. There was a hint of bitterness in his smile. In the end, you still don't understand Yi Chen. Yizhu felt as if she had been struck by a heavy blow. This sentence from Lei Xiao indirectly proved. Is that old man really Yi Chen? She couldn't wait to look at the big screen. The sunlight outside the window spilled in, casting a layer of orange brilliance inside the house. Yizhu looked at the script in her hand, and with a plop, a tear fell. Then she couldn't stop herself and began to sob, startling Lei Xiao who was beside her. Zhu, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly crying? Yizhu sobbed as she replied, Sniff, this script is just so well written. The script by the 12 writers is becoming more and more touching. Sniff, my tears are free. Hearing that she was crying because of the script, Lei Xiao couldn't help but smile and relax. I thought something was wrong with you, you scared me. Yizhu wiped away her tears and asked, Lei Xiao, are you sure you want to give me this script? Lei Xiao replied, what are you saying? I'm just giving you an opportunity. Whether you can play this role well depends on you. Yizhu pursed her lips and nodded earnestly. Lei Xiao, thank you. I will definitely work hard to win the role and perform well. Lei Xiao patted her shoulder. You have to believe in yourself. After all, you are the most promising leading actress among the 12 writers. Upon hearing this, Yizhu hugged the script in her hands even tighter. Although her mind was racing, all she could manage to say was a heavy Both Lei Xiao and the 12 writers had great trust in her. She must not let them down. She would definitely make this play a success. After confirming her role in the play, Yizhu quickly joined the crew. After filming for a few days, she saw Lei Xiao coming over. Lei Xiao, why did you come over? Are you here to see me? Yizhu's eyes lit up as she took a break from filming and approached Lei Xiao like a little bird. Lei Xiao was caught off guard for a moment, and there was a hint of guilt in his eyes. But he quickly composed himself and smiled. Yes, you've been with the crew for so many days, I was a little worried, so I came to see you. Yizhu puffed her cheeks. I can tell you're lying. Lei Xiao's heart tightened. Could it be that Yizhu had found out something? But the next thing Yizhu said put Lei Xiao's mind at ease. If you're really worried about me, why don't you leave that company with me? Why do you still want to work there? Whenever she had the chance, Yizhu would always bring up this question. Lei Xiao smiled wryly. I remember explaining this to you before. Mr. Yi has been kind to me. Lei Xiao's tone was very serious, and his eyes were very sincere, as if he were talking about a very important matter. So I absolutely cannot leave that company. Yi Zhu pursed her lips. In the end, it's because I'm not important enough. Lei Xiao was about to answer, but Yi Zhu interrupted him. Forget it, I'm a big person, I won't argue with you. Do you want to have coffee? There's a new coffee shop next to Hengdian that's especially good. Lei Xiao looked at her with amusement as she changed the subject so quickly. As fellow coffee lovers, he naturally agreed. Sure, let's go. Can you go? I have a scene to shoot later, so I can't go, but I can ask someone to help. Yi Zhu's eyes happened to glance at a passing person nearby. Hey, mister! The person seemed unaware that Yi Zhu was calling him, so he continued walking. Yi Zhu added, the uncle wearing a duckbill cap and brown overalls. Can you do me a favor? This time, the person finally stopped in his tracks. He stood with his back to Yi Zhu, seemingly silent for a very long time. Then he slowly spoke. What's the matter? Yi Zhu noticed that his voice was particularly hoarse, as if he had a sore throat. She didn't pay it much mind and quickly stated her request. Uncle, can you help me go to the newly opened coffee shop and buy 2 cups of coffee? Even though Yi Zhu used polite language, it seemed more like a request. But her tone was that of a commanding nature. When Lei Xiao heard Yi Zhu's description, he often felt that something was not right. Sure enough, as soon as he turned around, he immediately confirmed that the person Yi Zhu called out to was none other than Yi Chen. This was actually his purpose for coming here. He wasn't here to visit Yi Zhu, but specifically came because he heard that Yi Chen was here. Yi Zhu did not recognize Yi Chen. Seeing Yi Chen's lack of response, she furrowed her brows. Uncle, is it possible? After remaining silent for a long time, Yi Chen finally spoke. Okay. Yi Zhu quickly took out the money. Uncle, here is the money, so I'll leave it to you. She had originally intended to wait for the uncle to come and take the money himself. But after waiting for a long time, the uncle remained indifferent. Yi Zhu had to walk up to him herself and stood in front of Yi Chen, looking at him. Uncle, this is the money for the coffee. The uncle she called out to had a duckbill cap pressed very low, almost covering his face, making it difficult for her to see his facial features. His clothes were very loose, making him appear even more frail. Yi Zhu, who had sharp eyes, noticed his gray hair under the duckbill cap. Uncle? He didn't respond for a long time, so she called out again in confusion. Finally, at that moment, Yi Chen raised his head. Just as Yi Zhu was about to see his face clearly, he quickly took the money and put it in his pocket. Okay. After saying this, he hurriedly left. His slightly panicked appearance made it seem like something was chasing after him. Yi Zhu was somewhat puzzled. In that brief moment, she saw his face and felt like it was familiar. But upon closer thought, that sense of familiarity disappeared. She didn't know what was going on. Lei Xiao had been paying attention to them the whole time. When he saw Yi Zhu looking at Yi Chen, his heart was already on edge. Just now. What about just now? Yi Zhu looked at him in confusion. Lei Xiao, why does your expression look so serious? Lei Xiao carefully observed her. The expression on Yi Zhu's face clearly showed that she did not recognize Yi Chen. Because if she had recognized him as Yi Chen, she definitely wouldn't have been so calm. Lei Xiao silently breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. But after he let out that breath, he felt a sense of sadness. Yi always loved Yi Zhu so much, and had endured unbearable pain for her. But now, he stood in front of Yi Zhu himself, and she didn't recognize him. Seeing the increasingly complex expression on his face, Yi Zhu asked, Lei Xiao, what's wrong with you? Lei Xiao carefully considered the words he wanted to say, and when he finally spoke, it came out as, why didn't you ask your assistant to buy the coffee? Yi Zhu replied, my assistant happened to have something to do today, so I let her take a break. Her sensitive mind had already guessed the hidden meaning behind Lei Xiao's words. Lei Xiao, I don't like ordering people around. If it weren't for the fact that I have a scene to shoot later, and I don't know when the director will call me, I would have gone to buy the coffee myself. Lei Xiao couldn't help but be amazed once again by Yi Zhu's sensitivity. It's just that this sensitivity seemed to disappear when it came to Yi Chen. He couldn't help but remind her, don't take advantage of others. Yi Zhu whispered, I understand. The entertainment industry is very complicated. You never know when you might run into trouble. I'll be careful. I understand. The two of them chatted for a while, and then the director called for Yi Zhu. It was her turn to shoot. Not long after Yi Zhu left, Yi Chen returned with 2 cups of coffee. Lei Xiao quickly took them. Mr. Yi, you can give them to me. Yi Chen remained silent for a while before saying, you don't have to call me that way. I am no longer the same Mr. Yi. All his property has been given to the 4 sisters. Even if they don't know it now, that property belongs to them. Lei Xiao couldn't help but blurt out, in my heart, you will always be my forever Yi Zong. Yi Chen didn't continue to argue with him, because he knew in his heart that Lei Xiao wouldn't listen to him. Lei Xiao also consciously skipped over this topic. Yi Zong, are you doing well lately? When Yi Chen heard this, he smiled, with bright light in his eyes. What's wrong with me? Lei Xiao almost couldn't help but retort to him. What's wrong? It's only been half a year. Yi Zong looks even more haggard now. When he first saw him just now, he almost didn't dare to recognize him. Those mixed white hairs, the extremely thin body, and those dry hands like old tree bark. Lei Xiao really couldn't help but want to ask, what has Yi Chen been through in the past half year? That made him look like this. Yi Zong, what's wrong with you? What's there for a grown man to cry about? Yi Chen interrupted him before his emotions could fully develop. Real men don't shed tears, and besides, I'm not dead. You might as well cry at my grave. Lei Xiao sniffed several times, finally holding back the bitter tears. Yi Chen spoke again. Focus on the show. Zhu has improved a lot. This was to stop him from continuing to speak. Yi Chen looked straight at the set. He was indeed not wrong. Zhu's acting at this moment was visibly improved compared to before. It comforted him greatly. Ugh. Suddenly, his stomach twitched, and a burning sensation of nausea hit him. Yi Chen, with a pale face, covered his stomach. Lei Xiao had actually been keeping an eye on him from the corner of his eye. As soon as Yi Chen moved, he noticed. Yi Zone, what's wrong with you? Is your stomach hurting again? Wait, I'll go pour you a cup of hot water, he said, then hurriedly left. Yi Chen leaned on the nearby table, taking deep breaths to ease the pain in his stomach. Large drops of cold sweat fell from his forehead. Just then, Zhu finished filming and happened to come over for a drink. When she walked over, she saw Yi Chen bending over. Uncle, what's wrong with you? Enduring the pain, Yi Chen released his hand from his stomach. I'm fine. Regardless of his identity, he didn't want Zhu to worry. Because his baseball cap was pressed very low, Zhu couldn't see his face clearly, nor could she see his pale expression. Also, because Yi Chen had changed his voice, she didn't recognize him. Yi Chen had straightened up by now and didn't look like he had any problems. Zhu believed him. She finished her water and casually took out some snacks, then handed them to Yi Chen. Uncle, thank you for buying me coffee earlier. Come and have some food. She casually handed it over, not noticing that it was spicy strips. Yi Chen, enduring the pain, didn't take it immediately. Zhu urged, Uncle, don't you like it? Yi Chen didn't want to see a disappointed expression on her face, so he reached out and took it. No, I like it. Zhu smiled instantly. She also saw that it was spicy strips at this moment, but didn't mind, and said, It's delicious, Uncle. Try it. The burning sensation in his stomach intensified. Yi Chen couldn't help but exert force with the hand holding the snack. It was just too painful. Zhu didn't notice his discomfort and asked again, Uncle, why aren't you eating? Yi Chen smiled, I'm eating. This spicy strip was given to him by the third sister. From childhood to adulthood, she had never given him anything by hand. This was the first time she had given him something to eat. It was just a spicy strip. It wouldn't be a big deal. Yi Chen tore open the spicy strip and took a bite. The pungent taste rushed into his mouth, making it burn and tingle. When he swallowed the spicy strip, it was like dry wood meeting fire. It was ignited in an instant. A strong burning sensation occupied all senses. Cough, cough, cough. The burning sensation in Yi Chen's stomach made him cough uncontrollably. Seeing him like this, Yi Zhu couldn't help but laugh. Uncle, can't you handle any spiciness at all? The uncle's reaction was really funny. Just a small piece of spicy snack and he's choking like this. But she just smiled kindly and quickly said, Uncle, wait a moment, I'll get you some water. Just as she turned around, Lei Xiao came back with a cup of water in his hand. Yi Zhu's eyes lit up. Brother Lei Xiao, can I borrow your water for a moment? Lei Xiao instinctively replied, no. After saying that, he walked directly to Yi Chen's side and handed him the water. Drink it quickly. Yi Chen's stomach was indeed very uncomfortable at the moment. He took the water and drank it all. Yi Zhu looked at the two of them, very surprised. Brother Lei Xiao, do you know this uncle? Lei Xiao ignored her, as he noticed that Yi Chen's face was even paler than before, and there was cold sweat on his forehead. What's wrong with you? Why are you sweating so much? Then he saw Yi Chen holding an open package of spicy snack in his hand. He was very angry at once. What's with the spicy snack in your hand? Are you crazy? Don't you know yourself? I'm fine, Yi Chen interrupted him directly. No need to be so nervous. Yi Zhu stood by, somewhat puzzled. What's wrong with this uncle? The spicy snack was given by me. Lei Xiao suddenly turned to look at her. The spicy snack was given by you? Yi Zhu nodded. Now Lei Xiao finally understood why Yi Chen would still eat the spicy snack even though he knew he had a stomach problem. It's because it was given by Yi Zhu. He would never refuse his sister's offer. After looking at Yi Chen for a while, Yi Zhu also understood. This uncle can't eat spicy snacks, right? I'm sorry, brother Lei Xiao, I didn't know. At this moment, she suddenly remembered. When she gave the uncle the spicy snack just now, he seemed hesitant. It turned out that he couldn't eat spicy snacks. She also apologized decisively to Yi Chen. Uncle, I'm sorry. I really didn't know you couldn't eat spicy snacks. It's not your fault, I wanted to eat it myself. Yi Chen lowered his cap, making it hard to see his face. Besides, it's just a few coughs, it's not a big deal. I've bought the coffee, I'll leave first. Watching Yi Chen leave, a hint of doubt flashed in Yi Zhu's eyes. She turned to Lei Xiao beside her. Brother Lei Xiao, I don't know why, but I always feel a familiar feeling from this uncle. Lei Xiao, have you recognized who he is? Yi Zhu shook her head. It's just a feeling, but hearing what you said, brother Lei Xiao, could it be that this uncle is really someone I know? Lei Xiao remained silent for a long time before speaking. No. I'll go see if he's feeling better. Yi Zhu watched Lei Xiao catch up, feeling increasingly strange. Just as she was pondering, the director next to her called her. Yi Zhu stopped thinking and quickly put this matter aside. Got it. I'm coming. On the other side, Lei Xiao finally caught up with Yi Chen. But rather than saying he caught up, it was more like Yi Chen couldn't walk anymore. After coming out of the film and television city, he felt that his stomach was getting more and more turbulent. It was already barely suppressed before, but under the stimulation of the spicy snack, the stomach that had been soothed with difficulty began to erupt. He couldn't bear the pain anymore, hunching over and leaning against the wall, breathing heavily. When Lei Xiao caught up, he saw this scene. Mr. Yi, Mr. Yi, hold on, I'll get a taxi immediately. Yi Chen's consciousness darkened, and the last thing he could hear was just this sentence. This makes me feel so desperate. I really want to know what Yi Chen was thinking at that time. He worked so hard to raise his sisters, but they didn't even recognize him when they met. It must have been very painful. Not recognizing him is one thing, but giving him spicy snacks when he was in such pain. What was Yi Zhu thinking? Even a fool could see that Yi Chen was not well. Giving him spicy snacks was one thing, but then mocking him when he coughed, what was the meaning of that? I just casually imagined being in Yi Chen's shoes, and it's really despairing. If it were me, with these sisters, I'm sorry, I wouldn't just kick them, I'd be generous and kind. Seeing you all so worked up, I quietly wonder, the performances of Lei Xiao and Zhang Ming before, all indicate that Yi Chen played the old man in this movie, but so far I haven't seen it. What's the rush? If I'm guessing right, the later memories will surely explain it. Under the audience's anticipation in the live broadcast room, the screen went black and started running again. At this point, the movie had already reached the later stage. The whole drama was about to reach its climax. The female lead was caught trafficking drugs, which led to a police investigation. The director was very troubled about casting for this scene, as none of the current actors could capture the shock of the scene. It seems we can't just find anyone for this scene, we need to find an old actor. But their production was a bit poor, so their options were limited. Just when the director was particularly troubled, a person quietly stepped forward. Director, can I volunteer? This person who stepped forward was none other than Yi Chen. The director turned to him. You? What do you do? He had no impression of Yi Chen at all. Yi Chen said, I'm just a small stagehand, but I'm confident that I can perform this scene well. Director, can you give me this opportunity? The director didn't want to entertain him at all. Even though he was indeed in need of an actor, he couldn't just accept anyone who wanted to act, let alone giving them an opportunity. If he started this, what would happen in the future? It would be trouble for himself. The director was about to refuse, but in that moment, he saw the expression on Yi Chen's face, which suddenly turned into a plea. It was a plea and hope born out of despair. Director, I can really do it. The director's eyes lit up. This was the expression he wanted. The director quickly changed his mind. Alright, you can give it a try. He handed him the script for that part. These are the lines you need to say, perform it for me, and if it's good, I'll let you do it. This script was written by Yi Chen. How could he not know the lines? He just glanced at it and then said, Director, I'm ready. The director was very surprised. You just read it once, and you've got it all memorized? Yi Chen smiled confidently. Yes, let's do it. In fact, when Yi Zhu first entered this circle, Yi Chen had always had a dream in his mind. He wanted to make a movie with his third sister, but he knew it was a delusion, something that would never happen. Because his third sister despised him so much, how could she agree to make a movie with him? So he could only bury this thought deep in his heart. He never mentioned it to anyone, but now, he was close to death. And before he died, the thing he wanted to do most was to accompany his 4 sisters. That's why he came here. He never had the intention of acting. After all, he was still worried that Yi Zhu would recognize him. But after the last incident, he found that Yi Zhu didn't recognize him at all, and even called him uncle. So he suddenly had such an impulse. Since Sanmei didn't recognize him, could he make a guest appearance and fulfill his wish to act with Sanmei? Driven by this idea, he approached the director. The director said to give Yi Chen a try. It was true, just wanted him to give it a try. This try had a high probability of no results. However, when Yi Chen said the first line, his thoughts completely changed. There was only one left. It had to be him. Good. Very good. The director suddenly clapped excitedly. It startled all the staff nearby. They thought something had happened. The director's expression was very excited. This is the feeling we want. Keep this feeling. Let's familiarize ourselves with the positioning. Let's start shooting immediately. Attention all units. Prepare for work. Yi Zhu had no scenes at this time, so she was resting in the distance. Suddenly seeing the director so excited, she was a little curious. What's wrong with the director? Why is he suddenly so excited? The assistant had been paying attention just now. It seems to be because they found the guest actor for this scene. Yi Zhu nodded in understanding. These few actors are really not good, but even if they found an actor, the director shouldn't be so excited, right? Assistant, could it be because this actor is performing very well? Yi Zhu, maybe? She became more interested and cast her gaze on the set. On the set, the director was instructing Yi Chen on his positioning. You will walk from here to here later. Then have a conversation with him. Remember that. Yi Chen, got it. The director continued to chatter on the side for a few minutes before preparing to start shooting officially. Okay, let's start shooting now. The moment the camera turned on, Yi Chen had already entered his state. He played a common man who couldn't afford genuine medicine because of poverty and could only buy pirated medicine. Like everyone else, he hung his head. No matter how fierce the police were next to him, he still didn't say a word. The air was as silent as death. At this moment, the police became furious. Don't think you are helping her. You are harming her. How old is she? Doing such illegal things. What about her future? Is this acceptable? You report her now. It's the best result for her. The atmosphere was eerily silent for a few seconds. Yi Chen finally lifted his head. He still had the appearance that Yi Zhu had seen at the beginning. He wore a duckbill cap on his head and a very ordinary work suit, just like the common workers seen on construction sites. His slightly whitish hair, and the thin face covered half by a mask, only revealing a pair of eyes. He spoke his lines. Is it illegal to save people? His voice was slightly trembling, but these few words seemed to have exhausted his entire life. She didn't do anything illegal, she just wanted to save us. Save us poor people. How could we not know the problem? But what can we do? Are we going to let the disease continue to torture us? We just want to survive. And in this thick darkness, she brought us hope. Brought us the hope of life. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with despair, and when he said the last sentence, the intense despair in his eyes burst into a glimmer of hope. It wasn't very bright, but it was like a faint glow. It flickered firmly in the darkness. Yi Chen looked at the person in front of him, his dark and bright pupils waiting for an answer. Is it wrong to save people? At this moment, countless people behind him also looked silently at the police. Under the silent gaze of so many people, the police fell silent. He couldn't answer the question. From a legal perspective, of course, she was wrong. But emotionally, she did nothing wrong at all. Cut. The director finished the last shot, held back the sourness in his nose, wiped away the dampness in the corners of his eyes, took a deep breath, and cleared the feeling of sadness from the bottom of his heart before speaking. Perfect. It's just too perfect. Unexpectedly, just a random person picked up. His acting skills were so amazing. Even though he was wearing a mask and couldn't see his entire face clearly, those eyes had already conveyed all the feelings he wanted to express. The director walked over excitedly and patted Yi Chen on the shoulder. You're really good. It's such a waste of your talent to be a stagehand. I was moved to tears. It wasn't just him who was moved to tears. Even the surrounding staff were also moved to tears. There was an extremely oppressive atmosphere in the studio. If it weren't for the director suddenly speaking so loudly and excitedly, the atmosphere on set would have been even more oppressive. The actor acting opposite Yi Chen had been immersed in the entertainment industry for over 30 years. He only just came to his senses. The director is right. You're too amazing. I was actually drawn into the scene by you just now. Clearly filming a scene, but actually thinking deeply. How talented must one be to bring the character Yi Zhu play to such a level? The veteran actor became more and more interested in Yi Chen. How many times have you acted before? Have you acted before? Yi Chen shook his head. This is my first time acting. The veteran actor became even more interested upon hearing this. Just then, Yi Zhu ran over. She had watched the entire scene and recognized Yi Chen. I saw from afar and recognized that it was you, uncle. I didn't expect you to have such acting skills. Uncle, you were really good. I was moved to tears when I watched just now. Yi Chen saw her slightly red eyes. She was indeed not wrong. She had truly been affected while watching. The veteran actor was the most deeply affected. After all, he had acted directly opposite Yi Chen. He jokingly said, I won't say anything else. I strongly felt the determination to protect you. The director also chimed in, indeed. Even through the lens, I could feel how much he wanted to protect you. You acted really well. Everyone felt that Yi Chen was acting. They took it as a joke to liven up the oppressive atmosphere at the time. After all, the atmosphere on set had become too oppressive due to Yi Chen's performance just now. Only Yi Chen stood by, listening to their deliberate jokes without saying a word. Everyone felt that he was acting at that moment. He was acting, but he didn't need to act to protect his younger sister. He wouldn't act. Yi Zhu felt a little embarrassed and said, it's because the character I played in the drama helped them, right? It was only natural for uncle to want to protect me at that time. Uncle, am I right? Yi Chen received Yi Zhu's gaze. He slowly raised a bitter smile and said, yes. Yi Chen's expression was hidden behind the mask, completely invisible to Yi Zhu. However, being sensitive, she still sensed that something was not right with Yi Chen's emotions. But just as she was about to continue thinking about what was wrong, she was interrupted. The veteran actor suddenly realized, wait, Zhu, do you know him? The director also realized, yeah, when you arrived just now, you acted like you knew him. So do you know each other? Yi Zhu quickly explained, not really, I just saw uncle before on the set. Yi Chen stood by, watching Yi Zhu with a smile on his face as he spoke to them. He couldn't help but smile. The way Sanmei looks now is really good. What he used to worry most about was Sanmei's autism. He was worried that she wouldn't be able to integrate well into the crowd. So, feeling that he was about to die, he had to come over and see for himself. Now seeing that Sanmei has not only integrated well, but also has a smile on her face, that's enough. It's time to leave. Yi Chen lightly patted the director. Director, my part is over, right? The director subconsciously nodded, yes, it's done. Yi Chen, okay. While the director turned to continue chatting with Yi Zhu and the others, Yi Chen quietly left. He had completed everything he wanted to do here. If he didn't leave now, when would he? After he had been gone for a long time, the director finished chatting and remembered Yi Chen. He even realized that he had never asked for Yi Chen's name. Hey, where's that extra from earlier? Lighting technician, I think he left. Yi Zhu was very puzzled. Left? How could he leave so quickly? I just told the director that we would go eat together after we finished shooting. Director, yeah. How could he leave? I didn't even get a chance to ask for his name. I didn't even pay him. No matter how suspicious they were, Chen was already gone. I actually guessed it. Chen is the old man with amazing acting skills in there. Oh my god. I don't know why, but looking at this scene makes me want to cry a little. I understand you from before. Everyone thought Chen was acting to protect Yizhu, but he wasn't acting. No skills, all emotions. I empathized with Chen for a moment. When you pour your heart out to someone, even willing to sacrifice your own life for her, and she doesn't even know who you are, and even thinks you're acting. Oh my god, it's suffocating. I won't comment on anything else, I just want to say one thing. Chen wore a mask the whole time. It's normal for Goddess Shu not to recognize him. Who could recognize him while wearing a mask? Exactly. I feel sorry for the goddess, because this person is being criticized so much. Yeah, are there still brainless fans of these 4 women left? Can they still make brainless comments at this time? If you really know someone, even if they wear a mask and sunglasses, you can recognize them at a glance. Stop making excuses. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast was intense, but in the studio, it was as silent as death. Yizhu clenched her fists tightly, pain and guilt engulfing her whole body. I really didn't know that Chen was that old man. She couldn't help but shed tears, and then her whole body began to choke. Her already fragile appearance now seemed even more pitiful. Yizhu was really on the verge of collapse. After watching the memories, she realized that she and Chen had spent so much time interacting, but she didn't know any of it. Seeing in the memories, she had even thought that Chen was acting to protect her in order to fit the character. She never thought that it was completely Chen's true emotions. How could I not recognize him? Yizhu cried even more sadly. She even won a Global Best Actress award. What kind of actress is she? She can't even recognize the closest person to her, and she didn't even realize that he was acting for so many years. Can she still be called an actress? She was like a child who had suffered all kinds of grievances, squatting on the ground, hugging her legs, suppressing her painful sobs. Zhang Ming, like a bystander, looked at her crying expressionlessly. As if feeling that it wasn't enough, he added, Yizhu, I guess you didn't even realize it at the time. Chen wanted to see you because he felt he was about to die. His purpose in coming to see you was to indirectly have you accompany him to the end. Chen was already prepared for death at that time, and before his death, what he was most worried about was his 4 sisters. So he went to see them. Yizhu understood Chen's motive and then thought about him coming to see her, but she couldn't recognize him, and felt even more suffocated. It was like being suffocated, unable to breathe or struggle. Yizhu sobbed more and more violently, and crystal clear tears rolled down drop by drop. Yi Mei squatted down and hugged her tenderly. Sister, don't cry. She only felt the person in her arms was extremely cold. With a sobbing voice, Yizhu said intermittently, I really didn't know. How could I not know? He specifically came to see me, but I couldn't recognize him. She couldn't recognize him. Zhang Ming, Lei Xiao, and all the audience were right. She was like a heartless person who didn't appreciate the love and care he gave her, but she couldn't see it. Her heart was breaking as she cried. She weakly leaned in Yi Mei's embrace. Yizhu sat on the sofa, looking at her, feeling frustrated. What does this have to do with you? Isn't it because Chen didn't want to reveal himself? Lei Xiao, so, do you think it's natural for you not to recognize him? Yizhu responded coldly, it's his own choice not to reveal his identity. It's his deliberate concealment. In the end, not recognizing him has become our fault. If we don't recognize him, shouldn't he be happy? He has already achieved his goal of concealing his identity. In that case, what's the point of not recognizing him now? This twisted logic was simply impeccable. At first, it seemed reasonable, but upon careful consideration, it was nonsense. Chen didn't want them to recognize him, but apart from wearing a mask, he had no other disguise. No matter what, Chen had been with them for at least 10 years. 10 years of being together. Yet they couldn't recognize what kind of person Chen was. Lei Xiao was so angry that he could only spit out, this is simply twisted logic. Yizhu immediately retorted, I said you were morally blackmailing us. Zhang Ming's face darkened, then you have to explain. How did we morally blackmail you? Yizhu didn't even need to think, how didn't you? From the eldest sister to the third sister. Your so-called judgment, and exposing what Chen did for us. The ultimate goal is to insult us from a moral high ground, isn't it? She was so angry that her whole body was shaking. She spoke more and more sarcastically, but whether it's you or Chen, do you know one thing? Have you asked us? Do you know if we really need this help? What's wrong with this world? As long as someone is good to themselves, they must accept it and then return the favor, otherwise it's a moral problem, right? Yizhu sneered, if that's the case, then the one who is good to me is a pervert or a serial killer, but as long as he is good to me, I have to repay him. Otherwise, according to what you said, I am a heartless person, someone who doesn't know how to be grateful. Is that what you mean? After Yizhu said this, her brain-dead fans in the live broadcast instantly felt that the goddess was right. Fiercely supported. This is moral bondage. If someone is good to me, do I have to be good to others? Exactly. Besides, how does he know if what he thinks is good for me is really what I want? Sister Jujube is really awake. If a short, poor guy is good to me, do I have to marry him? Not marrying him means my character is not good. Damn. Sisters, take it seriously. Short and poor, get lost. That's right. Reject moral blackmail. If this is true, in the future, those short and poor guys will chase me, be good to me, and I will have to obey the public's opinion and marry him. After Yi Jujube finished speaking, she had been paying attention to the movements in the live broadcast room. When she saw that most people supported her, she became even more confident. You see, it's not just me who thinks this way. Many people think so too. Lei Xiao was simply shocked. He had been an agent for so long and had seen people play with words and argue in reverse. Yi Jujube's move completely changed the core of the argument. It's like someone tells you something and you argue the opposite. But it has to be said, Yi Jujube played this move very beautifully. Just as Lei Xiao was thinking about how to refute it, Zhang Ming spoke up. He looked calm. So according to what you're saying, you don't need others to be good to you. Or maybe I'll put it another way. When you haven't explicitly shown that you need me to be good to you, no matter what happens to you, I shouldn't show up. Is that what you mean? Yi Jujube was worried that Zhang Ming's words were deceptive and thought about it for a long time. After confirming that there was no other meaning in his words, she dared to answer, that's right. Zhang Ming, very good. A cold smile of success flashed in his eyes, but only for a moment. Yi Jujube did not catch it. Zhang Ming looked at the director. Before we move on to the next page of the diary, I want to ask the host a question. Do you remember the major private fan incident that happened just 2 years ago? Don't tell me you don't know. After all, you are a fan of Yizhu. Yizhu, who had been on the verge of collapse, suddenly heard this and her face turned extremely pale. Then her whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. It was because she was afraid. The host did not expect that he had not been forgotten, and immediately took the microphone and said, I remember, of course I remember. This case caused a big stir at the time. It was on hot search for several days. Almost all the fans of the goddesses knew about it. Fortunately, that private fan was finally brought under control and did not cause serious consequences. Zhang Ming sneered, do you know who actually controlled that private fan in the end? This sentence made everyone tense. Could it be? Could it be that behind this incident, there was also Yi Chen? Yizhu was also shocked and stopped crying. She began to desperately recall in her mind. Although this incident was her inner fear, she still forced herself to remember in order to find out whether Yi Chen had helped or not. In the end, that private fan did not succeed. But this failure was only directed at Yizhu alone. This private fan not only stalked Yizhu, but also other female celebrities. And he succeeded with them. The reason why it had not been exposed all this time was because he had videos of those female celebrities. Once he released those videos, it would be a lose-lose situation. That's why those female celebrities had been silent and let him roam free for so long. When Yizhu found out about this, he had already been arrested by the police. Except for the initial feeling of being followed, she had not suffered any actual harm. Yizhu suddenly had a premonition. Could it be that the reason she wasn't captured was because Yi Chen saved her from behind? Zhang Ming looked directly at Yizhu and said, judging from your expression, I guess you've already figured it out. So, to verify whether your guess is correct, turn to the next page of the diary. Trembling, Yizhu took the diary, bit her lip, and reluctantly turned to the next page. Lei Xiao told me that Sanmei seems to have been feeling like someone is following her recently. But whenever she tries to find the person, they are nowhere to be found. Lei Xiao thinks Sanmei is being paranoid, but I don't think so. I will find out the truth. That disgusting stalker. How dare he have designs on my Sanmei? He's as good as dead. The footage on the big screen began to play. Yizhu's filming was gradually coming to an end. There were just a few more scenes left, and then she could wrap up. However, Yizhu suddenly stopped in her tracks and turned around. Why did she feel like someone was following her? The feeling of being spied on was so strong. The assistant, seeing that she had stopped, also stopped and looked at her in confusion. Sister Zhu, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly stop? Yizhu voiced her doubts. I feel like someone is following me. The assistant immediately became alert. Is it the paparazzi? She also nervously looked behind her, but she couldn't see anything suspicious. Sister Zhu, are you mistaken? I didn't see any paparazzi. There's not even a fly. Are you being too sensitive? Yizhu pursed her lips. Am I? She looked back for a long time, but still didn't see anything. Maybe I really did just imagine it. She withdrew her gaze and got into the car with the assistant. Yizhu felt that maybe it was just her imagination. But what about the second, third, and even fourth time? It couldn't be that she was wrong every time. But whenever she said someone was following her, others said they didn't feel that way. Even when security was deployed, they didn't notice anyone suspicious around. The assistant looked at her anxiously. Sister, are you overthinking it? Maybe it's just the paparazzi following you? Yizhu held a cup of hot water in her hands. No, the feeling he gives me is not like a paparazzi following me. The assistant also felt troubled, but no matter how we investigate, we haven't seen anyone suspicious. Because they couldn't find anyone suspicious, everyone thought Yizhu was overreacting. Yizhu couldn't help but tell Lei Xiao about this. Brother Lei Xiao, they all say I'm mistaken, that no one is following me, but I really feel it. There really is someone following me. Lei Xiao never doubted Yizhu's intuition. What's going on? Tell me the whole story. Yizhu told him everything. Brother Lei Xiao, do you believe me? Lei Xiao was very firm. I do. This matter concerns me. I will definitely help you solve this problem. When Yi Zhu heard this, she felt a sense of security. Yes, I knew brother Lei Xiao would protect me. Lei Xiao had heard these words before, but hearing them again made him feel a sense of responsibility, because the one who had always protected Yi Zhu was not him. Yi Chen received a call just a minute after Yi Zhu hung up with Lei Xiao. How could Lei Xiao not tell Yi Chen about this? Yi Chen, someone is following Sanmei, but neither the security nor anyone else saw it. Lei Xiao, yes. So, except for Zhu, they all think she's just being too sensitive. Yi Chen only replied with 4 words, I got it. But with just those few words, Lei Xiao felt a strong sense of security in his heart. As long as Yi Chen was there, no matter what it is, he will solve it. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen couldn't help but reach out and support the table next to him. His face was pale, and cold sweat was coming out of his forehead. Just now, he was enduring the burning pain in his stomach while talking to Lei Xiao. He walked to the cabinet next to him, took out some stomach medicine and painkillers, and took them. The medicine took effect quickly. In no time, the feeling of stomach pain weakened significantly. Yi Chen walked to the computer. His eyes were fierce. Before I die, anyone who wants to bully my sister, have designs on my sister, has to step over my dead body. He absolutely would not allow anyone to bully his sister. His third sister, being a public figure, naturally did not want to cause too much trouble. But he was not like that. His fingers flew on the keyboard, quickly invading the monitoring system. For him, who had written massive game data, this was not difficult. The difficult part was finding the person tracking Yi Zhu from this massive data video. Yi Chen knew this was a long battle, so he brewed coffee, intending to stay up day and night until he found that anomaly. After all, finding that anomaly a second earlier could help his third sister escape danger a second earlier. Outside, the sun rose and set, noisy and quiet, all had nothing to do with Yi Chen inside the house. All his attention was focused on the computer monitoring video. After 3 days and nights, his face became even more haggard. There were bloodshot eyes at the bottom, and his cheeks had sunken. A green stubble had grown out. If he wasn't still breathing, he would look like a dead person. But only his eyes were incredibly bright. They were filled with firm belief. Just like the brightest and most shining Big Dipper in the night sky. No matter when you look up, you can see it. Finally found you. He stayed up for 3 days and nights without rest, and finally found this person. It had to be said that this person's counter-surveillance awareness was indeed very strong. As soon as he sensed someone's gaze on him, he immediately concealed his presence and hid. That was why every time Yi Zhu said someone was tracking her, but couldn't find the person, it was because his counter-surveillance awareness was too strong. Yi Chen's face darkened. This person is so cautious, he must have big plans. Ordinary private fans would not have such strong anti-tracking awareness, and it could be seen that he was avoiding cameras everywhere. And every time he tracked Yi Zhu, he disguised his figure with clothes. His face was also obscured by wearing a hat. But no matter how experienced a hunter is, there will be times when they make mistakes. Perhaps he didn't know that a new camera had been installed in a certain place, so when passing through this camera, his face inadvertently exposed. Although it was only the lower half, it was enough for Yi Chen to lock him down. But if he took this evidence to the police, it would be relatively less convincing. In the existing video evidence, it was not clear that he was deliberately tracking Yi Zhu. He could completely use various reasons to argue. He couldn't startle the snake. Yi Chen quickly had an idea. On the other hand, Lei Xiao was also tracking this matter. And worried about Yi Zhu's safety, he specially came to accompany her. Zhu, how is it? Have you felt someone tracking you recently? Yi Zhu shook her head. No. These days seemed to have returned to the past. She no longer felt that someone was tracking her. The assistant beside her spoke. Maybe you are too sensitive about this matter, Sister Zhu. I have been by your side all the time, but I haven't felt anything. Yi Zhu had always been very confident in herself, and she firmly believed that her feelings would not be wrong. But 3 days had passed. She really hadn't felt anyone tracking her again. Could it be that all of this was just her being too sensitive? Raiden spoke up. Regardless, it's better to be careful. Your intuition has never been wrong. And I heard something. It seems that there's a pervert who has been stalking female celebrities recently, and even forcing them to film videos. The assistant covered her mouth. What? How could such a thing happen? Why have I never heard of it? Raiden said, it's because he has videos in his hands, so those female celebrities dare not expose this matter. Those without connections definitely wouldn't know. It's because he's involved in both the business and entertainment circles that he received some information. Yi Zhu understood Raiden's concern. She became nervous. Are you saying that the person I felt is very likely to be that pervert? Raiden nodded seriously. Yes, that's what I'm worried about. Calling him a private fan is just a lousy disguise. In reality, this person is a big pervert. Calling him a private fan is an insult to the term private fan. This person has been able to succeed with other female celebrities, proving that he does have some ability, so it's better to be careful. The assistant muttered to herself, it can't be just a coincidence. After seeing the two's gaze, she immediately covered her mouth. Then she quickly changed her tune. Raiden is right. It's better to be careful. Yi Zhu looked worried. Raiden reassured her, you don't need to worry too much. The security we've hired is not to be trifled with. If he dares to come, we will definitely catch him. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice sounded, "Actress Yi, the director is calling for you." It was a staff member wearing a mask. Yi Zhu immediately got up from her chair. "Okay, I'll go right away." She quickly left, along with the staff member. The assistant packed up her things and followed closely behind. "Raiden, I will also be careful recently. Please rest assured. I'll go and be busy with Zhu Jie now." Raiden watched them leave. He took a deep breath to himself. There has been no news from Yi lately. I don't know if he has found out anything. The memories on the big screen were playing, and the audience in the live broadcast room was also not idle. "I bet that staff member wearing a mask is the pervert. Yes. I have a strong feeling about this too. I remember this. It caused quite a stir at the time. It was a hot topic for several days in a row, and even exposed several female celebrities. TSK. That pervert really hit the jackpot. The gossip I heard is that besides the exposed female celebrities, there's also the top one now. It's just that because of her strong background, it was suppressed with money. Anyway, this person really hit the jackpot. So many goddesses. TSK. A steady profit for 3 years, not a loss in 10 years. The topic gradually veered off. However, they still held high expectations in their hearts, whether their speculations were correct. As their conversation went off track, more than a week had passed in their memories. Yi Zhu had already begun to feel that she was being too sensitive. Because it had been almost 2 weeks, she no longer had that feeling. Everything was calm. She, who had been cautious, also began to relax gradually. Late at night, Yi Zhu had just finished filming. She did not return to the hotel with the crew, but planned to go back alone. She didn't intend to ask Raiden to accompany her. After all, Raiden was not her personal bodyguard. Besides, he also had things to do. It was impossible for him to be with her all the time. So Yi Zhu's plan was to drive back by herself. She arrived at the underground parking lot. The lights in the parking lot were dim, and because it was too empty, she could hear the echoing sound of her high heels as she walked, adding a hint of eeriness for no reason. Yi Zhu originally didn't feel anything, but as she walked, she inexplicably felt a little anxious. She had the constant feeling that someone was watching her. She slowed down her pace. This feeling of being watched became even stronger. In just that moment, Yi Zhu's whole body started to break out in goosebumps. There was someone behind her. The reason why Yi Zhu could quickly come to this conclusion was because, in addition to feeling that something was wrong, she also smelled a faint smell of blood. It seemed to be emanating with the air. At this moment, Yi Zhu had two choices. The first was to turn around and see who was standing behind her. The second was to ignore everything and run forward immediately. Regardless of whether there was someone behind her, she should run away immediately. In just 1 second, Yi Zhu made her choice. She suddenly turned her head. Her premonition was not wrong. There was indeed someone standing behind her. It was a man wearing overalls, a black mask, and a duckbill cap. Yi Zhu screamed, took a few steps back, and almost fell. At that moment, the man who had startled Yi Zhu immediately stepped forward and reached out to grab her. "Don't be afraid." With his help, Yi Zhu steadied herself. At the same time, she also heard his voice clearly. This hoarse and deep voice sounded somewhat familiar. Her struggling movements suddenly stopped. She looked carefully at the person in front of her. "Wait, this person is Uncle." Seeing that Yi Zhu had steadied herself, Chen let go of his hand. When Yi Zhu recognized him, he didn't find it strange at all. After all, he had deliberately dressed like this just now. It was to make Yi Zhu recognize him. "Yes, it's me." Yi Zhu recognized Chen, and all the tension she had been holding on to suddenly dissipated. "Uncle, you scared me. I thought it was someone else." She pressed her hand against her chest, indeed feeling a great relief. In just those few seconds, she had already imagined all the dark sides of the world in her mind. But it was fortunate. The person in front of her was her uncle. Seeing the undisguised relief in her expression, Chen's hands hanging by his side tightened. "You trust me this much, little sister? So, three sister, you trust him so much?" This feeling of being trusted made Chen feel that the pain in his waist had eased. However, before Chen could be happy for a few seconds, Yi Zhu spoke again. "Do you know Brother Lei Xiao?" Yi Zhu didn't trust just anyone, but she trusted Lei Xiao. And when she saw this uncle before, he was with Lei Xiao. Brother Lei Xiao was very familiar with him. So from Yi Zhu's perspective, this uncle was also a trustworthy person. Yi Chen's joy turned into bitterness. It turned out that he was only borrowing Lei Xiao's blessing. The pain that had already been suppressed now reared its head again. After feeling relieved, Yi Zhu looked at him with confusion. "But, uncle, what are you doing here?" Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged. "Just happened to come to pick up something. Didn't expect to run into you." He endured the pain, smiled, and spoke in an extremely gentle voice. "It's already late. A girl like you shouldn't stay here alone. Hurry back home." Yi Zhu also felt the same way. If the person she had just encountered wasn't her uncle, she would have been in danger. She nodded and was about to leave. "Well, then I'll go first." Just as she turned around, Chen couldn't bear the pain anymore, and he reached out to cover his abdomen. Large drops of cold sweat dripped from his forehead, gathered into beads, and fell into his mask. But even now, he decided to watch Yi Zhu leave safely. Just as Yi Zhu had taken 3 steps after turning around, she suddenly realized that there was a question she had been ignoring and hadn't asked. She stopped again and turned to look at Chen. By the way, uncle, have you smelled a faint smell of blood in the air? Yi Chen changed his posture in the instant she turned her head. There was no sign of any problem in his posture. What blood smell? I didn't smell anything. It should be the smell of gasoline. After all, this is a parking lot, so it's normal to smell gasoline. Alright, let's go back quickly. Don't stay here any longer. Yi Zhu still looked puzzled. The difference between the smell of gasoline and the smell of blood was so great, how could she not distinguish it? But it was just as the uncle said. It was too late, so it was better to go back early. Yi Zhu didn't continue to dwell on this issue. Then I'll leave first. Good night, uncle. She waved to Yi Chen and quickly got into the car, started the engine, and left. Yi Chen watched her leave all the way. When she had completely left and the exhaust of the car had dissipated, he finally couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. The blood color on his face had completely faded, leaving only a snow-like paleness. The previous struggle had exhausted all his strength. He slowly lowered his head to look at his abdomen. The clothes there had been completely soaked with blood. The bright red blood flowed out, and if it weren't for the parking lot lights being too dark, Yi Zhu would definitely have noticed something was wrong. Any gasoline smell was fake. What Yi Zhu smelled was the smell of blood, and this smell of blood was coming from Yi Chen. The scene ended here, suddenly becoming blank. The audience in the live broadcast room frantically pressed their keyboards. Damn, not this trick again. Just when it gets to the most exciting part, it stops, right? How could Yi Chen be injured? What's wrong with him? Did he just encounter that psycho? The psycho is in the parking lot, right? The guess from the previous viewer was right. So, Yi Chen saved Yi Zhu again. Oh my god, Yi Chen is bleeding a lot. Even in this dark light, I can see that his face is very pale. Heartbreaking. He really is. I'm crying. Didn't Yi Zhu say she's the most sensitive? Didn't she say she's the queen of the screen? Yi Chen is in so much pain. Didn't she notice anything? Moreover, she already smelled the blood, right? Can't she continue to ask? Is it going to kill her to ask a little more? The viewers watching the drama, are you all crazy? How could the bamboo goddess know that Yi Chen is injured? He doesn't blame anyone for his own injury. That's right. What's going on now? Everything Yi Chen does is right. Everything our goddess does is wrong. It's really disgusting. The barrage started to argue again, and the scene in front of them started to play again. The memory went back 10 minutes. Yi Chen, like the previous 2 weeks, was completely disguised. This time, even people familiar with him would not recognize him. He reduced his presence and silently guarded Yi Zhu. He was lurking. The psycho who was tracking Yi Zhu was a particularly tricky guy. Yi Chen couldn't startle the snake, he could only strike once. The psycho was also cautious and sensitive. He seemed to have noticed someone investigating him and hadn't appeared for several days. Yi Chen waited very patiently. Patience was needed to wait for the fish to take the bait, and Yi Chen had plenty of patience. After several days, the psycho seemed to have sensed that there was no danger and began to cautiously show himself. Yi Chen first saw him on the set. He disguised himself as a staff member and approached Yi Zhu. Yi Chen hid in a secret corner, capturing all his movements as evidence. The pervert was very sensitive to the camera and almost discovered Yi Chen. Fortunately, Yi Chen was quick enough to hide and avoid being seen. However, because of Yi Chen's actions, the pervert had not appeared for a long time, probably sensing something. But as a pervert who had succeeded several times, he was cautious and confident enough. After restraining himself for several days without sensing any danger, he couldn't help but act again. This time, he was more cautious than before. But all of this did not escape Yi Chen's eyes. All of his actions were recorded by Yi Chen with a camera. Perhaps after all this time without sensing any danger, the pervert finally couldn't help but make a move. Yi Chen cautiously followed him, and when he saw the pervert heading to the parking lot and destroying the cameras, ensuring that no one could see his actions, he ambushed him. At this point, Yi Chen could not continue to sit idly by. He knew he had to act now. Yi Chen saved all the evidence he had captured and uploaded it to the cloud. After confirming everything was correct, he made his move. With a speed that an ordinary person could not reach, Yi Chen quickly ran up behind the pervert. Just as he rushed out, the pervert also noticed. He quickly turned around and tried to dodge, but he was a step too slow. Yi Chen had already rushed up to him and reached out to restrain him. Although Yi Chen was fast, the pervert was not easy to deal with. He kicked the ground and tried to overpower Yi Chen. How could Yi Chen let him succeed? The two quickly started grappling with each other, and it was a close fight. But as time passed, it was clear that Yi Chen had the upper hand. The pervert became more and more anxious. He had calculated the time, and if he continued to delay, the situation would only turn against him. A fierce light flashed in the pervert's eyes, and without a word, he took advantage of a moment when he had some free space and took out a folding knife from his pocket. Swish! A flash of silver. Yi Chen quickly stepped back and countered, grabbing his wrist. Ah! The pervert let out a painful cry, and the silver knife fell to the ground. A fierce light appeared in his eyes, showing his determination to harm the enemy even at the cost of self-injury. He quickly crouched down and reached for the knife. At the same time, Yi Chen also rushed up. In that instant, the pervert gritted his teeth, a murderous look in his eyes. Without hesitation, he fiercely stabbed at Yi Chen. He was willing to harm himself to harm the enemy. But wasn't Yi Chen thinking the same thing? In the intense fight just now, his stomach began to convulse, a burning pain spreading throughout his body. If they continued, it was uncertain who would win or lose, so Yi Chen couldn't continue the fight either. Seeing the knife coming towards him, Yi Chen just dodged the fatal blow and counterattacked. The sound of the knife cutting flesh. The sound of a broken nose bone. Ah! Ah! The intense pain made the pervert cry out, but before he could make more noise, Yi Chen covered his mouth and then delivered a chop to the back of his neck. Nerve damage. He immediately passed out, losing the ability to resist. But Yi Chen was not in a good state either. Although he had avoided a fatal blow, he was still stabbed in the abdomen. Although he had tried to cover the wound with all his strength, the blood still couldn't be stopped. The pain in his abdomen mixed with the pain in his stomach. He broke out in a cold sweat, his face even paler than paper. Plus, the parking lot was lit with an extremely white light at this time. It was almost like a scene from The Ring. Yi Chen struggled to take out his phone, just about to make a call, when suddenly he heard a sound outside. Whose footsteps were those? Yi Chen immediately put away his phone and, enduring the pain, hid the man's body. He made every effort not to make any sound, hiding in the darkness, watching vigilantly in the direction of the footsteps. A figure slowly emerged. At the first sight of this figure, Yi Chen recognized the person. It was Sanmei. He only heard Sanmei's footsteps, and no matter how he looked around, there was no one else present. At this moment, he finally understood why this pervert chose to act at this time. He had actually anticipated that Sanmei would be traveling alone. Yi Chen had originally wanted to continue hiding, not letting Yi Zhu discover him, but it seemed to be too late. Yi Zhu had already sensed someone behind her, and at this moment, Yi Chen noticed that there was a light in the corner where he was hiding. It cast his shadow on the ground, with nowhere to hide. If Sanmei turned around, she would definitely see his shadow. If she came to check, she would definitely discover him and the man on the ground. It would be impossible to explain. In order to avoid being discovered by Yi Zhu and being caught in this dilemma, Yi Chen chose to step out on his own. So when Yi Zhu suddenly turned around, what she saw was Yi Chen standing behind her. All the pieces finally came together. Yi Zhu covered her face in agony. She never expected that the truth would turn out like this. Yi Chen was injured because he saved her. However, even though she had smelled the blood, she had not taken it seriously at all. Whatever Yi Chen said, she believed. This was completely because she had not thought deeply. And the reason she had not thought deeply was simply because she did not care about Yi Chen at all. Yi Chen had done so much for her, yet she was completely unaware. Tears streamed down Yi Zhu's face, dropping onto the ground. Her eyes were swollen from crying. Not only was Yi Zhu crying, but Lei Xiao was also in the same state. He had no idea that Yi Chen had been injured at the time. The only information he knew was the same as Yi Zhu's. Someone had found the pervert and he had been taken directly to the police station. The only thing he knew a little more was that the person who found the pervert was Yi Chen. After reading it, Zhang Ming suddenly connected it to something he had known before. So that's it. He even impulsively stood up from his seat, his face twisted, and rushed to Yi Zhu, grabbing her shoulders and shaking her desperately. Why didn't you go save him at the time? Why didn't you think a little more at the time? Why didn't you go save him? He suddenly became so fierce that it startled the other three sisters. Yi Zhu felt a sharp pain in her shoulder, her expression pained, and she couldn't help but groan in pain. Yi Mei reacted and quickly stood up to stop him. Mr. Chen, what are you doing? Let go of my sister. Yi Lan also grabbed his hand. Zhang Ming was forcibly pulled away, his expression still fierce, showing no signs of easing. But he was calmer than before, at least he didn't continue to act. Even though Yi Zhu's shoulder was in extreme pain, she showed no intention of blaming Zhang Ming. Instead, she asked, what happened to Yi Chen later? Otherwise, Zhang Ming would not have suddenly become so angry. Zhang Ming's face was dark, as if water was about to drip from it. What happened? Almost died. Does that count as something? Not long after he finished speaking, Yi Zhu whispered beside him, he's not dead yet. Her tone was disdainful. Yi Chen was still alive and well, so why was he so irritable? It would be understandable for him to have such a desperate look of wanting to kill someone only after he died. Yi Zhu thought she was speaking quietly, but she didn't realize that her words were being transmitted through the microphone. Zhang Ming, who was already angry, looked directly at her. The look of wanting to kill someone cannot be hidden. If it weren't for being on stage and under the gaze of the public, something unpleasant and bloody might have happened. After feeling his gaze, Yi Zhu silently closed her mouth. However foolish she might be, she could sense the killing intent in Zhang Ming's eyes at this moment. To prevent the situation from getting out of control, the director quickly spoke up. So what happened next? Let's quickly enter the memory of that time. Just after Yi Zhu finished filming, she saw the assistant rush to her in a panic. Xu Jie, something terrible has happened. Her expression was extremely anxious, but more than that, she was still trembling with fear. Yi Zhu asked immediately, what happened? Take your time. The assistant hurriedly spoke, Xu Jie, your intuition was right. You really were being followed by someone. Yi Zhu immediately asked, what happened? The assistant wouldn't be so panicked if nothing had happened. The assistant quickly explained what she had heard on the phone. Oh my god. I didn't expect that psycho to really target you, Xu Jie. If someone hadn't found out and informed the police, then Xu Jie, you would have. After hearing this, Yizhu also felt a cold sweat on her back. It turns out all her feelings were true. She really was being followed by someone. Soon after, she received a call from the police. They just wanted to ask if she had been harmed by the stalker and to take her statement. Yizhu quickly agreed. After hanging up the phone, she couldn't help but say, "Who found that psycho? I really want to thank him. If it weren't for him, I would have been in trouble." Yizhu didn't know that the person she was thanking was the man she had seen last night. After she left, Chen used the last bit of his strength to call for help and report to the police. Then he couldn't hold on any longer and passed out due to excessive blood loss. Chen was rushed into the operating room for emergency treatment. Due to the severe blood loss, Chen fell into shock and was in an extremely dangerous condition. There were several times when he almost passed out and couldn't wake up, but his will to survive was particularly strong. Every time the doctors wanted to give up, he stubbornly pulled through. The doctors seemed to sense his strong will to survive and desperately continued the rescue efforts. Drip, drip, drip. Finally, his vital signs gradually stabilized. He temporarily escaped danger. When Chen woke up, he found himself in the hospital. His head was spinning, feeling like he had been in a deep sleep for a long time. When he tried to move a little, he felt a pulling pain in his abdomen. The nurse next to him quickly stopped him. "Hey, be careful. Your wound was just sewn up not long ago, don't pull on it." Seeing the nurse, Chen realized that he had been saved. "Thank you for saving me." The nurse smiled. "You're welcome, it's what we doctors should do. But do you know how dangerous it was for you at that time? Several times our chief thought you wouldn't wake up, but luckily you pulled through every time." She spoke with lingering fear. Although Chen was in the midst of rescue at that time, he still had some consciousness. He did feel like he was about to die. However, at that time, he had been trying hard to stay awake. He didn't want to die. He couldn't die. Even though he had subdued the pervert who had been stalking Sanmei and had reported it to the police, he was still afraid. He was afraid that the pervert might wake up halfway and escape. He absolutely couldn't die before confirming with his own eyes that the pervert had been caught. Perhaps it was because of this that Chen persisted. "I also have to thank you all for saving me so desperately. As for the money, should I settle the bill when I leave the hospital, or should I pay now?" Nurse, no need, no need. Your medical expenses have already been paid by someone. Chen, huh? Someone had already paid for him? Who was it? Just as he was thinking this, the door of the ward suddenly pushed open. A familiar figure stood at the door. His face was dark, and he looked very displeased at Chen. "Zhang Gu, what are you doing here?" When Chen saw this person, he was truly very surprised. Besides Zhang Ming, who else could it be? Zhang Ming walked in angrily. "What am I doing here? I wanted to ask you, if I hadn't coincidentally run into you, would you not have told me?" He happened to be at the hospital for a physical examination today. Just after the examination, he saw an ambulance rushing in with someone. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it was Chen. So he had been waiting outside the operating room. It wasn't until Chen was out of danger that he dared to relax and go to the restroom. "Chen, do you really think you have a charmed life and can't die? You're in the hospital every few days. Every time I see you, you look pale, like half dead. As your brother, I don't want to see you off to the grave." He was more than 20 years older than Chen. It was indeed a case of the older generation seeing off the younger. Chen reassured him, "It's not that serious, I'm fine." Zhang Ming sneered, "Indeed, you're fine. You almost died. Anyway, you have several lives, not afraid of death at all. I really hope that the next time I see you, it's not in the hospital, but directly at the funeral home, to attend your funeral." He was really furious. When he spoke, he was already not thinking straight. He was really angry. His good brother Chen had never treated his own life as important. The nurse hadn't left yet and acted as a peacemaker. "Don't argue, talk things out nicely." She reminded Zhang Ming, "Mr. Yi is a patient, his emotions shouldn't fluctuate too much." Zhang Ming was still angry and couldn't possibly listen to the nurse. Not only did he not restrain himself, he even continued to mock, "A patient? You treat him as a patient, has he ever treated himself as a patient? I think if you encounter him again in the future, you don't need to save him, just let him fend for himself." Zhang Ming was really too angry. After saying this, he slammed the door and left, leaving the nurse and Chen looking at each other. Your friend was being sarcastic. You don't need to take it to heart." "Chen, don't worry, I'm not taking it to heart." Zhang Ming was just frustrated. He understood that he would soon be fine. He had more important things to do now. He wanted to ask Lei Xiao and confirm whether that person had been caught. Chen picked up his phone from the bedside table and quickly dialed Lei Xiao's number. Lei Xiao answered quickly. "Mr. Yi." Chen didn't need to ask. Lei Xiao had already blurted out, "It was close." "Mr. Yi, do you know? It was close, Zhu almost had an accident. Fortunately, fortune favors the prepared mind. It's finally okay." Lei Xiao rambled on for a while by himself, then suddenly realized, "Wait, Mr. Yi, it wasn't you, was it?" The sound of a slap came from the phone, as if someone was being slapped. "It must be you. Why didn't I think of it before?" Lei Xiao realized belatedly. After hearing that the maniac had been restrained and could no longer harm Chen was completely relieved. He didn't continue listening. "Since Sanmei is fine, I'll hang up first. Lei Xiao thought he was busy with something. Yi, if you're busy, go ahead. Yi Chen hung up the phone, a warm and bright smile on his lips. Sanmei is fine. That's great. He's really. I'm crying. Yi Chen is already like that, but after waking up, the first thing he asked about was whether Yi Zhu was doing well. My god. What kind of amazing brother is this? If someone loves and cares for me like this, I won't let them down. Who says only those in the spotlight are heroes? Yi Chen. You are my only brother. The only one. The audience in the live broadcast room was all influenced by Yi Chen. Yi Chen is really too good. So much so that everyone felt that these four sisters were completely unworthy of having Yi Chen as their brother. Zhang Ming saw this long-lost memory, and his feelings were different from everyone else's. Others might be touched, regretful, or sad for him, but Zhang Ming just wanted to go back and sew his mouth shut. How could he have said those things at the time? Saying that the next time he saw Yi Chen, he hoped it would be at the funeral home. Now, Yi Chen is lying in the hospital's operating room, undergoing rescue. Zhang Ming didn't know if Yi Chen still had the same mindset as he did at that time. He didn't want to die like this. He wanted to continue living. He tightly held his phone. It was his communications secretary, the only channel that could understand Yi Chen's current situation. How is Yi Chen doing now? In the hospital, the secretary waited outside the operating room. He was also anxiously waiting for the doctor's notification inside. Time was particularly agonizing at this moment. The secretary didn't even know how long he had been waiting here. Just when he thought he would never see the doctor come out, the door of the operating room suddenly opened. The secretary immediately stood up from his position and quickly walked to the doctor. Doctor, how is Yi Chen, the patient inside? Is he okay? Does he have any problems? The doctor reassured him, don't be nervous, we'll talk about it one by one. Are you a family member of Yi Chen? The secretary shook his head and then nodded. I'm not his family member, but I'm an employee of his friend. The doctor was momentarily speechless. Which side did the patient inside come from? No family members came, and a friend's employee came. You should let his friend or family member come. The secretary said, sorry, they are busy with very important matters and can't come for the time being. Doctor, can you just tell me how Yi Chen is doing now? Is he still alive, or has he? The doctor said, Yi Chen, he's out of danger. The doctor showed a relieved smile as if a burden had been lifted. He really felt his whole body relax. During the rescue process, he had thought several times that Yi Chen might not make it. But in the end, Yi Chen persisted and successfully passed the final hurdle. The secretary was genuinely happy, really. That's great. Now my boss can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Yi Chen is fine. This also means that the things my boss wants to do can continue. Can you tell me when Yi Chen can come out? The doctor said, he can come out in a moment. But he needs to go directly to the ICU from the regular ward. Although Yi Chen has been rescued, he is still not completely out of danger and needs real-time monitoring. Naturally, he cannot go to the regular ward. The secretary nodded, of course. Doctor, you must do your best to save him. At least he should hold on until everything is revealed. He had also heard about Yi Chen's deeds. That's why, because of this, he had always admired Yi Chen. You should know, he was only 8 years old when he left with his 4 sisters. An 8-year-old child, yet he took on the responsibility of raising 4 little girls. Anyone with a little bit of sense could understand how difficult it must have been, not to mention the secretary also knew about Yi Chen's later performance. This only made him admire and respect Yi Chen even more. So he had the same mindset as Zhang Ming, hoping that Yi Chen could hold on. The doctor had been on duty all along and didn't understand what the secretary was saying, but saving lives was the doctor's duty. Don't worry, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, all medical staff will absolutely not give up. The doors of the operating room were pushed open at that moment. Yi Chen was wheeled out on a stretcher. He was still under anesthesia and hadn't woken up yet, his eyes closed, his face covered with an oxygen mask. His face was as pale as paper, his features withered and haggard, like an old woman. The nearby instruments were still emitting a beep 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 alarm. The secretary couldn't even recognize Yi Chen when he saw him. He had only seen Yi Chen a long time ago. At that time, Yi Chen was full of spirit, and in his words and actions, it seemed as if he held the world in his hands. But in just a few short years, he had become what he was now, to the extent that even he didn't dare to recognize himself. It wasn't until Yi Chen was taken to the ICU that the secretary came to his senses. Then, somewhat absent-mindedly, he sent a message to Zhang Ming. Boss, Yi Chen has been saved. When Zhang Ming received this message, his heart skipped a beat. He couldn't control his happiness. What he had been most worried about was that Yi Chen wouldn't be able to be saved. But now, Yi Chen had been saved. Zhang Ming silently repeated in his heart, Yi Chen, even though you may not want everything you've done to be made public, because you're worried that it will hurt your 4 sisters, but perhaps this is fate. Fate has chosen to make everything public for you, to clear your name. Zhang Ming put his phone back in his pocket, his gaze becoming even more determined. He looked at Yi Zhu, who was crying in pain. Yi Zhu, do you think it's over now? It's not over yet. He didn't just do this for you. He even paved the way for you after he died. Yi Zhu bit her lip tightly. What did he do for me? Whenever she thought that what Yi Chen had done for her was already enough, Zhang Ming would always say, no, you don't understand enough. You don't know what else Yi Chen did for you. At this point, Yi Zhu felt that she owed Yi Chen more and more. so much so that she didn't even know what she could do to repay him. Zhang Ming didn't immediately answer Yiju's question, but instead asked, "What's the name of the movie you're shooting now? What's the movie you're negotiating about?" The two questions made Yiju connect everything. The one I'm shooting now it's the one he wrote, "Hello, Mom," and the next one I'm negotiating for is Detective. Both of these movies were written by screenwriter 12, who is Yi Chen. She hadn't paid attention to this before, so she had overlooked this direction. But now, thinking back, all the clues were connected. Yiju wasn't a fool, she could see such obvious clues. "Are you saying?" Yiju clenched her fist, he knew he was going to die. But before he died, he wrote all these scripts for me? The purpose of doing this was naturally for her. This time, she didn't need Zhang Ming to say it. After thinking about it, Yiju directly turned to the next page of the diary. Yi Chen's handwriting at this point was no longer as vigorous as before. From the strokes of the pen, his handwriting had become much more rounded. Indeed, one cannot easily go to the hospital. After returning from the hospital, I could clearly feel that my body was getting worse and worse. I don't know when I will completely leave this world, but I have no regrets. I have basically completed what I wanted to do, but now what worries me the most is my youngest sister. I don't have anything else I can do for them now. Let me make one last effort. Write down the entire script. Asterisk cough, cough, cough. Asterisk Yi Chen covered his mouth with his hand, coughing dryly and difficultly. His stomach illness had become more severe. After coming out of the hospital, the doctor had already told him that he now had stomach cancer. He had already started to gradually lose his appetite. Occasionally, he could barely eat, but he would also vomit. The body's function relies on the stomach to absorb nutrients. And now that his stomach was having problems, he couldn't eat, couldn't absorb nutrients, and naturally his body's nutrition couldn't keep up. The result was obvious. The doctor told him that perhaps he only had a few years left. This was the best-case scenario. As for the worst, he probably wouldn't live much longer. After hearing this news, Yi Chen didn't feel particularly sad. He had lived several decades longer than others. In fact, that was already enough. The only reason he didn't want to die so soon was because he couldn't rest assured about his 4 sisters. So he had been trying to hold on. It would be good if he could live a few more days. Yi Chen picked up a thermos next to him and poured a glass of water, which was cold. He shook the thermos and realized that the inner container had cracked at some point. It couldn't retain heat at all. Yi Chen put down the thermos and planned to boil a pot of hot water in the kitchen. However, after filling the pot with water, he found that the power had been cut off at some point. Without electricity, the electric kettle naturally couldn't boil water. Just walking these few steps, the burning sensation in his stomach became even stronger. In addition to the burning sensation, there was also a hollow feeling of hunger. He hadn't eaten anything all day. With the power out at home, he could only go out to buy something. Outside, the sky was already dim, and there was a light rain falling, lowering the already cold temperature by a few degrees. Yi Chen wrapped his coat tightly around himself and entered the rain with an umbrella. He quickly entered a small snack stall. Smoke was rising from the stove, adding a bit of warmth. The owner of the shop came over. "What do you want to eat?" "Yi Chen, just a bowl of plain congee." The owner looked him up and down. "Okay, wait." He quickly brought a bowl of congee. "Your plain congee." He rudely placed it in front of Yi Chen, and due to the strong impact, the congee splattered out. Without even looking, he left directly. Yi Chen didn't mind, and picked up the spoon to eat. Just as he took a spoonful, he heard the owner talking to another man. "Have you seen this person? His face is so pale, like a consumptive ghost. He only ordered the cheapest plain congee. It really brings bad luck. His clothes are so tattered. Does he even have money to pay the bill? Does he dare not to have money? Then he's doomed." Yi Chen heard these voices, but his face showed no expression. This wasn't the first time he had heard such remarks. Besides, there was no need to pay for other people's emotions. Can others' sarcasm and ridicule take away a piece of flesh from his body? Yi Chen opened his mouth and swallowed the plain congee. However, just a few seconds after swallowing, there was a strong surge in his stomach, followed by uncontrollable acid reflux. He immediately vomited all the congee he had just eaten. The owner, who had been bad-mouthing Yi Chen to his wife, was now jumping in anger. "Damn, are you sick? Are you doing this on purpose? What are you spitting in my shop for?" He came straight at him, intending to scold Yi Chen, but because he found Yi Chen too dirty, he stopped a few steps in front of him. Yi Chen covered his stomach. "Sorry, I didn't mean to." The boss looked at him fiercely. "Not on purpose. Then it's intentional. You can even spit out a bowl of congee. What are you pretending to be here?" Yi Chen was in too much stomach pain to think about replying to the boss. The boss saw that Yi Chen didn't respond and became even more aggressive. "I see you're as pale as a consumptive. You're almost in the coffin with half a foot in it, aren't you? You're just asking for bad luck. Hurry up and pay and leave. Don't bring bad luck here." Yi Chen really couldn't eat. He eased the stomach pain and took out 3 coins from his pocket and placed them on the table. As he got up, the boss slammed the table. "Are you begging for money from me? What 3 coins? It's 3,003 coins for service." He held out 3 fingers and made a gesture. 3,003 coins? Yi Chen struggled to speak. "Here, a bowl of congee only costs 3 coins, cough cough cough." How did the price suddenly increase by 1,000 times? The boss snorted. 3 coins for congee. You spit on my floor, the cleaning fee is 3,000 coins. What's wrong with you? Yi Chen's face had already turned stern. Don't push me too far. You might as well go rob someone. Clearly, he was being taken advantage of because of his appearance. The boss reached out. I'm already giving you face by asking for 3,000 coins. Don't dilly-dally. Pay up. His greedy and mercenary appearance was exposed. Obviously, he saw Yi Chen as a fat sheep to be slaughtered. In this instant, Yi Chen's eyes turned cold. His body may be weak now, but he hadn't lost his backbone. If he didn't fight back in this situation, he wouldn't be Yi Chen. In that instant, the boss felt it. He was momentarily afraid. This look, it was too fierce. But the boss looked at Yi Chen again. This man was pale, thin as a stick, and looked like he was about to die from any angle. How could he be scared by such a dying man? The boss straightened up again, pointing at Yi Chen's nose. You short-lived ghost. What are you staring at? Stop dawdling and pay up. Without hesitation, Yi Chen reached out and grabbed his hand. Then, without hesitation, he twisted it hard. Click. His finger broke off. Ah! The boss screamed in pain on the spot. He hadn't expected that this short-lived ghost would have such strength. Seeing this, another man, seemingly the boss's brother, couldn't sit still. Without a word, he picked up a chair nearby. Then, without hesitation, he charged at Yi Chen. You dare to hurt my big brother. I'll kill you. Yi Chen quickly dodged. But this action once again involved his stomach, and the burning pain made him shiver. The two of them took the opportunity to lift the chair and smash it down on Yi Chen's head. Enduring the pain, Yi Chen quickly blocked and fought back against the two. These two men were both stronger than Yi Chen, but they were horrified to find that Yi Chen's strength was surprisingly great. They couldn't fight back. Do you know who I am? How dare you hit me? I warn you, I have connections. Connections? Yi Chen sneered. Do you want to try and see if the people behind you have a bigger background, or if my background is bigger? It's a joke. Compare backgrounds with him? Even if he had indeed unloaded everything now, not just anyone could insult him. Yi Chen had intended to teach them a lesson. However, the pain in his stomach became more and more intense, and he simply couldn't bear it. He had no choice but to let those two people go for now. After leaving the snack stall, the aftermath of the fight just now appeared. His stomach pain was even more severe than before. Cold sweat dripped down his face in large drops. He looked like he had just been pulled out of the water. He covered his stomach and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He was in so much pain that he could hardly walk, so he crouched down, the rain beating down on him, the wind cutting into his bones. A mother and child passed by him. Mom, that uncle looks like he's in a lot of pain. Don't meddle, be careful he doesn't go crazy and bite you. The woman looked disdainfully at Yi Chen and hurriedly left with the child. The rain continued to pour down for a long time that day. Sob. Sob. Why does Yi Chen have to suffer like this? The sports teacher, a burly man, burst into tears, vigorously wiping away his tears and snot. He felt deeply indignant for Yi Chen from the bottom of his heart. Zhou Qiguan, sitting in the corner, also had red-rimmed eyes, holding back his tears. Although Yi Chen was not someone he had watched grow up, he had witnessed and experienced how amazing and talented Yi Chen was in his youth. Such a genius and demon-like person should have a future filled with glory, flowers, and applause. Not like now, curled up in the darkness and corner, mocked and drenched in the cold rain. This should not be his path, nor should it be the result he gets. Because Yi Chen. Zhou Qiguan responded to the sports teacher's words with difficulty, gave all his glory to his four sisters. All the glory on those four sisters should have been his, but he gave it all up just to help his four sisters succeed. The sports teacher was indignant. Why did he give it to them? If it weren't for participating in this program, his memory being exposed, those four sisters would still be nothing. Yi Chen is really at a loss. The psychology professor, who had been silent, saw through everything with his eyes, but he doesn't feel at a loss himself. Even if the world thinks he's at a loss, what does it matter? As long as he doesn't feel at a loss, then he's not at a loss. In other words, if he feels at a loss, then even if the whole world thinks he's not at a loss, he's still at a loss. This profound statement made the sports teacher full of question marks. What are you talking about? I don't understand. The psychology professor's temple twitched. In summary, I'm willing. What can you do about it? This time the sports teacher understood. If you had said that earlier, I would have understood. The thought processes of athletes and liberal arts students are like two different worlds. Yi Chen was sick. This statement may not be entirely accurate. After all, he was already sick. It was a physical illness, not a mental one. After getting soaked in the rain that day, he caught a cold that night. He lay in bed, feeling dizzy and disoriented, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. And because he hadn't eaten anything for 2 whole days, not even drinking water, he was now extremely weak and shivering. Yi Chen struggled to breathe. Am I going to die? Am I really going to die like this? It's so frustrating. There are still so many things I haven't finished. He couldn't just die like this. Yi Chen forced himself to get up from the bed, dragging his weak body to the kitchen to boil water. Finally, the power came back on. Yi Chen boiled water and made porridge. Then he took out the medicine from the cabinet and swallowed it with warm water. His stomach was strongly stimulated, churning and wanting to throw up. Yi Chen held on tightly and didn't vomit the medicine. He began to eat the porridge with great difficulty. With every spoonful, he felt a strong churning in his stomach. He didn't look like he was eating porridge at all, but more like he was taking poison. He spent over half an hour just to finish a small bowl of porridge. At this moment, everyone watching the live broadcast was filled with tension. Even though they were watching the memories in reverse order and knew that Chen was still alive, they still felt anxious when they saw this scene, fearing that Chen might leave this world in the next second. Chen, you have to hold on. You still have so much to do. Are you willing to die like this? Pull yourself together. In their eager anticipation, Chen managed to hold on. 3 days had passed. After overcoming the sudden cold, perhaps due to the law of compensation, Chen's appetite had improved compared to 3 days ago. At least eating porridge was no longer as difficult as before. He regained his spirits and the first thing he did was to open his computer and start writing his script. His stomach was never good, but once he started working, he often forgot to eat. There were several times when his appetite decreased and he couldn't eat, or he ate and then vomited. But he persisted through it all. Winter passed, spring arrived, and the seasons cycled through. Chen had written over a dozen documents on his computer. However, compared to the number of documents on his computer, his appearance had become increasingly haggard. Despite being only 30 years old, he looked like he was 60. His cheeks were sunken, and he was so thin that he seemed almost skeletal. A third of his hair had turned white. Only his eyes remained bright and determined. Finally, finished writing. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed as if he was about to cough up his lungs. It had started raining outside again, and Chen, who had been living in this damp place for years, felt a slight pain in his calves. But compared to the chronic stomach pain he had endured, this was child's play. Being able to persist for a year and write all the scripts he wanted to give to his younger sister had already brought great satisfaction to Chen. Next, I'll send these scripts to Lei Xiao. He hadn't been in contact with Lei Xiao for a long time, but fortunately, he still remembered the email address. Chen compressed the files and sent them all to Lei Xiao. After the email was successfully sent, Chen promptly closed the email account. From that moment on, he would no longer contact anyone. Finally, let him face death quietly on his own. Big sister, second sister, third sister, fourth sister. I can only help you this much. The road ahead, you have to walk it on your own. The big screen went black. All the viewers fell into silence. Is this Chen's final thought before his death? Be more serious, Chen hasn't died yet. Anyway, at that time, he was thinking as if he was about to die. The barrage in the live broadcast room decreased. Not because there were no viewers, but because they were all silent. At this moment, a barrage floated by, causing everyone to fall into silence and contemplation. If you were Chen, could you reach this point? At the top academic institution, Zhou Qiguang was also contemplating when he saw this barrage. Yes, if we put ourselves in his shoes, could we reach this point? The psychology professor sighed. Who could do it? But don't forget what Chen experienced in his childhood. Chen was abandoned in an orphanage from a young age. He was adopted by the husband and wife of the four sisters. However, after being adopted, he did not receive love. All he received was abuse and various forms of ridicule from his adoptive father. Generally, children who grow up in such extreme environments will have some darkness in their hearts. Or maybe it's a desire for revenge, or perhaps it's just being reclusive. But Chen doesn't have any of these emotions. Not only does he not have these dark sides, he has also nurtured all four sisters into talents. He even sacrificed his own halo for them. Zhou Qiguang, neither the four sisters nor their parents have shown him any tenderness, but he is willing to give all his tenderness to these four sisters. The physical education teacher, once again, a tough man, burst into tears. A real man. Chen is a real man. In the office, only the sound of the physical education teacher sobbing remained. In the studio, Lei Xiao covered his face in pain. I realized it at that time. I realized it after receiving that email. Mr. Yi, he's almost gone. But I can't save him. After receiving this email, Lei Xiao's heart was filled with extreme panic. Chen's actions, why does it seem like he's leaving his last words? So after receiving this email, Lei Xiao tried to find Chen. But Chen had already planned several steps ahead of him. He had already erased all traces of his whereabouts. Lei Xiao naturally returned empty-handed. Zhang Ming also had a strong feeling about this. If he really wanted to hide, how could we possibly find him? Isn't that the case? He completely cut off all contact with him. If it weren't for this program, perhaps he would never have known that Chen was hiding in that small basement, turning himself into the half-dead appearance he is now. The director, seeing that it was almost over, asked out of curiosity, "Are all the emails Chen sent you just scripts?" Lei Xiao took a deep breath and nodded heavily. Yes, all of them are scripts he wrote for Yi Zhu. Before he knew he was going to die, the last thing he did was still to help you. As he said these words, his voice was choked up. Seeing and guessing are not the same. Although he had guessed at the time, he had never imagined that he would witness Chen in such a state, still desperately writing scripts. What he did was to make Yi Zhu's future path smoother. No, it shouldn't be said to be smooth. It's to push her to higher and higher levels. The director and Yi Zhu almost simultaneously asked, "Can I see these scripts?" As soon as the words fell, everyone looked at the director. The director also realized that his words were ambiguous. These are scripts. How could they be easily shown to others? He quickly changed his tune. What I meant was, I want to capture it on camera. I don't mean to see the content inside. Lei Xiao, actually, it doesn't matter even if you see the content. After all, just now, memories have all been projected. It's just that the timeline is jumping. Many contents are not directly projected. The last thing Lei Xiao opened was the content captured by the memory projection at the beginning. Yi Zhu carefully took the phone. As soon as she saw the content, she knew that it was the latest movie she had made. The camera also followed. All the audience could see the names marked on the document. Hello, Mom, Star Trek, Mistaken Killing. Just by looking at the names, it's enough to know the scale of these movies. All of these are scripts written by Yi Chen for me. Yi Zhu felt her hand trembling with cold. Even when Yi Chen was in that state, he still wrote so many scripts for her. How should I repay this kindness? How could she ever repay it? At this moment, Yi Zhu felt boundless pain. She closed her eyes, feeling exhausted all over. Her tears had dried up, and she couldn't cry anymore. At this moment, Yi Zhu felt like her body was a walking corpse, and her soul was waiting for judgment. The audience watching the live broadcast had completely different feelings from the four sisters. At this moment, they were only thinking about one question. So, it seems that all of Yi Zhu's memories have been played out, right? There's nothing more about her in the diary, right? Yi Zhu's memories have been played out, so is it Yi Zhu's turn next? Hurry up and get to Yi Zhu. I can't hold back my 40-meter long sword anymore. Exactly. I just want to see how this woman regrets in the end. My purpose is different from yours. I just want to continue to see where Yi Zhu's intelligence gap is. How foolish can she be? In fact, not only the audience thought this way, even the director was also very eager to know. So, without needing the audience's prompt, the director spoke up. Director Zhang, is it Yi Zhu's turn for the next diary content? Zhang Ming glanced at him and nodded in his extremely expectant eyes. That's right, the next content in the diary is all about Yi Zhu. As he said this, he looked at Yi Zhu with a fierce look in his eyes. Finally, the moment had arrived. Among these four sisters, he disliked Yi Zhu the most. Everyone else realized their mistakes after watching the memories. Only she refused to admit it. And not only did she refuse to admit it, she also made sarcastic remarks several times. Stupidity is simply her synonym. With Zhang Ming's words, all the cameras focused on Yi Zhu. At this moment, Yi Zhu was the center of attention. Yi Zhu also felt it. She looked expressionless at the countless cameras in front of her, amidst everyone's anticipation. Slowly, she raised a smile. Stunning and captivating. The top academic institution. When the psychology professor saw Yi Zhu's expression, he realized from the bottom of his heart that something was wrong. I have a feeling that she won't open this diary. Zhou Qiguang also nodded. Not only will she not open this diary, she probably won't cooperate with this memory extraction. The physical education teacher was very puzzled, but didn't she sign a contract? Regardless, she still has to cooperate with the program to continue recording, right? Zhou Qiguang stared at the screen firmly. That's what it seems, but I always feel that she has a way out. Compared to before, Yi Zhu's expression was too discordant. She had just appeared hysterical and on the verge of collapse. How could she suddenly smile so smugly? It couldn't be that she suddenly had an epiphany. If it wasn't for this reason, it could only mean one thing: Yi Zhu had figured out a way. A way to refuse this memory extraction. Zhang Ming stared at her firmly. What are you laughing at? This smile also made him sense the ominous meaning. Yi Zhu flicked her long hair and smiled even more beautifully. Her bright red lips slightly parted. What's wrong? I'm just smiling, can't I? Is there any law in this world that says I can't smile? Zhang Ming and Lei Xiaoxiao continued to look at her with great vigilance. This made Yi Zhu find it even funnier. Don't look at me like that. I didn't say I won't take the diary. After tidying her long hair, she turned to look at Yi Zhu. Alright, third sister, it's time for you to judge me next. Give me the diary. She looked very gentle, as if none of the previous events had ever happened. Yi Zhu, who knew her temperament very well, sensed the danger at this moment. She felt that if she gave the diary to Yi Zhu, something very serious would happen. Subconsciously, Yi Zhu held the diary tightly and did not hand it over to her immediately. A dark light appeared in Yi Zhu's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. She smiled again. What's wrong, third sister? Why don't you give me the diary? Aren't you going to judge me? I don't want to find records about me in the diary and then let me know the mistakes I made. Make me regret, make me collapse? Why now, am I holding this diary so tightly? If you don't give it to me, how can I see it? How can I satisfy everyone's desires? These words from Yi Zhuchu are obviously sarcastic. Zhang Ming, a big straight man, also heard it. He finally realized that something was wrong. Yi Zhuchu, what do you want to do? When Yi Zhuchu heard this, she felt very funny. You ask me, what do I want to do? She smiled enchantingly, her delicate body trembling lightly. Shouldn't you be asking yourself this question? It was you who said you wanted to judge me and give me this diary. But now that I say I want it, you all act like it's a treasure, hiding it and not giving it to me. Zhang Ming looked at her coldly. It's because of the expression on your face. It's not as you have shown. You want to look at this diary carefully. Do you want to tear up this diary and then make a big fuss? Yi Zhuchu's eyes became even deeper. In fact, it was true. What she paid attention to was to get the diary and destroy it directly. Why should she follow their thoughts? Let's open this diary. Let's look at our memories. It's just a thought in her mind, but how could she admit it verbally? Why would I want to destroy this diary? So many cameras are pointing at me, am I crazy? Would I do such a thing? Lei Xiao caught her expression in his eyes. Unable to help himself, he spoke softly. Your current expression is no different from being crazy. The voice was played through the microphone clipped to his collar. Yi Juchu couldn't maintain her smile on her face and it turned gloomy. She didn't intend to continue arguing with them. So, do you want to give me this diary or not? If the diary is not opened by me personally, then the sense of ritual in this trial wouldn't be so strong, right? Zhang Ming's breath stopped. Yi Juchu was right. The reason he took out the diary and handed each person's memories to them separately was to create a sense of ritual for the trial. This diary was like their evidence. What Zhang Ming wanted to do was to have them personally open their evidence and let their past memories judge them. If this diary wasn't given to Yi Juchu, it would feel like something was missing. This stiff situation was not the way to go. Zhang Ming thought of a solution. Yi Zhu, give the diary to Lei Xiao and let him make a copy. When Yi Juchu heard this, she couldn't hold back her expression. So many cameras are watching. How can you be so distrustful of me in front of so many viewers? Do I need to lie in front of so many cameras and thousands of viewers? Zhang Ming was straightforward. It's just a lack of trust. 5 words ended the conversation completely. Lei Xiao took the diary from Yi Zhu and quickly went to make a copy. During the time he was making the copy, the atmosphere on the scene became extremely tense. Yi Juchu stared at Zhang Ming fiercely. If looks could kill, Zhang Ming would have been dead by now. It's unknown how long it took, but Lei Xiao came back with the diary and the copy. When he handed the diary to Zhang Ming, he smiled particularly smugly. I made a lot of copies, enough for everyone. In other words, even if Yi Juchu wanted to tear it up, she could do it as she pleased. Yi Juchu clenched her fists tightly, her nails almost embedding into her flesh. She tried to calm herself down and force a smile, but ultimately couldn't do it. She extended her hand with a cold face. Now that you've made the copy, can you give me this diary? Zhang Ming nodded generously and handed the diary to her. Yi Juchu finally got hold of the diary. Because it's been too long, this diary actually has some loose pages. Yi Juchu looked at the handwriting of Yi Chen on it, and it took a lot of effort to suppress the desire to destroy it. Zhang Ming has been watching her actions. Now, the diary has been given to you, you can open it. Yi Juchu lowered her head, reaching out to touch the cover of the diary. After a long time, she slowly raised her head. There was a deep dark light in her eyes. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Juchu smiled and said, why should I open it? Zhang Ming did not find it strange at all when he heard Yi Juchu's words. Because in his expectation, Yi Juchu was indeed capable of doing such a thing. Zhang Ming glared at her. Are you lying in front of millions of viewers? Yi Juchu sarcastically smiled. Before you say that, you might as well think back to what I just said. In what I just said, I only asked you to give me the diary. But I never said that I wanted to open this diary. How could Yi Juchu possibly open this diary? She now sees the situation clearly. All 3 sisters have had accidents, which proves that there are records about her in this diary, which is definitely not a good thing for her. It is very likely, just like the eldest sister and the second sister and the third sister. What she has now is not her own. It was given to her by Yi Chen. How could she admit this? Yi Juchu is not stupid. If she really did, and this point was exposed, then what she would have to face next would be the ridicule of countless people. Zhang Ming stood up from his chair in anger. You dare not open it, because you are afraid. Of course, Yi Juchu could not admit it. Afraid? Ridiculous. How could I be afraid? Zhang Ming said, if you are not afraid, why don't you dare to open this diary? Yi Juchu crossed her legs, revealing her fair skin. Whether I am afraid or not has nothing to do with whether I want to open this diary. The reason I don't open it is because it's my privacy. I have the reason and the right to protect my own privacy. The director couldn't help but speak. But the show you are participating in is called Celebrity's Childhood. This show is to expose your childhood past. Yi Juchu looked at him coldly. Didn't I have exposure before? There is no clause in the contract signed by the program group and me that forces me to open the diary. And in the contract, it clearly states the recording time. Beyond the recording time, I have the right to give up recording. This is her confidence. Yi Juchu had long been prepared. First, destroy this evil diary. Second, bring out the recording time in the contract. The director and Zhang Ming, Lei Xiao and others were all stunned. Zhang Ming looked at the director. Does the contract mention this? The director remained silent for a while and finally said, there is indeed a time limit. This is a memory exposure program. Each of the 4 sisters has more than 20 years of memories. It is impossible to play all the memories without omission. It is also impossible to not limit the time and play as you like. So, it was already agreed upon in the contract. How long each person's recording time is, to avoid overtime. All of these are clearly written in the contract. Zhang Ming was silent for several seconds. So, has the recording time already been reached? The director nodded awkwardly. Not only has it been reached, it is simply overtime. When Zhang Ming took back the diary, it was already all overtime. It was also thanks to the cooperation of the previous 3 sisters, otherwise the recording would have stopped long ago. Seeing Zhang Ming's embarrassed look, Yi Juchu felt extremely happy. Don't think she doesn't know that Zhang Ming has been holding back for so long, just to make her memories public. Impossible. She absolutely would not agree. And she absolutely would not let him succeed. See, the recording time for the program and the contract I signed with the production team has passed. In other words, I don't need to continue recording with you anymore. Unhook the device on my head. Her 20 plus years of glory and pride. It's absolutely impossible for her to fail on this program. How could Zheng Ming possibly let her leave? Things have come to this point. The final mystery is about to be unraveled. The dirty water thrown on Yi Chen by the four sisters is about to be washed away. Yi Ju absolutely cannot leave. You can't leave. Yi Ju glared. Are you trying to imprison me? Don't forget. This is a legal society, with so many cameras watching. Zheng Ming, although you are very capable, but don't forget, you have no right to force me to disclose my memories. She's right. Whether it's Zheng Ming or the production team, no one has the right to force Yi Ju to disclose her memories. The reason everything went so smoothly before is because they signed a contract. With a contract in place, they have to comply. But now the time specified in the contract has passed. Yi Ju can completely stop recording. The atmosphere in the studio was extremely tense. It could even be said to be on the brink of conflict. Yi Ju's arrogance is gradually rising, because she knows that every word she says is justified. Zheng Ming cannot refute. She is about to put an end to this foolish and boring program. Yi Ju turned to the director, speaking forcefully. Director, what are you waiting for? Get them to dismantle this machine for me. Do you want to breach the contract? Or do you want to force me in front of millions of viewers, forcefully play my memories? If you dare, I will sue you immediately. She vented all the grievances she had just suffered on the show, and her words caused a collective uproar among the viewers of the program, her die-hard fans, who began frantically typing on their keyboards. Goddess Ju is so cool. She's simply the most perfect goddess in my mind. She should stand up to them. Why should they say they want to see and then see? That's right. The time specified in the contract has already passed. The production team has no reason to force Goddess Ju. Quickly dismantle this memory machine. Otherwise, you are imprisoning her. Goddess Ju, keep it up. I will always support you from behind. Goddess Ju is the true New Age woman. Compared to her, what are her three sisters? They're just licking Yi Chen. Are they real men in spirit? Exactly, real men in spirit. I guess whatever Yi Chen does now, they all think it's amazing, and it's for their own good. TSK. How can someone who licks men like this be considered a New Age woman? In my opinion, only our Goddess Ju fits the bill. The comments from this group of die-hard fans were as powerful as an atomic bomb explosion. The barrage suddenly became lively. Have these die-hard fans of Yi Ju been eaten by zombies and lost their minds? It's disgusting. You can't say these things without having had a brain thrombosis for 10 years. The power of a female boxer is terrifying. Damn, I can't hold back my 40-meter-long sword. If you have the guts, give me your address. I won't do anything, I just want to have a good chat with you. I'll bring a box of razor blades. What a powerful skull-splitting move. Intentionally bombarding with punches. Please, if you're uneducated, go read some more books. First, see what Yi Chen has done before making a judgment. The barrage in the live broadcast room became lively, and the atmosphere in the studio was equally unsettled. Zheng Ming and Yi Ju continued to stare at each other, neither willing to back down, because they knew that if they took a step back, they would definitely face the abyss. The director's momentum, however, began to gradually wane. He's not making sense. If this continues, the show might actually get sued. The director finally spoke up. I'll have the experts. Wait. Zheng Ming interrupted him directly. He looked at Yi Ju, who couldn't help but smile. You did promise to record the show on time. But, I'm going to sue you. Yi Ju was stunned. What? What are you talking about suing? Zheng Ming, I'm going to sue you for stealing Yi Chen's music. Yi Ju almost burst out laughing. What are you talking about? Are you crazy? Trying to force her to open the diary and pry into her memories. Suddenly came this sentence. I'm not crazy. I'm going to sue you. Yi Ju had a plan, and he had a way. If he couldn't get Yi Ju, he would never give up. If I remember correctly, the reason this memory extractor was created in the first place was to judge criminals, right? The director just applied for it, it's just for recording the show. Yi Ju immediately understood what he wanted to do. I'm not a criminal. Why should I be judged? Zheng Ming, didn't I just say, you stole Yi Chen's music? It's clearly written in the diary. If you don't believe it, you can see for yourself. Yi Ju, you dare not look. Then I'll force you to look. I don't know what you're talking about. Yi Ju looked calm, but if you listen carefully, you could hear the tremor and guilt in her words. The person who had become so adept at handling things now was Zheng Ming. Of course you don't know, because you dare not open this diary. You dare not let us see the memories described in this diary, because you're afraid, aren't you? Yi Ju, you've enjoyed 20 years of love from Yi Chen, it's time to pay it back. I can't be bothered with you. Although Yi Ju was still being tough, if you listen carefully, you could hear the tremor and guilt in her words. Hurry up and take this machine off my head. Zheng Ming, I can't. I said, I'm going to sue you. This machine will be used later. He took out his phone. Yi Ju, didn't you just say you wanted to take legal action? I'll fulfill that for you now. He pressed a button and made a call. The top university. All the teachers were puzzled. Even the psychology professor had never expected this turn of events, that it would come to this. The sports teacher scratched his head and couldn't understand. So what's going on now? I just can't understand. Who's suing whom? The psychology professor raised his glasses and quickly analyzed. Originally, Yiju planned to sue the show for using the memory device illegally if they didn't let her go on the show. But now the situation has reversed. Jiang Ming is now suing her for stealing Yi Chen's music, which is pushing her towards being a criminal. So, even if Yiju doesn't want people to see her memories, she can't help it now. After analyzing it, the psychology professor felt that Jiang Ming's move was ruthless. After all, the situation had escalated so much. Even if Yiju regretted it now, it was too late. And if the law really got involved, with so many people watching now, even if Yiju wanted to have a separate trial for her memories, it would probably not be accepted by the public. Jiang Ming's move was just ruthless and precise. Zhou Qiguan fully agreed with the psychology professor's view. As he said, Jiang Ming really did report the case, because this matter is serious, and there are over 100 million viewers watching. So this legal trial can only be conducted in a unique way within the show. Yiju looked at the group of judges and lawyers in front of her, her face pale. She hadn't expected Jiang Ming to play this big. She's in a dilemma now. The only thing that can be done is to apply for a separate trial. In this way, even if all memories are revealed, everything she has is really given by Yi Chen. There will be no direct playback of the scene. The impact is huge. Jiang Ming had long anticipated that he would not give Yiju this opportunity. Are you afraid? Do you want to apply for a separate trial? Then ask, do the hundreds of millions of viewers watching this program agree? Your Honor, Jiang Ming looked at the judge next to him. All the people want to know the truth. They also have the right to know. So I request, like the previous recording of live variety shows, continue recording live. He was very cunning, defining this matter as recording a variety show, even though it is essentially a trial. But after putting on this layer of skin, many originally difficult problems will be easily solved. He is not forcing anyone. It's just like before, treating it as a variety show for live broadcast. Yiju saw his sinister scheme. Jiang Ming, you despicable person. Jiang Ming, how am I despicable? I am just following your wishes. Let the law decide. If you feel it's unfair, then you can let the hundreds of millions of viewers watching the program at this moment vote. Let them choose whether to have a separate trial for yourself, or like before, synchronously broadcast everything. Yiju felt her whole body trembling and cold. There's no need to think about it. Everyone knows that those viewers would definitely choose the latter. They love to watch the excitement. As long as the needle doesn't prick themselves, they will never feel the pain. Seeing you not doing well, I will feel at ease. Everyone has this kind of psychology. She can't escape this trial. Yiju looked at her three sisters, eldest sister, second sister, third sister. Are you just going to watch me? Without any expression? Yimei spoke first. I think what they are doing is right. Yilan also agreed. Yes, isn't this the legal way you wanted? Yiju pondered for a moment. Fourth sister, if you feel it's unfair, then you can do as Mr. Zhang said, let everyone vote. Those who support you will always support you. Yiju was almost infuriated by their words. Stop it. In the end, you just want to see me embarrassed. Jiang Ming was clearly forcing her, but at the same time, he had to stand on the highest moral ground. I think what your third sister said is right. If you feel unfair, then let the audience speak. We can start the vote. This sentence is equivalent to a ritual. After all, the current trend is that a high proportion of people want to see Yiju live on the spot. What do the judges think? The judge and the jury looked at each other, and after only a minute of discussion, they reached a decision. Okay, now is the time of national passion and excitement. If they dare to say no, they will probably provoke the anger of the masses and be scolded to death by them. Yiju had no way to resist, and could only watch them conduct this extremely hypocritical vote. The production team quickly set up the voting channel. The moment the voting channel opened, the backstage data crashed and the live barrage exploded. What's going on? I just wanted to vote and it crashed. Hurry up and fix it. I want to vote. I want to see how Yiju dies. Exactly. I can't see the miserable state of Yiju's death. I'm so pissed off. I want to see how Yiju gets slapped in the face. Hurry up and kill her. Hey you guys, look at the real-time voting on the big screen in the live room. The number of votes in favor of Yiju's live broadcast is far ahead, so you can rest assured. Yiju will definitely be live on the spot. You men are so disgusting. Forcing the goddess Ju will make you feel accomplished, won't it? This is completely moral coercion. I'm really angry. After seeing the barrage in the live broadcast room, I directly blocked a lot of people. The unluckiest thing in Chrysanthemum Goddess's life is probably having a brother like Yi Chen. Why doesn't Yi Chen just die? If he died, there wouldn't be so many things happening. Yi Chen is really the most disgusting man. I seriously suspect that he did so many things just to belittle Chrysanthemum Goddess. At the most intense moment of the barrage, the production team finally urgently repaired the voting channel. They can finally vote again, and there are finally fewer people arguing in the barrage. Yiju has always been paying attention to the official voting channel. The two long bars are now displayed on the big screen. They can see the voting results in real time. Yiju's face turned extremely pale, because she could clearly see that the number of votes in favor of her continuing the live trial was far ahead. Number of approvals, 98%. Number of disapprovals, 2%. Yiju's heart sank completely. Sure enough, the number of people in favor is overwhelming. She's finished. Zhang Ming and Lei Xiao and others couldn't help but smile when they saw the numbers. This is what they wanted. They are naturally happy. The 5-minute voting time finally ended. The result is without a doubt. 97% of the votes were in favor of Yiju's live broadcast. In the second half of the time, even though Yiju's brainless fans were desperately voting, they still couldn't reverse the result. Zhang Ming looked at Yiju. The voting results are out. This is the choice of the public. Yiju's face was pale, and she was extremely angry in her heart. What public choice? It's just your moral coercion. Judge, whether it's moral coercion or not, it depends on your memory before a decision can be made. Now that the result is out, please follow the public opinion and open this diary. Yiju sat on the sofa, feeling cold all over, her blood flowing backwards. She was the most arrogant, proud, and confident. At this moment, this vote and judgment is simply more painful for her than being tortured. It's like all dignity is being pressed to the ground and rubbed frantically. Cold. Despair. Yiju was silent for a long time, and then she stiffly said, I understand. She looked down at the diary in her hand, and the despair and coldness in her eyes were gradually replaced by deep-seated hatred. Yi Chen, is this how you're forcing me? Are you trying to use this method to crush my confidence and destroy me, right? You're delusional. Yi Chen, I will never let you have your way. Even if I die, I will never forgive you. I will never follow your wishes. I won't be suppressed by you. Yi Ju's eyes were already bloodshot. She couldn't be suppressed like this. She will never follow everyone's wishes. What a hypocrite. What music belongs to Yi Chen? Nonsense. She will never admit it. She relies on her own efforts. It has nothing to do with Yi Chen. Under the gaze of so many people, she had to open the diary. The camera followed her. Yi Ju finally turned to the part where Yi Chen recorded about her. She also saw the words on it. Among the 4 sisters, the one I worry about the most is the 4th sister. She's so young, I'm really worried that I might bump into her or hurt her somewhere. The 4th sister is finally 1 year old. She loves to listen to me sing. As soon as I start singing, she dances and babbles as if she's singing along with me. It melts my heart. The 4th sister can talk now. The first word she said was actually brother. I finally heard the word brother from my sister's mouth again. My lovely sister, I will definitely not let you be harmed in any way. Yi Ju looked at these words and felt extremely ridiculous. What does it mean not to let them be harmed? Yi Chen, do you know that you are hurting me right now? In front of tens of millions to billions of people, forcing us to read your diary. Forcing us to admit that we are inferior in every way. Ha! You really make people feel extremely hypocritical and disgusting. But obviously, only she thinks so. When the other 3 sisters saw these words, they all had tears in their eyes. Yi Chen has always maintained his original intention. In fact, he just doesn't want them to be hurt. The big screen finally started to turn. The warm September morning sunlight was not dazzling. A cool breeze blew in from outside, mixed with the fragrance of wildflowers. Refreshing and pleasant. Ya. The babbling of a young child broke the silence of the morning. Yi Ju, who was just over a year old, had already woken up. She had turned over several times and sat up from her small bed. With round big eyes, she looked around in innocence. She looked adorable. She called out Ya several times, but still couldn't wake up her 3 sisters. Feeling bored, Yi Ju looked down and focused on her own little feet. Children's natural instinct to nibble made her grab her own foot and start nibbling on it. Yi Chen opened the door from outside and saw her nibbling on her foot. Yi Ju also saw him and immediately called out Ya even more joyfully. She stopped nibbling on her foot and reached out her hand towards Yi Chen, as if wanting to be held. Seeing that the other 3 sisters were still asleep, Yi Chen made a hushing gesture to Yi Ju. Then he quickly went over and picked her up. Yi Chen carefully closed the door, took her to the kitchen, did a simple tidy up, and then put her in a cotton pen outside the living room. Are you hungry? Sit here obediently, brother will make milk for you. Yi Ju couldn't speak yet. She could only wave her little hands and show her 2 newly grown baby teeth while calling out Ya. Looking at her appearance, it seemed like she really understood what Yi Chen said. Yi Chen skillfully prepared a bottle of milk for Yi Ju. As soon as she got it, she started drinking it on her own. While she was drinking milk, Yi Chen prepared breakfast for the other 3 sisters and himself. The child, who had just turned 9, was busy in the kitchen. The spatula was as thick as his arm, but he could easily lift it and skillfully stir-fry the vegetables. The sunlight outside was just right. Yi Ju tilted her head and drank her milk, her cute little eyes watching Yi Chen's back. When Yi Chen finished making breakfast, he saw that she had already finished the bottle of milk and was looking at him very obediently. Her innocent and naive eyes were like those of a little kitten. Yi Chen's heart softened as he bent down and patted her head. Have you finished? Give the bottle to brother. Brother will take it to wash. Yi Ju could already understand some instructions. She obediently handed the bottle to Yi Chen. This action made Yi Chen's heart even softer. Giggling. Yi Ju had been watching Yi Chen all along, and suddenly made a few sounds that sounded like brother. Yi Chen, who was about to get up, was suddenly surprised and looked at her in amazement. Little sister, what did you just say? Ya. Yi Ju shook her little hand, as if she had forgotten what she had just done, and was imitating Yi Chen's speech. Yi Chen was not discouraged. He squatted down and patiently taught her, say it with me. Brother. Ya. Brother. Drink. Seeing that Yi Ju was about to say it correctly, the joy on Yi Chen's face couldn't be hidden, and he carefully and patiently taught her again, brother. This time, Yi Ju didn't speak immediately, but stared at Yi Chen's mouth for a while before saying, brother. Her voice was soft and cute, with a childish air, but the two words brother were pronounced very clearly. Yi Chen heard it. At that moment, he felt as if a fireworks display had bloomed in his world, illuminating the entire night. Did his little sister just call him brother? Did he hear it correctly? Yi Chen was so excited that his smile couldn't stop blooming, nervous yet hopeful. Sister, call me again. Brother, brother. Yi Ju grabbed her little foot, blinked her eyes, and gave face, brother. Brother. At this time, she actually didn't quite understand what the word brother meant. She just felt that she had learned a new word and found it very fun, and then she laughed. But after all, she was a child and had just eaten. Yi Ju quickly became drowsy. After yawning a few times, she subconsciously reached out to Yi Chen. When Yi Chen held her, she closed her eyes and fell asleep directly. It was like falling asleep in seconds. Yi Chen felt the warmth and weight in his arms, and felt that his heart was filled with sweetness. He had never had any relatives before, nor had he ever experienced the taste of family affection. But just now, when Yi Ju called him brother, Yi Chen felt the taste of being filled with family affection. Sleep, little fourth sister, I will protect you and let you grow up healthy and safe. The sunlight poured in, casting a golden veil. The atmosphere in the room was warm and peaceful. This live memory scene was too warm and peaceful, completely different from what the audience had expected. I thought it would be a very serious conflict situation. Even if it's not a conflict, it shouldn't be this warm and gentle. I can't handle it. Looking at it, Yi Ju was quite cute when she was young. How did she become so brainless after growing up? Wow, the change in style just now made me think I was on the wrong channel. But if you think about it carefully, this style was normal back then, right? Yi Ju hadn't grown up, so naturally she couldn't be like she is now, speaking without a brain. Looking at Yi Ju's current appearance, and then looking at her when she was young, it's so jarring. The audience could only feel that the style was very jarring compared to what they had imagined. But the person involved, Yi Ju, completely did not have this kind of thinking. After watching this memory, her whole being could only be described with one word. Disgusting. How much she used to rely on Yi Chen, sincerely treating Yi Chen as her brother. Now she felt so disgusting. It was all just fake. It was so fake and disgusting that she refused to recall it. She looked at the comments on the screen, expressionless, and spoke, I speak without a brain? It's simply ridiculous. It's you who don't understand how to think. It's you who easily believed Yi Chen. If he really wanted me to grow up safely, how could he deliberately make me choke on jelly later on, trying to make me die? This was something that Yi Ju had never mentioned before. It immediately piqued the director's curiosity. Yi Chen made you choke on jelly? What's going on? Yi Ju looked at him coldly. What, do you think this trial is your variety show? This is not part of the trial, but I'm willing to talk. This was the evil thing Yi Chen did to her. She was naturally willing to talk about it. At that time, Yi Ju was still young and didn't remember anything. But even though she was young and didn't remember, there would naturally be someone to help her remember. Yi Mei recorded it and told her about it. At that time, I was only a year and a half old. I'm sure everyone knows how narrow a child's esophagus is at that age. As long as they swallow something foreign, there is a possibility of choking. So generally, at this age, parents pay exceptional attention to this key point. But Yi Chen didn't. Yi Ju said firmly, he clearly knew that I couldn't eat large things, but he still didn't put away these dangerous items, and let me mistakenly eat a jelly at that time. The jelly got stuck in my throat, and I almost died from choking. Zheng Ming looked at her in disbelief. You said you were only 1.5 years old at that time. How could you have memories of this? Yi Ju coldly snorted, I indeed don't remember anything at 1.5, but my eldest sister does. She told me about this. Everyone looked at Yi Mei. The host seized the opportunity to ask, is this true? Yi Mei pursed her lips, and finally nodded slightly. It is indeed true, I remember. Yi Ju sneered, see, this is not something I made up. It really happened. When everyone was silent, Yi Mei couldn't help but speak. At that time, I did think it might have been Yi Chen's fault. But now, I wonder if there might be another reason for this, such as Yi Chen's unintentional act? Or perhaps, Yi Ju couldn't bear it. Enough, stop talking. The memory hasn't even started playing yet. Are you so eager to blame him? She was extremely angry now. What's going on? Everyone is on Yi Chen's side. The truth of everything is still unknown as the memory hasn't started playing. Yet the eldest sister has already started defending Yi Chen. It's ridiculous. Yi Mei's expression also turned sour. I didn't mean to blame him. I was just thinking if my memory might be biased. Seeing the two sisters about to argue, the judge immediately banged the gavel. Quiet. We will know the truth by watching the memory. The big screen started to play. Yi Ju was still only 1.5 years old. At that time, she was most lively and active. She often walked unsteadily on her little legs. The twin sisters were also at home at that time. The two of them were eating jelly. This jelly is so sweet. It's mango flavored. Mine is lychee. Can I taste yours? Sure. Yi Ju curiously watched the two sisters exchanging jellies. She was curious about everything in the world at that time. Seeing the two sisters eating, she couldn't help but raise her little hand and open her mouth. Eat, eat. Yilan looked at her in confusion. Does little sister want to eat this? Yiju nodded repeatedly, waving her little hand more vigorously. Eat, eat, eat. Yilan was hesitant, she couldn't decide, so she asked Yiju, can little sister eat this? Yiju, who was about the same age, had no clear understanding of this. I don't know. Yilan hesitated and decided to give it to Yiju. She tore open a jelly and put it in her little hand. Little sister, here, you should eat it slowly. Yiju took the jelly. Her eyes lit up. She wanted to swallow the jelly in one go without hesitation. But before she could touch the jelly, Chen, who had just come out of the kitchen, quickly rushed over and snatched the jelly from her hand. Little sister, you can't eat this. When Chen snatched the jelly, he still felt lingering fear. It was close, just a little more, and little sister would have swallowed the jelly. Such a big jelly, she would definitely choke on it, and it would be a disaster. Seeing her little hand empty, and not understanding much, Yiju felt that Chen had taken her jelly. She immediately burst into tears. Wah! The twin sisters didn't understand much, they just felt that Chen was bullying their little sister. Bad brother. Meanie, give the jelly back to little sister. Chen held the jelly up high. Little sister is young, she can't eat jelly. She will choke. No matter how much Yiju cried, Chen absolutely would not give her the jelly. To prevent Yiju from mistakenly eating the jelly, Chen took all the jellies from the twin sisters. Then he hid it in a cabinet. This was not good. Not only did Jijushu cry, even the twins started crying. Woo woo woo. You're bad. You won't give me jelly to eat. Bad person. Very bad person. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. I want to eat. Woo woo woo. The three of them crying together made Chen's head ache. I'll go make something else for you to eat. You can't have this jelly for now. He went to make them some milk, and after nearly 10 minutes, he finally managed to stop their crying. Chen felt relieved when he saw the three sisters stop crying and not continue to demand jelly, but at the same time he decided in his heart, I shouldn't buy jelly in the future, so they won't accidentally swallow it when I'm not around. But that seems a bit difficult. After all, the eldest sister really likes to eat. Chen hesitated for a moment. Forget it, if I buy it for them in the future, I must watch them eat it. He made a very good plan in his mind. But sometimes things happen by coincidence. Just when you think there won't be any surprises, a surprise comes. Chen thought that by hiding the jelly in the cabinet, the sisters wouldn't be able to find it. But he was wrong. The twins took advantage of Chen's inattention and secretly conspired. Today I must find the jelly that the big bad egg hid. Yes, I want to eat it. Sister, you search here, I'll search there. Okay. The twins quickly divided the work and started searching. Where's the jelly? It's not here. Not here. Not here. Ha! Found it. Yilan stood on a chair and saw the jelly she had been longing for hidden in the high cabinet. Sister, the jelly is here. Yilan tiptoed to take the jelly from the cabinet. Sister, over here. Yiju ran over, her eyes bright. Great, it's jelly. Oomph. The big bad egg wanted to hide it. I found it. Yilan was very proud. Sister, let's split it. Yiju, okay. The twins quickly each took a few jellies. However, they were too proud too soon. Just as Yilan was about to tear open the seal on top, she heard the sound of the door opening outside. She instantly became alert. Could it be the big bad egg coming back? Yiju was also on high alert and panicked. It must be. What do we do? Yilan, if the big bad egg finds out that we found this jelly, he will definitely punish us. Let's hide it quickly. The twins hurriedly hid the jelly. Just as they finished hiding it, the door was opened. As Yilan had expected, the person who came back was Chen. Chen looked at them with a puzzled expression, feeling strange in his heart. Why do you look like this? Did something happen behind my back? Yilan immediately retorted, no way. Yiju didn't dare to lie, so she didn't dare to stay in the hall for long, lest Chen find out that something was wrong with her. She grabbed Yilan's hand. Sister, don't mind him, let's go out and play. Yilan, okay. The twins held hands and quickly slipped away. They ran so fast that Chen only had time to tell them to come back before dinner. Chen closed the door, feeling strange in his heart, but he didn't notice anything strange. As dinner time approached, he quickly went into the kitchen. There was no one in the living room. Creak, the crack in the door gradually widened. A small round face appeared behind the door. Yijuchu blinked her round eyes, then looked very accurately at where Yilan had hidden the jelly just now. She had been asleep, but she was awakened by the twins. After waking up, she quietly climbed to the back of the door. She had seen all of the twins' actions just now. Although Yijuchu was young and didn't understand what the two sisters were doing, she understood eating. Under the drive of the foodie power, Yiju quickly crawled out of the room. She went straight to the place where Yilan hid the jelly. With her short legs, she struggled to climb onto the sofa, and then she managed to find the jelly hidden by Yilan behind the sofa. Hee. The scent of the jelly made Yiju smile. Yilan had already torn open the jelly packaging, so Yiju easily squeezed out the jelly from inside. The jelly fell onto the sofa, but she didn't care. She grabbed it with her little hand, picked up the jelly directly, and took a bite. The jelly was too slippery. The result of her bite was that she swallowed the entire jelly in one go. The jelly got stuck in her throat, and Yiju's face visibly turned pale. Woo. The foreign object stuck in her throat made Yiju make choking sounds. Holding her throat, she collapsed on the sofa, her face turning pale. Yimei returned from outside and opened the door to see this scene. At the same time, Chen, who heard Yiju's abnormal sound from the kitchen, also came out. He also saw Yiju's pale face. He hurried over, fourth sister. Yimei was so anxious that she was about to cry. You did something to my sister. Chen saw the discarded jelly shell next to Yiju. How did you get this jelly? Didn't he already put it away and hide it? Although he was puzzled, it was obviously not the time to care about this now. Chen immediately picked up Yiju and remembered the first aid method he had learned. He started to implement it immediately. Yimei, watching him treat Yiju so roughly, didn't understand that he was trying to save her. On the contrary, she thought Chen was trying to harm her sister. She reached out and grabbed him. What are you doing? Put down my sister. Let her go. You murderer. Yimei started to cry uncontrollably and bit Chen's arm without hesitation. This bite was quite deep. Chen's arm started to bleed, but at this point, he didn't have the mind to care about that at all. He was fully focused on first aid. Finally, under his first aid measures, the jelly in Yiju's throat was expelled. Yimei stopped biting him and quickly ran to Yiju's side. Fourth sister, how are you feeling? Yiju coughed, finally catching her breath, and then started to cry loudly. Woo woo. Yimei's heart broke. Looking at Chen with such hatred. Why did you give the fourth sister such a big jelly to eat? Are you trying to kill her on purpose? It must be like this, there's no mistake. Chen had long been displeased with the four sisters. He brought them here just to plot against their family property. If the four sisters died, then he would have even more reason. You villain. Yimei pulled Yiju up and dragged her back into the room. She had to protect her sister. She absolutely couldn't let Chen harm her. Throughout the whole process, Yimei didn't give Chen a chance to speak. The only truth could only be swallowed up. Chen looked at the closed room of the two sisters and laughed at himself. Perhaps for them, he had been a villain from beginning to end. In that case, I'll just play the role of this villain to the end. If this will make you sisters more united. He looked down at the bite marks on his arm. Even though it was bleeding, he didn't feel any pain at all. Perhaps, the pain in his heart was greater than the pain in his arm. After the scene ended, the barrage immediately increased. Oh, I never expected this. The real mastermind behind this is Yilan and wasn't Yiju jumping around quite vigorously before? She's biting Chen so hard. Now the truth is out. She continues to bite. Chen had already hidden the jelly. It was Yelan and Yeju who found them, and hid them. And it was Yechu who saw it and insisted on finding it to eat. No matter who is to blame for all this, it's not Yechen's fault. Ha ha ha, so Yimei is also a troublemaker. It's her nonsense that caused so many things to happen. The highest institution of learning. The psychology professor excitedly said, see, I told you. It must be their misunderstanding of Yechen. Yechen has already hidden the things, but they insisted on going to get them themselves. The physical education teacher said, that's right, this wave can't blame Yechen. Zhou Qiguan also showed a smile. In contrast to their excitement, in the studio, Yimei was full of guilt. It turns out that I misunderstood him. I actually scolded him as a murderer and even bit him, but he just wanted to save his sister. She felt uncomfortable and tears flowed. How much pain did his heart feel when we treated him like that? Zhang Ming had been watching Yechu's expression all along. Her only expression was no expression. Yechu, after watching all these memories, don't you want to say something? Yechu raised her eyebrows and sneered. I have nothing to say, what do you want me to say? Zhang Ming was so angry that he was almost having a heart attack. You've already seen all the memories. You've seen it. It's Yechen that you slandered. He never wanted to kill you. After watching it, don't you want to apologize to him? Yechu smiled even more brightly. Apologize to him? Why should I apologize to him? Yimei couldn't help but say, we misunderstood Yechen. Yechu turned her head and looked at her coldly. Big sister, you have to be more precise in your words. It's not that we misunderstood Yechen, it's that you misunderstood him. It was you who told me that Yechen deliberately made me eat something to kill me. It was also you who told me that Yechen was the one who wanted to kill me. I just listened to your words and developed hatred towards him. So, what's wrong with her? And why should she apologize? Yechu was justified. Yimei never expected that she would say such things. Fourth sister, are you serious? Are you accusing me? Yechu remained very calm. I'm just stating the truth. Do you want to refute it? Didn't you say these things to me? Not only Yimei, but everyone present except the host was confused by Yechu's logic. This logic is really flawless. In the live broadcast room, Yechu's fans were ecstatic. Goddess Chrysanthemum is right. What's wrong with her? All of this was told to her by Yimei. If there's any blame, it's Yimei's fault. Yimei misunderstood Yechen as a murderer, and now she wants to push this mistake onto Goddess Chrysanthemum. I can't help but laugh. No wonder she can forgive Yechen. It turns out she's this kind of person herself. So shameless. Soon, these comments sparked anger among Yimei's fans. Are Yechu's fans crazy? Didn't they see that our goddess May also wanted to save her? It's really laughable. Not even a thank you. Instead, they bite back. What level of brain damage is Yechu? She's raised a group of brain-damaged fans. The live broadcast room quickly turned into a brawl. The atmosphere in the studio was the same. Yeju saw that the atmosphere between the two was getting worse and quickly spoke up to try to calm things down. Big sister, fourth sister, don't argue. Yechu said, I'm not arguing, I'm just stating the truth. Yemei was held back by Yelan and ultimately chose not to speak. But her heart sank. Although she had always known that her fourth sister was very confident and arrogant, she had never thought that she would be so arrogant and confident. She remembered what Chen had said in the playback of the memories. Fourth sister is too arrogant and confident, which is not a good thing for her. Yeju's expression remained calm. Didn't you say you wanted to judge me for stealing Yi Chen's songs? What's the point of playing all this nonsense? Just get to the point. She wanted to see how they could judge her. It's ridiculous. She wrote the song herself, yet they claim she stole it from Yi Chen. It's even more laughable than aliens attacking Earth. Jiang Ming's eyes also showed hatred. You're so eager to seek death so soon, I can make it happen for you. Open the next page of the diary. Yeju turned to the next page. My little sister has been enjoying listening to my stories lately. Every time I tell a story, she shows a very excited expression. She's really cute. My little sister is no longer satisfied with just listening to stories. She's been addicted to watching anime lately, insisting that I sing the opening theme for her. I haven't watched that anime much, so I haven't heard the song either. I had no choice but to sing her another song. My little sister's memory is better than I imagined. She actually hummed the song I sang yesterday. When Yeju saw the last sentence, her heart suddenly thumped. What does Yi Chen mean by writing this on this date? Could it be that the songs she wrote are actually the melodies of Yi Chen's? Impossible. Although Yeju thought so in her heart, her actions clearly revealed her true thoughts. She abruptly closed the diary. However, she could only close the diary in her hand, not the memory extraction device on her head. Meanwhile, Jiang Ming started speaking. Yeju, I have a question for you now. Do you remember the title of the first song you released? How could Yeju not remember such a question? After all, it was her breakthrough song. She couldn't forget anything, especially the songs she wrote. But Yeju vaguely felt that this was a trap and didn't answer immediately. Instead, she looked at him warily. What are you trying to say? Jiang Ming sneered. Why are you so cautious about me? Are you afraid to answer? Yeju was now in a difficult position. Besides, even if she didn't say it, they would know. She took a deep breath and said expressionlessly, the first breakthrough song I wrote is Mouse and Rice. This melody is very lively. It's catchy and easy to sing, so it quickly became popular when it was released. It was sung everywhere. You're not trying to say that this song wasn't actually written by me, but by Yi Chen, are you? Absolutely impossible. Yeju said firmly. A glint of darkness flashed in Jiang Ming's eyes. Why are you so sure? Yeju straightened her back. Because this song, I wrote it stroke by stroke myself. It's absolutely impossible for Yi Chen to have helped me. The reason Yeju was so confident was because she remembered it very clearly, both the melody and the lyrics. It was all her own work. There were no hints from Yi Chen about the melody or the lyrics, as shown in the previous memory exposures. This song was entirely Yeju's own creation, so Yeju was very confident. Seeing her confident look, a mysterious smile appeared on Jiang Ming's face. You're too confident. The meaning of this sentence was already very clear. It indirectly indicated that Yeju had indeed stolen Yi Chen's work. Yeju suddenly felt inexplicably flustered, but her face remained calm. You're slandering me. Jiang Ming sneered. Then let's see whether I'm slandering you or not. The image on the big screen slowly began to rotate. The moon was bright, and the night had fallen. But for this place, the nightlife was just beginning. Outside the street, the night market was bustling with the sounds of vendors calling out, walks sizzling, people drinking and gesturing, and other noisy commotion. Yeju had grown a little bigger than before and was now 2.5 years old. She loved sticking to Yi Chen. Even though Yimei had always told her that Yi Chen was not good, Yeju felt that Yi Chen was super nice to her. So, even when it was time to sleep, she would insist on being with Yi Chen. Yimei had no choice but to sulk. So, Yeju's wish was fulfilled. She nestled in her quilt, her bright eyes looking at Yi Chen. Brother? When Yi Chen saw her calling him brother, he knew what she was thinking. He smiled gently. Does little sister want to hear a story? Shall we continue with the story of Snow White from yesterday? Yeju thought for a moment, nodded, and then shook her head. No, I want to hear a song. She was tired of listening to stories and now wanted to hear a song. Yi Chen never expected her to suddenly make such a request. A song? What song? Little Yeju waved her hands. Waka waku. A song. Yeju's words were very vague, but Yi Chen understood. Recently, Yeju had been following a cartoon in which the little girl liked to say waka waku. Yi Chen knew about the cartoon but had never heard its theme song. Brother, sing a song. Yi Chen had no choice but to say, okay, I'll sing a song for you. However, it was impossible to sing that particular song, so Yi Chen decided to sing another one. Children naturally prefer light, beautiful melodies. Yi Chen quickly thought of a song. You and I, like a mouse and rice. It wasn't a children's song, but the melody was light and catchy, so Yi Chen sang it spontaneously. At first, Yeju pouted because Yi Chen didn't sing the Waka Waka theme song, but as she listened, she couldn't help but sway along with the music. The melody of this song was just too relaxing and catchy. When Yi Chen finished singing, he found that Yeju, who had been swaying to the music, had fallen asleep without him noticing. Yi Chen carefully put her aside and covered her with a blanket. Good night. The scene then played out, and the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't sit still. This song sounds so familiar. OMG. Isn't this the song Yeju wrote? How can Yi Chen be singing it? OMG. This is a real revelation. Yeju's song is actually Yi Chen's. That's right. When Yeju released this song, she was already over 5 years old. But Yi Chen sang it when she was 2.5. This clearly explains everything. It's all because of this song. That's why Yeju was praised as the most musically talented child. But who would have thought? This song belongs to Yi Chen. Earlier, Yeju kept insisting that this song was her own. Now the truth is out. She actually stole it. The audience was in an uproar. Not to mention the studio audience. When Yeju heard Yi Chen singing this song, her face turned extremely ugly. How could this be? How could this song possibly be sung by Yi Chen? It was clearly her own creation. But whether it was the melody or the lyrics, they were exactly the same as the one she had released. Zhang Ming looked at her pale face and smirked. See, this is what you kept saying, that this song is your own. But it's not. This song is not yours, it's Yi Chen's. Yeju looked at the big screen, feeling a million times disbelief. How could this be? She remembered it very clearly. She couldn't sit still anymore and suddenly stood up from the sofa. Are you tampering with this memory? This is absolutely impossible. Zhang Ming continued to sneer. Impossible. You continue to read and you'll know. The scream didn't stop. It quickly became the next day. Yemei took the twins out, leaving only Yechen and Yechu at home. Yechu sat on the sofa swinging her legs, making sounds like the cartoon characters in the TV drama. Yechen was also with her, but he was doing something productive. The 4 sisters were growing up, and he had to plan their future paths. Yechen was planning in his diary. Although he had to plan, Yechen was not a conventional person. He would see what the 4 sisters were suitable for, and then make individual plans based on their talents or hobbies. Yechen was thinking very seriously. And just then, he suddenly heard Yechu stop making sounds and start humming a song. The melody was. Yechen turned to look at her. Yechu was grabbing her foot and didn't realize Yechen's gaze, still unconsciously humming, The Mouse and the Rice. Her pronunciation was not very clear, but it was very obvious that she was singing the song Yechen sang to her last night. However, Yechu only hummed for a while and then stopped. Her attention returned to the cartoon. Yechen couldn't help but ask her, little sister, what were you singing just now? He only sang that song once. How could his little sister remember it? Yechu turned her head, looking very puzzled, as if she didn't understand what he was saying. Yechen encouraged her, little sister, sing the song you just sang again. But this time, no matter how Yechen asked, Yechu never spoke again. She was very happy watching the cartoon in front of her. In the following days, Yechen never heard her sing again. Yechen thought, could it be that she remembered it so clearly just because she had just heard it from me? If that's the case, then it's just a coincidence. He sounded a bit regretful. After all, if his little sister had a very good talent in music or memory, he planned to focus on developing these 2 areas for her. It seemed like he was thinking too early. Yechen smiled and didn't dwell on it anymore. The scene ended here. Yechu was originally very nervous, but after watching it, she relaxed. She thought it was going to be some solid evidence, but it turned out to be this? She already had an idea in her mind. Soon, she looked at Zhang Ming, just based on this one scene, do you really think I plagiarized? It's just a coincidence. This explanation was simply rubbing people's intelligence on the ground. Lei Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Are you kidding? A coincidence? The same melody and lyrics are just a coincidence. Yechu insisted and asked, why can't it be a coincidence? She had her own logic to explain. Everyone saw that I was only 2.5 years old when I listened to Yechen's song. From the timeline, it is indeed possible that I plagiarized Yechen. But please note, I only sang it once, but I never sang this song again after that. This proves that at that time, I could sing it clearly because I remembered it vividly for those 2 days. But people have a memory curve. The first 2 days of memory will be very clear, but as time goes on, memories will gradually fade. Zhang Ming vaguely guessed what she wanted to say. You're not trying to say that as the memory curve lengthens, you also forgot, are you? This was simply a robber's logic. Yechu smiled and nodded. Yes, that's it. When I wrote this song, I was already 5 years old. Could I remember this melody for 2 or 3 years? She looked at the judge. In conclusion, I never plagiarized Yi Chen's song. This song was written by me. The reason why the melody and lyrics are almost the same is just a coincidence. Zhang Ming was really going to be infuriated. The melody and lyrics match, and she can still claim it's just a coincidence. If Yi Jiu were to become a lawyer, she could send the judge to prison on the spot. She could even bring the dead back to life with her anger. The judge and the court looked at each other and then began to discuss. Some people felt that what Yi Jiu said was actually very reasonable. She was only 2.5 years old at the time. How could she remember a song for so long? It had been 2 or 3 years. Furthermore, Yi Jiu was still so young at the time. How could she remember? There were also differing opinions. Although it was true that Yi Chen only sang the song once on the show, who could say for sure that he didn't continue singing it afterwards? While they were discussing, Zhang Ming sneered, Yi Jiu, why don't you claim to have a super memory like you do on other shows at this moment? Yi Jiu wasn't a first-time participant in a show. She was confident and arrogant. When she appeared on shows before, she would often boast about her exceptional memory. She could recall something even after several days had passed. Yi Jiu confidently retorted, what? Do you think my memory is so good that I can recall a song I heard once, 2 or 3 years later? Should I thank you for thinking so highly of me? She did have a strong memory. But so what? Was he going to use this to condemn her? Where was the proof that her memory was indeed exceptional? Moreover, there was no visual evidence available now. She had only heard the song once. If she stubbornly refused to admit it, what could they do? While the two argued, the judge finally made a decision. There was still too little evidence available. It would be too difficult to make a ruling at this time. They needed more evidence. Jiang Ming immediately spoke up. Of course, I still have evidence. Evidence. He had plenty of it. Yi Jiao, you don't even dare to admit that you have a good memory. But, when you were in kindergarten, you won a storytelling competition. This is something you can't deny, right? Even if Yi Jiao wanted to hide this fact, it was impossible. Moreover, Yi Jiao had never wanted to hide it. She was even proud of it. I didn't expect General Zhang to care so much and remember that I won the storytelling competition in kindergarten. When I was 5 years old, I did win a championship in a storytelling competition at a kindergarten. Jiang Ming sneered, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Besides, you're not that modest of a person. You've said it in so many interviews. Even someone who never paid attention to the entertainment industry like him was forced to receive this information. This showed how much Yi Jiao took it seriously. She would talk about it all the time. Yi Jiao was not ashamed, but rather proud. With that championship, can't I say so? Even though so much time had passed, Yi Jiao still remembered it vividly. Because this competition was very important to her. It's because the teacher praised me, saying that my storytelling ability was excellent and very vivid, which is why it has influenced the lyrics of the songs I write now, which are also full of vivid imagery. Yi Jiao was really good at self-promotion and self-praise. After praising herself, she looked at Jiang Ming with a cold smile. What, General Zhang, do you want to say something about this championship? Of course I want to say something. Jiang Ming had already dug a big hole silently. This championship is enough to prove that you have a good memory. Being able to remember Yi Chen's song for 2 or 3 years and treating it as if it were my own creation is entirely possible. This time, Jiang Ming did not let Yi Jiao flip to the next page. Instead, he spoke directly. If you don't believe it, you can continue to read the subsequent memories. Dear children, we will hold the second storytelling competition half a month from now. Children who want to sign up can come to the teacher's office and tell the teacher. After the kindergarten teacher finished speaking, it was just the end of class. After she left, a little girl with double ponytail squeezed next to Yi Jiao. Xian, do you want to participate in the storytelling competition half a month from now? You write essays so well, you will definitely get a good ranking when telling stories. The 5-year-old Yi Jiao awkwardly touched the back of her head. I just made it up. Actually, I don't know how to tell stories at all. I don't want to participate in this competition. But you are much better than me, Tang. You should go. Yi Jiao did not lie. Every time she wrote an essay, Tang would receive praise from the teacher. Unlike her, who only received praise once or twice, Tang had already made up her mind. If you go, I will go too. I don't dare to go alone. She held Yi Jiao's hand and shook it. Come on, just think of it as accompanying me to participate, okay? The reason Yi Jiao didn't want to participate was because she was worried that she wouldn't get a good ranking. Wouldn't that make her look bad? But now, it was her best friend, Tang's request. Yi Jiao pondered for a long time, but in the end, she couldn't resist Tang's persuasion. Okay, then I will go with you to participate. The two of them went to the teacher's office to sign up together. When they returned home, Yi Jiao hid in her room, feeling extremely distressed. What story should I tell for the storytelling competition? She knew that other children could go to their parents for advice, but she couldn't. She didn't have parents, only a so-called brother. Yi Jiao hated Yi Chen because her older sister always told her that Yi Chen was not a good person. He was the one who killed their parents. She couldn't find Yi Chen, and she didn't want to bother her 3 sisters either. Her sisters were all very busy. She didn't want to hold them back. Yi Jiao angrily scratched her head and shouted, what story should I write for the competition? She really couldn't think of one. In the end, she simply stopped thinking and put down the pen in her hand, preparing to go to the living room to pour a glass of water. Just as she walked to the living room, Yi Jiao happened to see a shooting sports competition on TV. At that moment, some vague images suddenly appeared in her mind. The images were very blurry. She couldn't see any scenes or people clearly, but she could vaguely hear some voices. Yi Jiao's eyes suddenly lit up. She finally understood what she should write. She no longer cared about drinking water and rushed into her room, picked up the pen, and quickly wrote on it. There were many words she didn't recognize, so she only used pinyin to annotate them. When the entire story was finished, Yi Jiao was extremely satisfied. She inexplicably had confidence that if she took this story out, she would definitely win. Yi Jiao kept this little essay very secret, even from her best friend Tang. However, no matter how secret it was, she still needed to practice. When she was practicing at home, Yi Chen heard it. Yi Chen's face was very surprised. This story. He had only spoken 4 words when Yi Jiao woke up, closed her mouth, and looked at him warily. What are you doing here? Yi Chen saw her wary and disgusted expression, and also restrained the surprise on his face. With a blank expression, this is my home. If I'm not here, where else can I go? Yeju slid off the sofa in an instant, shooting Yi Chen a disdainful look. Because I fancy living with you. If I could, I'd hate to be far away from you. It would be better if I never saw you again. She dashed into the room and slammed the door shut. Chen was used to it and didn't think much of it. But how could Mei suddenly remember this story? This story was clearly one he had told Mei several years ago. At that time, Mei loved it when he told her bedtime stories, so he had told her many at that time. But Mei seemed to just listen and never mention those stories again. So Chen had always thought she had forgotten. But now, maybe he needed to question that. As soon as the audience in the live broadcast heard Chen's words, they began to discuss. Chen's words are very interesting. Yes, it feels like this story was told to Yeju. I think the person who sent the barrage earlier might be onto something. Yeju's fans saw these comments and began to speak out for their goddess. Chen's brain-dead fans are here again. Chen is always right. Everything is his. It's really speechless. From start to finish, this story was created by Goddess Ju herself. How can it be related to Chen? I'm really drunk. Just one sentence can lead to so many associations. You guys are really good at making things up. No wonder they are Chen's brain-dead fans. The show hasn't even finished yet. How can you judge that it was done by Chen? Extremely speechless. The conflict between the two sides' barrage did not affect the memory of the scene. On the big screen, the scene was still playing. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and the storytelling competition was about to begin. Tang was very nervous, but she was more worried about Yeju. Xian, relax. Don't be nervous. When we go on stage later, just treat those people as wooden figures. Yeju held her cold hand. Tang, I think you need this sentence more than I do. The two friends didn't talk for long before they had to go on stage. Tang went up first. Yeju listened from below the stage. When Tang started speaking, Yeju became immersed. She was really captivating. However, she secretly compared it in her mind. The story she had prepared seemed to be even more exciting than Tang's. Maybe this time, she could beat Tang. While she was contemplating, Tang had already finished her speech. It was her turn to go on stage. Yeju took a deep breath and walked up confidently. Just as she stood in the center of the stage, she saw a familiar person below. Chen. How could this scoundrel be here? Yeju hadn't told him that she was participating in the competition. But, after seeing Chen, all of Yeju's nervousness was washed away by her desire to win. She wanted to win first place in front of Chen. Let this waste know that he's the most useless in the family. Yeju raised her chin slightly and began her story. Chen sat below the stage, listening carefully. When he first heard Mei recite this story, he thought it was just a coincidence. Perhaps only part of the story was the same. But after listening to the whole thing now, Chen was 100% sure in his heart. This story was the bedtime story he had told Yeju, borrowing arrows with thatched boats. He hadn't expected that after such a long time, Mei could still remember it. Amidst Chen's astonishment, he couldn't help but feel joy. What did this mean? It meant that Mei had an incredibly strong memory. The story she had heard years ago, she could still tell it now. This was definitely the mark of a genius. Chen couldn't help but smile. But, when Mei told the story, her tone was too soft. The story, borrowing arrows with thatched boats, was about events on the battlefield. The tone is so gentle that it cannot express the thrilling scenes in the story at all. The tone of telling this story should be passionate. Chen glanced at the judges from the corner of his eye. Sure enough, he could see from the judges' eyes that they were not satisfied with Yeju's tone. He murmured, if this continues, fourth sister will definitely lose. How to help fourth sister? Chen frowned slightly, but after thinking for 3 seconds, he had an idea. Got it. Chen looked at Yeju, and his happy smile for her turned into a sneer. Yeju noticed it immediately. Her expression suddenly became uncontrollably angry. Does Chen think that the story she told is not good at all? Yeju gritted her teeth fiercely, and her anger made her emotions even higher, and her tone also became more intense. Compared with the previous gentle tone, it was simply like night and day. The judges who were originally disappointed in Yeju suddenly brightened in their eyes. They couldn't help but think, it should be like this. The previous gentle tone didn't match the core of the story at all. But now, with this change in tone, the intention of the story immediately became different. Just now, they still felt that she was a little inferior to the previous contestant and could be given second place. But now, if they don't give her the championship, it won't be justified. Chen had been paying attention to the judges all along. After seeing their expressions, he immediately knew that Fourth Sister's championship was secure. When Yeju finished speaking, the parents in the audience couldn't help but applaud, whispering to each other, this kid tells the story well. I was almost falling asleep earlier, but suddenly it got better towards the end. I think so too. But their voices were too low, and Yeju, standing on the stage, didn't hear them at all. As soon as she stepped down from the stage, Tang jumped over. Very excitedly, she said, Xian, I think you told the story so well. Borrowing arrows with thatched boats. How did you come up with that? I've never heard a story like this before. I think the championship this time will definitely be yours. Yeju was still concerned about Chen's smile, and her desire to win the championship soared unprecedentedly. I also want to win the championship. I want to slap his face hard. Yeju was the last one to finish speaking. So after she finished, the championship evaluation began. Yeju nervously awaited the results. Finally, the judges took the stage. This competition was very intense. Every child's performance was very good. After our discussion as judges, one story was particularly innovative. It also conveyed educational content in an entertaining way. So all of us judges think it deserves the highest score. It has won the championship. Her name is Yi Ju's heart raced. The judge continued, our champion's name is Yi Ju. When Yi Ju heard her name, a flash of shock passed through her pupils, but she quickly jumped up in excitement. I'm the champion. Tang Tang said, that's right. Xian Xian, you are the champion. The teacher was also very happy. Ju, what are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and go on stage. Yi Ju ran up, with a proud smile on her face. Great. She was the champion. She didn't pay attention to what happened next. The judges said that her performance in the second half was better than the first half, but she didn't listen. She only had one thought in her mind. After receiving the certificate, she would go and show off in front of Yi Chen. And she did just that. Yi Ju found Yi Chen, who had left, and proudly showed him her certificate. Yi Chen, seeing that I got the championship, are you feeling very uncomfortable in your heart? You're almost jealous, right? But who made me so clever? You simply can't envy me. Yi Ju raised her chin proudly, looking at Yi Chen with disdain. Yi Chen said, why should I envy you? Yi Ju naturally replied, of course, it's because I got the championship. But what about you? You have nothing. You have never won a championship, nor have you ever received an award. Compare me. Yi Chen, you are really useless. Did you hear how the judges praised me just now? My story is really unique. At this moment, she already felt superior to Yi Chen. Speaking these words to him was already condescending. So after throwing down these words, she ran away, leaving Yi Chen alone in place. Reviewing what had just happened, Yi Chen still found it very interesting. I really didn't expect fourth sister to have such a good memory, to remember this story. But no matter what, being able to win the championship is really great. The scene stopped. Half of the truth was also revealed. Yi Chen's last sentence completely explains the issue. This story was told to Yi Ju by him. Exactly. Yi Ju previously claimed that she wrote this story herself. Isn't that a slap in the face? Compared to this, didn't you all see Yi Ju's performance? Her earlier performance was not good at all. It suddenly improved later. Yes. Yi Chen noticed her problem and helped her correct it in time. That's why she was able to get first place in the end. So Yi Ju not only used Yi Chen's story, but even being able to win the championship was because Yi Chen helped her secretly. So what face does Yi Ju have to go and mock Yi Chen? These barrage comments were seen by Yi Ju. It made her grit her teeth in anger. It's simply nonsense. Just based on Yi Chen's words, how can you all assume that this story was told to me by him? From start to finish, it's just Yi Chen's own words. Just based on this, you conclude that her memory is excellent and that she took Yi Chen's story. It's simply too ridiculous. Lei Xiao couldn't help but retort, even if this segment of memory indeed does not have an explanation, it's very obvious that Yi Chen helped you. You can't deny this. If it wasn't for Yi Chen using this method to provoke you, how could you suddenly change your tone later and win the championship? Yi Ju naturally also saw this segment, but how could she admit it? If she did, wouldn't it mean admitting that Yi Chen helped her? If you don't bring this up, it's fine. But if you do, I have something to say. Yi Ju's ability to distort the truth was top-notch. If Yi Chen really sincerely wanted the best for us sisters, why did he treat me like that at that time? Mocking me, is that what you call looking out for me? Is that what you call wanting to help me win the championship? Then I want to say, for children, confidence is such an important thing. What he did was to belittle my confidence, my self-esteem. If my mental resilience wasn't stronger than the average person, I would have collapsed and fallen into depression long ago. Her eyes were cold. I haven't even accused him of mentally suppressing my life. It's already me being tolerant and magnanimous. Lei Xiao was directly stunned by what she said. There was actually such an argument. Zhang Ming almost couldn't help but applaud Yi Ju's brilliant sophistry. You really deserve to be able to turn white into black and black into white. Yi Ju, in my opinion now, when Yi Chen cultivated you into a musician, it was simply a mistake. He should have guided you towards becoming a lawyer. If you became a lawyer, those serial killers in prison would definitely be able to be acquitted by you. Yi Ju didn't hold back. Then I really have to thank Manager Zhang for your high regard. But I'm just speaking the truth. Do you all need to be so defensive? Zhang Ming coldly smiled. The memory scene hasn't finished playing yet. There's no need for you to be so smug so soon, to avoid being embarrassed later. Yi Ju responded indifferently. They say if you don't do anything wrong, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. I didn't steal. Why would I be afraid of being exposed from behind? Zhang Ming did not refute, just coldly said, I hope your confidence can be maintained. Yi Ju also refused to show weakness. Don't worry, I definitely can. Whatever it was, she had already figured out a way to refute it. Want to bring her down like this? Impossible. She wanted to see what else was behind this memory. The time point in the picture is not the time when Yi Ju was 5 years old in the previous section. It goes back to when Yi Ju was 2.5 years old. At this time, her relationship with Yi Chen had not yet become like it would in the future, and it was in opposition because of Yi Mei. Yi Ju was still very attached to Yi Chen at this time. Like before, Yi Ju pestered Yi Chen to tell her a story. Yi Chen patiently said, okay, shall we tell the story of Little Red Riding Hood today? Yi Ju shook her head. No. She had already heard it yesterday. and she always felt that this story was too childish. She didn't want to hear such a childish story again. Yi Chen thought she was tired of it and changed several stories in a row, but Yi Ju shook her head each time. Yi Chen couldn't understand the thoughts of children and asked directly, "So, what kind of story does fourth sister want to hear?" Yi Ju thought for a long time and finally came up with, "It should be very powerful and smart." Very powerful and very smart? Yi Chen thought for a moment. Does fourth sister mean she wants the main character in the story to be very smart and powerful? Yi Ju clapped her hands. Powerful, powerful. After confirming what kind of story Yi Ju wanted to hear, Yi Chen began to think. A main character who is very smart and powerful? In an instant, a character appeared in Yi Chen's mind. Got it. Then I will tell the story of the strawman borrowing arrows. Yi Ju, okay. Although she didn't quite understand what kind of story it was, she did show a very interested look. So when Yi Chen was telling the story, Yi Ju was listening very seriously. When Yi Chen finished, what she saw was Yi Ju looking at her with round eyes, looking straight at her. It seemed like she didn't understand at all. In fact, Yi Chen also felt that this story was indeed quite complicated for a child who was only 2.5 years old. He patted Yi Ju's head. It's okay if fourth sister doesn't understand. You will definitely understand when you grow up. It's late, go to sleep. Yi Ju obediently closed her eyes. After Yi Chen left, she opened her eyes again. Straw. Arrows. She had never heard this type of story before. The main character in it was very clever. Although she had only heard it once, Yi Ju deeply remembered it in her mind. And in the days that followed, she repeatedly recalled this story. So much so that the story became more and more deeply ingrained in her mind. However, she had never spoken it out loud. The picture stopped. Zhang Ming looked coldly at Yi Ju. Now, what else do you have to say? This memory is solid proof. The story you told is Yi Chen's. And you remembered this story for over 2 years. Do you still deny that your memory is strong enough to remember the songs Yi Chen sang? Yi Ju looked at this memory scene, frowning. Honestly, she really didn't have any memory of this segment in her mind. After all, there were too many trivial things happening in daily life. If it wasn't something important, she could completely forget about it. But that didn't stop Yi Ju from denying it. Just as I said before. Even if that's true, how can you prove that Yi Chen only told it once? Can Zhang Ming really dig out all her memories from start to finish without any fast-forward playback? Impossible. Lei Xiao caught the bug in her words. You just admitted it yourself. You did use Yi Chen's story. Yi Ju, you better figure out how to prove it first. As long as it cannot be proven, even if you know it, it is of no use. Zhang Ming looked at her with a sneer. Don't you have any doubts at all? Why I didn't let you see the diary first? Yi Ju suddenly became nervous. She had been doubtful in her heart before, but it was because the images were playing too fast. So she just had doubts for a while and quickly shifted her attention. Sure enough, there is a problem here. Zhang Ming kept staring at her. What, are you afraid to turn the page? The arrow had to be released. Whether she wanted to or not, Yi Ju had to turn the page. What am I afraid of? She looked at the diary in her hand and opened the next page under the camera. This page of the diary, compared to before, looked more like a diary. The previous ones were also diaries, but more like scattered records. But now this page was completely in the format of a diary. Year, month, day, the weather is clear, occasional light rain. Unconsciously, so many years have passed. The 4 sisters have also gradually grown up, which finally puts my mind at ease. The eldest sister has a special talent in mathematics, and is now studying under Vice Dean Zhou, which makes me very relieved. Although the second sister has not shown any other talents, she lives happily, which is better than anything else. The third sister has overcome autism, and I believe that everything in the future will get better and better. The fourth sister should be the most surprising to me. I never thought that the memory of the fourth sister is so good that she can remember a story I told her only once a few years ago. She even used it to participate in a writing competition and won first place. This really completely exceeded my expectations. Since that incident, I have been observing, and everything that happened afterwards indeed confirmed that the memory of the fourth sister is unbelievably strong, especially in terms of musical talent. The fourth sister is a born musician. Zhang Ming sneered. Have you finished reading it? After reading it, do you still want to argue? Before you argue, you must pay attention to the time when Yi Chen wrote this diary. XX year, XX month, XX day. Yi Chen clearly wrote down the time. This time point is just shortly after Yi Ju won the storytelling competition. Holding the diary, Yi Ju unconsciously exerted force. She stared at a line of words in the diary. She can even remember a story I told her only once a few years ago. After seeing this sentence, all the rebuttals she originally wanted to say were completely suppressed. What else could she say? Zhang Ming's smile was mocking. What's wrong? Can't say anything? Because everything you wanted to say has been blocked. This is enough to prove that your memory is strong. Strong enough to remember it after hearing it once. So in conclusion, it was not a coincidence before. It was you. You indeed stole it. All the judges and jurors began to whisper to each other again. And Yi Ju couldn't say a word. Her face was already distorted with anger. Soon, the final result of the judges' discussion came out. Yi Ju's song The Mouse and the Rice was indeed plagiarized from Yi Chen's. After the matter was settled, there was a moment of ecstasy for Zhang Ming. The reason it was only a moment was because he felt it was not enough. Everything Yi Ju currently had was given by Yi Chen. Just depriving her of this one song was not enough at all. What he wanted to do was to strip away all the halo that originally belonged to Yi Chen from her. Just confirming the plagiarism of one song isn't enough, because she didn't just plagiarize this one song. Yi Ju couldn't bear it anymore. She couldn't stay silent. If she continued to stay silent, wouldn't that be confirming it? Are you pushing your luck, aren't you? Is it because this song confirms that I plagiarized? So it can be determined that all my subsequent songs are plagiarized? And besides, I completely deny that I plagiarized. She said this with great confidence, so confident that Lei Xiao actually had a moment of thinking that she did not plagiarize Yi Chen. When Yi Mei and the others heard this, they couldn't help but look at Yi Ju. Their eyes revealed disbelief and disappointment. Yi Mei couldn't help but speak up. Fourth sister, things have come to this point, and you still want to defend yourself? Yi Lan, with a fiery temper, directly scolded Yi Ju. The evidence has been presented to you. Can you still deny it? I am really disappointed in you. Yi Ju bit her lip, also expressing disappointment. Fourth sister, you shouldn't be like this. Yi Ju interrupted them. You've said so much, should you listen to what I have to say? The current evidence only proves that I have a good memory and use this song in story. Nothing else. So I am not being evasive, but explaining normally. You all say that I plagiarized Yi Chen, but how old was I at that time? Did I understand the concept of plagiarism? I didn't understand at all. So, when I wrote this song and that story, I never had the intention to plagiarize. I may have unconsciously extracted the story and music from my memory and used them. Just based on this, you say that everything I did afterwards was plagiarism. You are being too narrow-minded. Jiang Ming said, I am being narrow-minded? You, who said that? I don't know if I should applaud you for your courage. He had no expression on his face. The diary is in your hands, and you have already read that sentence in the diary. After reading those words, do you not feel even a bit strange? Yi Ju felt a panic in her heart, subconsciously wondering if she had forgotten to read something in the diary just now. However, after carefully reading it again, she felt that there was nothing wrong with it. What's the problem? Are you trying to say that there is something wrong with Yi Chen saying that I have exceptional talent? Ridiculous. There were also fans of Yi Ju in the barrage. Exactly. What's the problem with this? Could it be that Jiang Ming wants to say that Ju Goddess has good talent? Is that also wrong? Although Ju Goddess did indeed steal, but she herself said that it was unconscious. Jiang Ming also noticed the barrage. His high blood pressure, which had not occurred for many years, was provoked. You don't admit it. Fine. Then I will hammer you down one song at a time. His eyes were as sharp as a sword. In the end, you will have to admit it. You intentionally plagiarized. Yi Ju, do you still remember? Letting you become famous, does everyone know which 5 songs are yours? Of course, Yi Ju remembered. She had 5 very famous songs when she was 8 years old, which were popular everywhere. But these 5 were not classic. Her most classic 5 were written between the ages of 13 and 15. These 5 songs were Worry Free, You Were Like Snow, Plain Face, Blue and White Porcelain, and Love You. Although the song Mouse Loves Rice sounded catchy, it did not qualify as a masterpiece in the music category. It could only be considered a catchy tune. So although it was widely sung, in reality, not many people considered it one of Yi Ju's top 5 classics. There were other songs, such as Mom, which also did not qualify as a top 5 classic. Fans only recognized the 5 early classics mentioned above. And these 5 were indeed very impressive. Even after so many years, when their melodies played, there were still people who could sing along the entire way. This is national recognition. This is the power of singing. When Yi Juchu mentioned these 5 songs, her chin couldn't help but lift up, looking confident. Of course I remember. These are her classic 5 songs, how could she not remember? After she said the names of the songs one by one, she looked coldly at Jiang Ming. What, do you want to tell me that these songs are all copied from Yi Chen? As she said this, her brain quickly recalled the inspiration for the creation of these songs. When Yi Chen helped her with the lyrics, it was for the previous few songs. It did not include these 5 songs. The changed melody also did not include these 5. And she remembered the inspiration for the creation of these songs very clearly. There was absolutely no chance for Yi Chen to intervene. Jiang Ming directly replied, why not? Yi Juchu, then I can only say that your idea is too naive. I remember the inspiration for the creation of these songs very clearly. It is definitely not from this Yi Chen. Blue and White Porcelain, this song, I wrote when I was 13 and traveling. And when I was 3 years old, I never heard Yi Chen tell stories again. Nor did I hear him hum any songs to me again. In other words, I had almost 10 years without effective communication with him. I couldn't have copied from him again. In the live broadcast room, her fans were all sending barrage messages agreeing. That's right, that's right. It's been 10 years without effective communication. The goddess couldn't possibly remember things from 10 years ago so clearly. If that's the case, Juchu goddess must have hypermnesia. So this is written by Juchu goddess herself. Jiang Ning remained very calm. Whether you wrote it or not, it's easy to tell. Outside, the weather was clear and cool, just the beginning of autumn. Yi Juchu had just turned 13 this year. Although she was only 13, her reputation was not small at all. Because of her great reputation, there were always a bunch of people looking for her, which made her very annoyed. So during this summer vacation, she deliberately looked for a place with no one to play by herself. She chose to stay in an ancient town. Just a few days after moving in, she discovered that the place she randomly chose was actually the most famous town for burning porcelain in Hua country. Since she had nothing else to do, the bored Yi Juchu decided to go and see the kiln. When she was watching, she met an old man. The internet here was not very developed, and the old man didn't use it much either, so he didn't recognize Yi Juchu. But because of Yi Juchu's age, he became interested. Little girl, do you also like porcelain? It's rare for young people to like this nowadays. Yi Juchu had only come because she was bored, so she couldn't answer directly. She replied with a twist, I'm a little interested. This clearly pleased the old man. Not bad, little girl. Just like the young man who came a few days ago. He. Let me take you around? See and learn? Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. I'll just take you to crowded places. Since the old man had already said this much, Yi Juchu naturally couldn't refuse. The old man took Yi Juchu around and talked a lot about porcelain knowledge. Yi Juchu found that the old man had a special charm when he was introducing things. Many of his words could be used as song lyrics. Yi Juchu had originally just wanted to relax, but suddenly she was inspired. The old man finally took her to a pottery shop. Do you want to try it yourself, little girl? Yi Juchu became interested. Okay, but I don't know how. The old man said, let me show you first. He walked to the side and began to demonstrate. He was humming a tune because he was happy. This tune was one he had heard a few days ago when a young man was playing it. This song was really good. And that young man didn't just play it once, he played it many times. He remembered it immediately. But because so much time had passed, he had almost forgotten the complete melody. Now, he could only hum it out reluctantly, barely able to remember it. Even when he was talking to Yiju just now, he couldn't help but use the lyrics that the young man used when singing. The tune in his mouth was broken and disjointed, and could even be said to be completely unmusical. But as Yiju listened, her mind was completely absorbed in the tune he was humming. Suddenly, she had an inspiration. An inspiration for a song. This tune, along with the sentences he had just spoken, could completely be written into a song. Yiju remembered it all. She didn't even have the mind to be here. Her mind was full of this song. After the old man finished, all he saw was her dazed look. Young lady, did you understand what you just saw? Yiju came to her senses. Yes, I understood. Then she couldn't help but ask, by the way, Grandpa, what tune were you humming just now? The old man didn't expect her to ask this, and didn't think too much about it. Ah, what tune? I was just humming casually. I don't even know what I was humming. Don't worry about it. He had heard the young man sing this song. Compared to what he had just hummed, it was much more coherent. So he didn't want to believe